channel, and today we have this electronic rat killer we're going to be taking a look at. So hang in there on Supercar Street Racing. We are back on Supercar Street Racing, and we're so happy that you joined us today. And we're taking a look today at this electronic rat killer from X-Pest on Amazon. Now, the way this thing works is you actually charge it, and once the charge indicator goes off of green, you will know this thing is fully ready to go, and then you'll have a solution that is more humane for killing rats and mice. And you just slide this door right off the top of this guy. You put some bait right inside there, slide the top back on, and on the side here there is an off-on switch that you do turn on. All right, once you have this electronic rat killer loaded up, it does come with an indicator LED right here. It is a small little LED light that you plug into the side, and supposedly it will let you know when this has actually activated. And you take this LED right here and you plug it right in next to where the charger goes, like this. And now this thing should just flash whenever something is caught in the trap and killed. Now, X-Pest does not recommend that you use this thing outside. I am going to break all the rules, of course, and put this outside on my patio because I need something to try to get the mice out there. I do know I have a mouse problem out there because last year I would find droppings and things like that. That's a good indication that you do have a problem. Now, it has some LEDs on the front here, and actually right now it is in charging mode. So if this guy right here has a green LED on it still, it is charging. It is plugged into a standard USB-A 5-volt accessory jack here on my nightstand. Now the red indicator light is on. High voltage electric shock, keep working, whatever that means. The translation is a bit rough here. Two blue indicators on the trap and power line flash separately. Rats were killed, flashes once per 5 seconds, and that is this LED here that we just plugged in, and this blue indicator right here on the front. Green indicator light means that it is charging, and it will go off when this guy is fully charged. The red indicator and blue indicator flash alternatively. That is a low power warning, and you need to get this thing on a charger. The buzzer alarm reminder after your electricity is finished, it rings twice of 30 seconds. Not sure what that means because the translation is really loose on this. Right here in front of the X-Pest electronic rat and mice killer, and there are some cautions in the manual I wanted to go over with you. It says avoid touching the metal plate in the bottom of the machine so you don't get shocked. We would hate to see you get shocked. Only for indoor use. What I see out here, don't do. I am putting it outside because that's where I need it the most. Do not leave the mousetrap open where children or pets can reach it. So obviously you don't want to leave this top door off here, which slides back because of the risk of electric shock. Wait until the blue light flashes and the buzzer prompts to open the cover when the mouse is shocked. Don't open it before that until you do get an indicator light on here and on this LED that is so coolly connected to the trap. When the yellow indicator is on, the battery is low and it does need to be charged. The mouse killer trap supports 30 times electric charge after it is fully charged. And if the place where you put the trap is not convenient to see the indicator, plug it in the power cable with the LED indicator to remind you to clean up at the electrocuted mice in time, which is some very crazy translation. This has a 12-month free limited replacement warranty on it, and you can contact them if you have any more issues. Now, this is a pretty simple thing to understand how it works. Basically, you put food on the bait slot inside, the scent attracts a rat or a mouse into the product. When they touch the metal plate, the high voltage inside will electrocute it. Compared with traditional cage and trap, the electronic is more efficient, safe, and hygienic, and it does not need to touch the dead animals and kills rats and mice safely. Okay, taking a closer look at the X-Pest electronic rat killer. Basically on this side here, it does have your power switch, which it is off now because it's charging. It has a high voltage indicator warning right here, some little instructions on how to operate it. It does have on the back a neat little door for them to go in, which they can't come back out of because it only goes one way right here. And it has a little charge thing on there, like a lightning cutout, which is pretty cool. And then on the side, it just does say electronic rat killer. And you have your connections here for both the LED indicator light and also the power connector, which is USB Type A and is charging this guy right now. Now that we've taken a closer look at the X-Pest rat killer, we're going to go outside, put some bait in it, set it up, and see if we can get any results overnight. We are outside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios and the compound, enjoying this beautiful day in Florida, and we do have this rat trap here, and I know for sure I have an issue in this corner with rats because I have seen droppings, and this little LED indicator, really don't need it at this point. Basically it just glows when you catch something, so I'm gonna just put it on top right here. Now what should happen is after we turn on this guy, it should light up in red on the front LED. Let's see what happens when we turn it on. All right, we got 2 beeps, and so I'm assuming it's on. Let's see, I'm gonna try it again. All right, it lit up blue, then red. So I'm honestly just gonna leave it kind of like this. And hopefully they don't chew through the actual wiring. But that will keep the LED up here, facing up, that we will be able to see it next time. So I'm just gonna kind of leave it like that. And the rat does go through that hole right there. There's a little flap door that only goes one way. So it just says, after the rats are shocked, the 2 blue lights, one on the trap and one on the power line, will flash together and the product will enter a safe mode. So at that point, you have something in the trap. So let's leave that guy overnight and see if we can get anything for tomorrow. Okay guys, it has been 2 days now and we are going to see if we got anything. There are actually rat droppings right there. So all you have to do is slide this off. I just turned it off before I started the camera. And I don't think there's anything in here. Nope, it has not gotten anything yet, guys. So I will replace this and let it sit out here for a little while longer, see what happens. How's it going, everybody? You are back inside the Supercar Street Racing wonderful 4K production studio, and I'm Brad as usual, and today we have this X-Pest electric trap, high voltage electric shock to kill mouse, rat, other nasty rodent, blah blah blah, and the description goes on forever. We were provided this trap by the manufacturer. You saw the results of what happened last night. Now it might take several days to actually get something in your trap, so let's go down here and see what's going on. The price is $47.99 on Amazon, and when you do order this, please make sure you order it through our official affiliate link below, or any other products you want to order. It helps me greatly. It gives me a commission whether you buy the trap or not. Click any of my links in the description of the YouTube video. Now looking at this, it has solid 10 reviews with 5 stars, so definitely people are enjoying it. There's some pictures here of it right here. High quality, good device for crawling area. Within a week they got results, so we're going to test it out tonight, and if we don't get any tonight, we'll keep testing and report back later. But so far, all the reviews are excellent for this X-Pest electric mouse trap. And if you can compare it to some other products down here, you can see that there are some other ones available that are similar, that have some similar amount of reviews. There's glue traps, there's standard mouse traps, and then there's the electric trap. All of them with 4-star and plus reviews, and we don't have any negatives to go by here. But if we go to one of these other ones, Not going to play that, but let's go to the actual listing and look at some of the negative reviews here on this type of trap. They won't snap, they just attack ants. I don't know what that means. Small food cup. Don't waste your money. Worked once. Blah, blah, blah. Not very effective. So that's what some of the other tests are getting right now on their other mousetrap types. But if we take a look here at the bigger picture here, you can see that is where the LED is on the side. And then back here on the back where my mouse is, one of those is the charging port, and it does charge for about 4 or 5 hours until the green light goes off here in the front. And then right here it says keep away from children, don't touch the steel board, obviously turn it off when you are actually loading it. Read the manual. It says indoor use only, but I have a problem outside, so I ignored the advice of the manual and put it outside. Now here's instructions on how you actually use the device. You open the sliding cover, you place the bait, you turn on the device, and you put it where mice are active. And now you can put nuts, cheese, cookies, ham, or sugar in there, and those guys have a very, very good sense of smell. They will see it or hear it and smell it and come get it. And here is a little overview of how it works, a diagram of everything. They don't show you the LED port, but it is right next to the charging port here. It does have rechargeable batteries, a indicator on the back. Here's the high voltage plate, the bait slot, a protection switch, and then there's the indicator and the charging port on the side. And this thing is about 10.5 inches long to accommodate some bigger rats and 3.9 inches wide. And you guys saw it right outside there on the patio is where I am putting it. And that's going to do it for the X-Pest electric mousetrap. Guys, please like and subscribe. You don't know how much that helps me as a channel, and it helps us stay alive and do other reviews for you because we lose money on the channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, buy everything through the Amazon links in the description. And I got to get out of here because I am... Peace. Ultimate Tesla peel satisfaction. New sill plate. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Amazing.
My new mailbox, man. Sure. Yeah. Some drunk dude run over my mailbox. Oh, Flying did. That's my new mailbox. It's just where I had it all on like 4 video cameras. No lights on, nothing. Just ran right over it. So it's my new mailbox. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night.
We're back here in the SCSR compound, and as you guys just saw, the FedEx guy saved my life and delivered this lovely package to us so we can get a new mailbox put in. So this is the customizable mailbox from Amazon. There'll be a link in the description to this guy. Looks like it kind of halfway is opened up, but I'm sure it's fine. Now we're going to take a look at this today, guys, on Supercar Street Racing, because this is going to have to go in as my new mailbox since the other one got destroyed by a drunk person. That video is available, and I will put a link to that also in the description, but let's get started with this guy right now. This mailbox is over $200 on Amazon, so the reason that it is so much is because it is customizable, and it does have supposedly my address on it. And I'll go ahead and dox myself, but it does have my address on it somewhere. Unfortunately, it's not there. Can't put the address on the screen, but it's probably going to end up there anyway because I can't actually hide it the entire time we're doing the project. So this is the Elite from Architectural Mailboxes, and it is black galvanized steel, and I think that's going to look cool. And somewhere there's a sign that hangs on the bottom of this nice post that is going to have the address on it. If you guys want to stalk me, feel free. Honestly, don't care at this point, but yeah, maybe it'll be a welcome addition. So this is the architectural mailbox that is going outside to replace the old one. We will have to figure out getting some concrete in this thing, and I have kind of a little project teaser planned here for this guy that I'm thinking will be a cool video. But yeah, the next step is to get this guy out. This box has the Architectural Mailboxes Elite galvanized steel mailbox inside of it. And I had a plan to open it right in front of you, but of course, I've got the selfie stick here. So there is the mailbox itself, looking so fly. And that just mounts right on top of the post here. And I'm assuming screws right into the post. You can see this has the screw holes in it already. I already gave up my address there on the screen, so I'm not that worried about it. But here is the mailbox. And I'm sure it has all of the accessories needed to mount it. Trying to get it out of the actual box here so you guys can look at it. And there it actually is in its entire glory, and it did come damaged. There is a little dent right there. It's actually a little like metal thing. I'm not that worried about it though. Honestly, it's whatever. It's towards the back. And that's what the thing looks like in its glory, sitting there in the Supercar Street Racing living room next to the Shamar Bridges mini bike. And then in here, there's some other stuff inside this box. I don't know what it's in. Okay, it says the base on it. So, sitting here filming my address the whole time. There's another box right here, not sure what's in it. Let's go ahead and grab the SCSR official box opener, which is a steak knife, and get this guy opened up. Took a look at the instruction manual here. This mailbox has to be 41 to 45 inches off the ground. So think about that. That is 4 feet maximum off the ground, and this post has got to be, well actually let's grab our tape measure and measure it. All right guys, how long is this post? All right, it's only 6 feet. So if we put the mailbox 4 feet off the ground, we have to go 2 feet deep or chop the post. So we'll figure that out once we get outside. We'll go ahead and see how deep our hole is. Our hole is probably 2 feet, which would put this 4 feet off the ground, which is not bad. We could dig a little more out without chopping the post, but I'm really hyped about being able to fill the post up with concrete because people keep running over my mailbox and it sucks. Okay, so they were up here on the very top and I had to go all the way down here.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I'll find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
All right, guys, we have our new mailbox here. Someone stole all my pavers last night. Really, really crappy night. So I'm going to be looking for somebody with a intent to cause harm. Typical mailbox height is 41 to 45 inches is what I'm reading on my instruction manual here. So I just dug the post out just a little bit more, and basically 41 to 45 is right about here in the ground. This post is way taller than that. Even if we get to 45, yeah, let's see. So I'm also going to put some concrete inside of the post to strengthen it up. So I've got a Dixie cup here, and I'm just going to put concrete in, test the level, put a little water in, put more concrete in, test the level, etc., etc. Alright guys, we have our mailbox post cemented in, and the next step is to slide in our support rail, just like that. And then there's a key right here. All right, the next step here is to screw the mounting plate onto the mailbox. So it says that they provide screws, and they are supposed to be two and a quarter inch stainless steel. Let's see what we got. Welcome back once again, and you guys saw what happened in the video. We ordered a new custom mailbox from Amazon. We went and got a lot of stuff for that project and the next project, and then we replaced our mailbox. And what you're looking at right here on the screen is that replacement from the Forever Products company. And you saw on the video, like I'll put it in the description, someone ran directly over my mailbox with no headlights on. They swung wide, hit my mailbox, and then took off. And in this video, I went and bought a bunch of pavers to re-landscape the area, and those got stolen on video night before last. So anyway, this is the Forever Products customizable mailbox. It is $209 on Amazon. And what you do is you order it based on your preference for a custom plate, and you can get your number on there, and also if you want your name, you can get that and your actual street. So I got just my street and my number on mine. Now my only complaint about this mailbox is that it has an issue with the sign hooks. The hooks that hold on the sign are too big for the actual holes in the sign, so I bent my sign. I put my hooks in and I bent my sign down to make this thing work. You could probably just drill the sign out a little bit more, but it does not come ready to go. That is my only complaint. Other than that, it looks awesome. It's super easy to install, and you can see we did get the concrete going in there. We concreted into the ground, and then we concreted also in the post. And if you really want to, you can put a 4x4 post inside of the vinyl post, but the concrete is just as good. Guys, this thing has a 4.7 star rating. Go ahead and pick one up, and please click through my link in the description when you order anything from Amazon. Not just this. Click any of my links in any of my videos when you order products, and that gives me a little bit of money for the channel, because we do lose money on the channel. Now, I'm so happy you joined us today. We got another big project coming up, and I will be editing that also today for hours. So please like, subscribe, and we'll see you next time on the channel.
Resistance is futile.
The line must be drawn here.
173467321 Charlie 32789777 Tango 732 Victor 73117888 732476789764376 lock.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting!
More?
Please.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are taking a look at my old 15-year-old racing videos. This is part 2 of a I don't know how many part series until we get through all of them. So let's take a look today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to part 2 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Now, all of these videos were shot with my single turbo Supra, 1993 and a half hardtop Supra with a single turbo that made anywhere from 600 to the wheels to almost 815 to the wheels. And I think we got some bangers today because I have a few of them already pulled up for you. So let's start with this one. So this one says Street Racing, Bolt-On, Ford Cobra, and it doesn't even make sense what it says, which is hilarious. It says Bolt-On, Ford Cobra, and even compete with 67mm single turbo Supra. I guess I have to fix that. But let's take a look and see. And actually, this is my buddy Leo's car, and he was the guy on YouTube that had the car sounds with your mouth video that was really famous. But let's see. Oh, actually, no, this is Tony's Cobra. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I had to replace the music in this one. Let's see what happens here. So there's my old 67mm setup. And there's no audio because I had to remove the music. This is before YouTube started doing all the copyright stuff. But I spun hard on that one, it looks like. Interesting. Looks like we got a good start on this one against each other. Back in the day, those Cobras were pretty stout with just like pulleys and a tune and all that. Looks like I pulled them on that one pretty good. That's the Dames Point Bridge, I can tell already with those cables. So it looks like he pulls out a little bit on me, and I never get it back. And I missed 5th gear as well. I wish this had the audio. I remember it was really good, but YouTube said something about copyright, and I just had to replace everything. Yeah, the car would definitely, on the top end, it would usually get everybody, you know. So it looks like I pulled on it pretty good there. And I think that was it. I think John, my buddy John with the Evo, was actually recording this. And if we go back and look at this video again. So yeah, this car was making around 490 to 500 wheel horsepower, so not a slouch at all at the time. So I only had about 100 more wheel horsepower. I believe I was on pump gas at that time, but yeah, pretty interesting video. A lot of these Cobras back in the day wanted to run me. Now we have this next one that says old school chromed out Gixxer 750 versus 950 single turbo Supra. And I remember this one. So this bike was a Gixxer 750 S-Rad. They're not anything crazy powerful, but I remember this. I actually someone had a good camera for this race. So let's take a look and see if make sure there's no copyrighted music or anything on this guy. All right, so this next one I remember, and I had to start this over because it has some profanity in it, but this is actually a 750 S-Rad, so not anything super fast. And I do remember we had a decent camera for this, but of course, downloading these videos from YouTube, the quality has come down quite a bit. But I just cut out like 30 seconds worth of solid curse words because I know I'll get nicked on the advertising revenue. But let's see what happens here when my 67mm Supra takes on this modded Gixxer 750 S-Rad here. Make sure we stop it at the end in case there's profanity. Looks like we got 3 bikes tagging along here too. I don't remember this. There we go. So it looks like we're just going from a roll. I don't know what speed we're doing. Yeah, it was hard for a bike that wasn't at least a liter, you know, size to pull that car. So yeah, so just a little bit of a bike racing video there, which is pretty cool. Now this one, I remember this like, okay, so in Pasadena, I believe this was, my buddy lived in Pasadena, somewhere in LA, and this is my buddy's car and my car parked right next to each other. There was this turboed I think it was either I think it was a 350Z, and he actually called me out, and we both videotaped it, and then afterwards he talked a lot of smack about the race, saying that he beat me and all this other stuff. It was ridiculous. It wasn't even really a race, but let's check it out.
Come again. You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please.
This is actually my buddy's Supra.
Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator.
Yeah, we probably can't even have that in there.
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at
Ah, no, this is just my buddy's Supra. This is not the guy with the, or maybe it is the guy with the 350 later on. This is my buddy's Supra with stop fuel and a single. Still pretty stout. Again, the video quality is absolutely terrible. Yeah, there's some cursing in this we're gonna have to go past. It's actually a 350Z. I don't know why I put 300ZX mistake. Yeah, so I can't play this part because it's got tons of profanity, but this is my buddy racing the 350Z Turbo. And then me versus my buddy in his Supra. Stock fuel, I think he had like a 67 millimeter. Can't remember. I gave him the hit on this one. I'd say we're about 150 to 200 wheel horsepower difference. There we go again for round two. I don't know what comes up at the end, but yeah, we're not going to go ahead and make that profanity happen. Alright, so this is a Trans Am. I'm trying to see. Yep, music was replaced on this one too. This is a pretty quick Trans Am running 150 shot, so yeah, all these videos I had to remove this had Du Hast on it. I remember this specifically, being upset about having to remove the audio. This car was pretty stout at the time. If you were around 500 wheel horsepower, you were doing good at that time. So here I think is the best race out of all of them. And I would pull on him on the top end for sure. I always had terrible tires. Never got good tires on that car. I suffered with just bad tires. I don't know why I did that. Had BF Goodrich, I think, comp TAs. This is my buddy's Evo 8. Me with no boost controller turned on. Probably was about 350 horsepower, the Evo. Not to the wheels, just I think straight up. Alright, so let's take a look at another one here. That was all I queued up, but alright, so this is actually a really good one. This is Tracy from Speed Fab, which is now closed. This is his Turbo Hayabusa on low boost and me. This is a banger.
When we were a motorized bicycle company,
right after the ad, we'll take a look at this. So this is the guy who did a lot of work on my car back in the day. This is Tracy from Speed Fab. I think he works at Stage 6 now. I don't know. I saw him on there the other day. But yeah, let's see what this is about.
The power of dreams.
Dang. You got shocks, pegs, lucky.
Nice Busa.
You ever take it off any sweet jumps?
You can barely see what's happening in this, but he just absolutely walks me. All you can really see is lights. And goodbye. It literally is just a bunch of blocks. You can't see anything. But that's him walking on me. And 170. absolutely no chance of taking this.
You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, I think we have time for one more. Let's see. Volkswagens can cheat emissions, but they can't cheat and beat a 800 horsepower Supra. Let's see what this is about. We're gonna go past all this because there's bound to be profanity in it. Okay, so let's go back to this so we can just see. All right. Yep, so we were racing a GTI with upgraded turbos, fuel system, and the stock block at 22 pounds. And I had cams, 67 millimeter turbo, and 850cc injector. Let's see. This is me on low boost. Can barely make out a Volkswagen there, huh? Obviously, that thing was no match for the Supra back in the day. Even though the video is horrible and you can't see anything. It really was bad in the beginning, honestly, even though this is a copy of a copy. And I think that's going to do it for part 2. Those are some interesting videos. I hope you enjoy watching them as much as I do. And then we're done with this. We'll reflect on my Kings of the Street video, which is actually really good. But guys, thanks so much for watching Supercar Street Racing. We will see you in the next one.
Dude, that is so fucking weak. How am I supposed to get a chick in that?
No, don't worry, dude. You couldn't get a chick if you had a $100 bill hanging out of your zipper.
Yep.
Yourself for a change. Dude, I'm not gonna cave in. End of story, dude. 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 Dude.
Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and this is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we're going to take a look at that today on the channel. Stay with us. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad. Hopefully you are tuned into the channel for more than the first time, but if not, welcome. And today we have my brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid sitting here, and we're going to tell you all about it today. Now, the car was purchased back in April. It does have some modifications to it from stock, and we're going to show you that all today on the channel. You're checking out the front of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, looking so fresh out here in the middle of the parking lot. And I wanted to take some time today to show you guys the front of the car, some of what has been done to it, and some of the unique features of the car. And of course, the first thing you can see here on the car is that the car is wrapped, completely wrapped in a satin wrap. Now, you can also see in the front of the car that the headlights are also wrapped in satin, and I was a little bit concerned about that, but actually it has not been a problem. They're actually really bright, and it did not affect the brightness of the headlights at all. Taking a look at the front also of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, there are a few other modifications here. You can see right here that we have the carbon fiber front V right underneath the modified black Tesla logo right here. And then down below that, we have the carbon fiber splitter down here. And that thing is called an apron, and it literally just sits right on top of the regular bumper and gives the car an enhanced look as well, a more sporty look, and it does match the carbon fiber rear wing that we will show you guys, carbon fiber rear spoiler we'll show you guys here shortly. That is the extent of the modifications on the front of the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Now let's take a look at the side of the car. This is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. I'm happy to have you guys here on the channel checking it out. And taking a look at the side of the vehicle, the first thing you will notice probably right away, if you're familiar with Teslas, is that I do have aftermarket wheels and tires. Immediately, the first thing I did when I bought the vehicle was go ahead and order my wheels and tires. Now, I did get the car with the 19-inch Tempest wheels and tires because I didn't want to pay the upgrade for the 21s. I figured I could take that money and use it and get whatever I want. I did end up ordering the BC Forged HB04s in matte black. And there you can see how they look, and I did order the hardware also exposed for the three-piece wheel, and the bolts are actually matte black as well. And apologies, I'm in a flight path right now, but that's just what happens. Now keep on looking at the side of the Model S Plaid. You'll see some other cool features. I do have the hardware 4 version of the Model S Plaid, and so this has more cameras and no sensors whatsoever, all camera based, and that is what you're seeing right here is the hardware 4 camera. And if you notice, right on top of the hardware 4 camera, we do have some carbon fiber camera covers, which I think add a nice accent to the side of the car here. And then moving down the car a little bit further, and you can see it just opened by Bluetooth. We do have the carbon fiber mirrors as well, looking really good, and they do also match the carbon fiber camera covers here, and also the carbon fiber that you're about to see in the next picture. All right, we're towards the back of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid now, and you can see right there that the door handles did pop open because of the Bluetooth phone. And here we have the carbon fiber caps for the Model S handles, and they look awesome. And back here you can see the 295/35 ZR21 Pilot Sport 4S's with the HB04 BC Forged wheels. And that's going to round out the side of the Model S Plaid. Let's take a look at the back now. All right, here's a good look at the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid. You can see the tail lights looking great. I don't know if they were resale for 2023, but I did forget to mention that the front headlights were restiled for 2023, and they are upgraded laser headlights. Here in the back, nothing really to show except for the fact that we removed the Tesla logo here completely when we did wrap the car, and also in the front, we also removed the front license plate. Taking a look at the inside of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I did wait specifically for the exact color combination that I wanted. I wanted black interior with carbon fiber, not the wood grain, and you can see in here, this is all new carbon fiber interior, and also this car does have hardware 4. And taking a look at just like every other Model S, they have the screen over here on the left that shows you a bunch of information like navigation, your charge rate, the time and things like that, and maybe like your radio station and things like that you're listening to. And then over here we do have the yoke. I did not have a choice on the yoke. I did not order this car custom made, so the yoke was actually already in the car. Moving down to the bottom here, you can see that the Plaid comes with some brushed aluminum or just straight up aluminum pedals, which look pretty cool. And then moving up to the seats, these are not real leather seats. All of the Teslas have vegan kind of safe leather. And then looking to the center here in the middle of the dash, they do have 2 chargers for wireless phones. So if you stick your phone right there, and it did start charging. So they have 2 of those right here available for you. And then moving into the center here, we have a pocket right here that does have just enough area for a few pairs of glasses. And then moving forward, there's another pocket that I actually just found out about. I did not know this existed until yesterday, and if we move that open, there's actually 2 USB connectors right here and 2 on the back here in the right by the back screen here. And then, of course, we have our center console with a lot more storage in here. And we do have a cup holder if you let that slide forward. Moving up to the center of the dash here, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the Tesla display. And if we go to the home screen here and we go to the actual vehicle down here and the software, you can see this is a Model S Plaid with 903 miles on it for supercar street racing. It does have the VIN there. It does have a full self-driving computer. I did not purchase full self-driving, and we are on 11.1, 2023, 26.9 software. And then moving up to the very top of the car here on the controls, you hit the control button. You have the ability here to play with the mirrors, the steering, the wiper, the window locks, fold your mirrors, the display, the child lock. And then at the top of the screen here, you can see LTE. You can move the display towards you or away from you with this button here. And of course, there is your brightness control, and this button here pops open the glove box over here. Moving down to pedals and steering, you can see this is where you choose your acceleration, and that basically is how the pedal reacts to your foot. And you can see here we have chill, sport, or plaid. And then of course, if you want to do drag strip mode, you can check that out in my other video when I did that for the first time. That is your drag strip mode, which puts the car in cheetah stance and then allows you to launch with the most possible power. And then also your steering mode can be set to comfort, standard, or sport. And then track mode is right there, and that really allows you to fine-tune the car for more of a track type aggressive day. And there's settings in there for the front and rear traction, and things like traction control and regen are available in your track mode. And then of course it says apply your brakes when regenerative braking is limited. So that basically is telling you if you're not able to regen, it will help you by putting the brakes on. This auto shift out of park is basically, it's a beta thing where the car knows if you want to go forward or backwards automatically. I do not have it on. And then the slip start basically is when you get stuck, you use that. Here's a suspension, and the ride height is set to low. It's on sport. You can go advanced on the suspension, and you can set your comfort and your handling. I just keep mine on sport. I really like the way that feels. It says here if you want to use comfort dampening and autopilot, you turn this switch on when you have autopilot on. And then it sets your default ride height to low, but if you press this, it says when enabled, the default ride height will adjust to low mode in most driving scenarios. Model S will always automatically adjust the ride height to balance comfort, handling, and range. And that's all that's available on that screen. And then this screen is where you see your charge limit and your actual percentage that you want the car to charge up to. And this car is set to charge no higher than 90% is what they recommend. And they recommend 80% if you're going to be driving the car every day, which I do not. This is where you actually adjust with your current that you want the car to charge in. So if I stick it in a 50 amp, it'll charge at 48 amps maximum. And then the last time I supercharged, which was April 14th, I've only supercharged the car one time, and it's when I bought it. It was $27.30 because I do not have free supercharging. And this is the autopilot, and you can set it to either traffic aware cruise control or auto steer beta by doing that. And then you have to answer yes. And then this is your following distance, and this is how you get into auto steer. And they're talking about this button here on the steering wheel, which I will show you guys next. And this is how you set your speed and your offset for your cruise control. You can put a speed limit warning on there as well, a forward collision warning. You can adjust that so it comes on sooner or later. Here's your lane departure warning, and this can set to assist, so it will actually help you steer. And then here's all your other options: emergency lane avoidance departure, automatic emergency braking, obstacle aware acceleration, traffic aware cruise control chime, and green traffic light chime. Moving down here, this is where you actually set up your phone for a lock. So when I get in the car, the phone is on Bluetooth and the car will unlock and drive without a standard key. You can walk away and the door will lock, which I love that, and you can tell it not to do that at your house. And then there's a few other options related to unlocking it when you park, and some other little options here for unlocking it with your phone. Now, I do have the MyQ connected garage, which means my garage door opener is MyQ enabled, and I did subscribe for a lifetime. I think I paid $200 and something, and I am permanently set up so when we drive the car back home, the garage door does open and close. Taking a look at the lights, you can turn the front and rear fog lights on, the dome lights off, on or on auto, the ambient lights inside of the cabin here, and the auto turn signals, and the auto high beams, and then headlights on when you get out of the car. And then here's your display. You can set up all the different options on your display, tilt it to the left or right or center, the language and things like that, and your time and distance and temperature. And this shows your last trips here and how much your watts per mile was. And of course, this is for your navigation. This has your navigation volume, trip planner, avoid tolls, avoid ferries, things like that for nav. Service is where you go in and you can do different things like jack mode, car wash mode, things like that. It shows you your tire pressures. And software we took a look at already. It shows you your software versions and what you purchased as far as software. And with upgrades here, you can actually purchase upgrades on the car. You can get full self-driving. You can subscribe to full self-driving. You can buy it outright for 15 grand or subscribe every month to that. And that's a look at the left side of the menu. Taking a look at the bottom part of the menu is where you can go through things like your phone connection here. These are your cameras, so when we hit the camera button, we see all the cameras. This is where you can actually choose other things that aren't in the bottom menu, things like the toy box and the arcade, Bluetooth settings, Sirius XM, TuneIn, Zoom calls, things like that, and you can also add them to the shortcuts at the bottom. These bottom ones are all shortcuts. TI is TuneIn Radio, but just beware when you do TuneIn Radio on this car, they put their own commercials in related to you having a Tesla. So they know that you're tuned in a Tesla and they put commercials in based on that. And that right there is your actual browser. And there's your Bluetooth and your Sirius XM, and that is a look at the bottom of the actual screen. We are now in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, and I'm telling you, the back seat of this car is absolutely awesome. They redesigned the back now with a screen for the rear passengers, and the rear passengers now have control over their own climate control, and they are able to actually watch videos back here. Now you can see right now I just powered on this, and I will show you some video of this that I'll cut over. But you can hear that the AC is now on, and also I will run you guys through the whole entire thing of this screen here momentarily. Also, let me turn this off. And of course, here comes the plane. I'm literally in the flight path. My God, ridiculous. Jet. So also in the back of my 2023 Model S Plaid, there are two USB-C ports here, and I did confirm that would charge my laptop just with a USB cable. It's perfect for bringing your laptop along and charging. And I did locate the other two USB ports in the front of the car the other day when I was looking around in there, and I happened to find this hidden compartment. Now the seats in the Model S Plaid are very comfortable. I am in the back and I'm not very tall, and I have the front seat all the way forward, but I can still sit comfortably back here, and I think they're some of the most comfortable seats I've sat in a car. We are back in the back of the 2023 Model S Plaid to give you a closer look at the climate control and the controls for the entertainment system in the back. And you can see right here, we have controls for our climate control right here where we can adjust the back seat temperature. And that is the little fan control here. We have controls here for the seats, the heated seats. And then we have the capability to look at our music, what's playing back here. And then the cool thing is if we go here, we can actually go to YouTube, as you can see, and we have right here and right now. If we press that, there is the Supercar Street Racing channel right here, looking so cool. So yeah, the backseat drivers, or backseat riders, passengers, can actually watch YouTube and some other things while they are in the back seat. The front seat cannot do that, but the back seat has a choice of Netflix, Disney Plus, Twitch, Hulu, YouTube, or you can look at the Tesla tutorials. And then if you go back here, we can power this off and on our fan in the back and adjust the temperature. We are here in the Tesla Model S Plaid, and you can see that I have hardware 4, so I do have the capability to launch Steam and play Steam games. And also, we can actually play games in the car with the car stationary, like Beach Buggy Racing here. And when you play Beach Buggy Racing, you use the actual controls for the car. So you use the steering wheel and the foot pedal, and it is loading right now. And I am trying to figure out why there's no sound. But the sound isn't what's important right now. It is important that you see that this plays with the stock factory steering wheel and gas and brake pedal. You can see here I am steering this guy with the car, and I do have my accelerator pedal. So that is how you play games while you are sitting still in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Alright, we are back in front of the Model S Plaid screen here, and you can see that we are in the arcade. And if we hit launch Steam Beta here, it will take a couple of minutes to launch. There it goes, so it is starting up right now. And this is actually real time of how long it takes to launch Steam. So it has been about 25 seconds since I did it. There's the Steam logo. And here we are in front of the screen, and you can see right here, we can actually install all the games that we have inside on the PC in the car and play them with Steam. So I just wanted you guys to check that out real quick, what that looks like. This is a look at the frunk in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Nothing much to see here. I've only been inside here one time. The only thing in here of note is a tow hook and the ability to change your washer fluid. Nothing else to see. Very clean. The probably first or second time I've ever opened it. Alright, we're around back at the trunk of the Model S Plaid, and I purposefully left everything in here so you guys could get a good idea of the space that this thing has. And you can see I have a large Walmart box in here I have to go return. I have my camera equipment here and some shopping, and my charger right here is right underneath these clothes. And I do have the Tesla wall connector there, the Tesla mobile connector, sorry, not the wall connector. And that is what I use if I have to charge, which I really never have because I don't really drive the car that much. But that's a look at the back of the car. You also have the switches for the back seats right over there on each side of the seats as well. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed a look at my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And we hope you guys will like and subscribe to the channel, and stay tuned for all the fun things that we're going to be doing with this car on Supercar Street Racing. We'll see you next time.
Yo, it goes down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
It do go down.
Alright, yo, I took so much flack for Dude Grabs a Hot Pot, but actually this guitar was already destroyed. We had one bad take where I thought they were recording and they weren't, so this was already destroyed. And here is Dude Grabs a Hot Pot Aftermath. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today on the channel for that guy right there, there is something sitting on the table. And we're going to open that up right now and take a look. guys, welcome back to the Guys, we got done installing the Tesla wheel cap cover for the Model S, and it does fit on all the other vehicles. And there you can see it finishes off the look of the Tempest wheels, but you cannot use the aero covers now with those on, so I will not be using the aero covers anymore. But the look is way better. My only complaint about this package of wheels and tires is they are higher profile tires. So the wheels look a little small on the car. It definitely could use 20s or 21s. And now let's go inside and take a look at these actually online, because there's many choices. Okay, they did give us a couple of spare caps here, and this is the removal tool that they give you for that. So I am going to go ahead and put this in a bag here, right here. Put these two caps in the bag, and then I will place this unit into the Model S Plaid in the trunk in a compartment where we will have them if we ever go to a wheel and tire shop, so they don't struggle trying to take off the caps. But they do give you two spare caps and a little red removal tool right there, which is pretty cool to get extras. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are live, and you are down there, and we are in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing studio here, and we are going to be showing you now these wheel covers. So let's go, and it's actually called a wheel cap kit for the Model S Plaid. So if we go to Amazon, we go Model S wheel cap kit here, and we will see that there is a number of available options here that you guys can pick from on this wheel cap kit. Now the one that I bought matches the gunmetal almost perfectly. It might be just slightly off, but it actually looks really good on the wheel. Now when you see here, this guy right here, they're all pretty much the same, except for the fact that some of them come with black center caps and some come with gray center caps. I did order the ones with the gray center caps, and let's get that called up right now on the screen. So this is the Zongyu, crazy cool name, right? The names on here are hilarious. This is the Zongyu dark gray, and you guys are right there. This is the Zongyu dark gray and silver wheel center hubcap kit, and it says it is compatible with both the Model 3, the Model S, the Model X, and you get 4 center cap hubcaps, and you get 20 lug nut covers. So they give you 2 extra actually, and they are $18, and there is a 5% coupon, and I got them literally in one day, but you can get them here, right now on same day. So make sure you go, please guys, go into any of my videos when you buy something on Amazon and click any of the links. You don't have to click the product that you want that is on my actual link. You just need to click any of my links when you buy anything from Amazon, and it will help me on the channel by generating the tiny bit of revenue, since we don't make hardly anything. So this will be linked in the description, and then once you get there, you can choose from the gray. This one has red with the red Tesla logo. That's black, and then that is matte black. Matte black looks cool on black wheels. My wheels are the 19-inch Tempest, and they are gunmetal, and then the center cap, or the lug caps here, are all black plastic, which looks absolutely great. If you want to go ahead and get black lug nuts, you can do that. You can order black lug nuts for the car if you want to do that, but these look better than the stock lug nuts because the stock ones are keyed and they just don't look that great, and they're silver. There are other options available for this same deal. If we scroll down here, there is a crazy amount of options. This is one option that does not have the lug cover, or the lug nut covers. It just has the center caps. There are 20 or 30 different options here. This one comes with a little box. They all come with this little handy removal tool. Some of them have like chrome Tesla emblems in the middle. You saw my video that these are great. Says they give you customer support as well, so maybe if you need help with this, they will assist you. And that is basically it. There's so many different options that I would go with ones with good reviews, and you will be safe. And you're especially safe if you use the ones I bought, because they are great. They went right on with no problem. I did start using some needle nose pliers for it, but actually could have done it without. I just used the needle nose to kind of push the lug nuts in once I had them on the kind of lined up and ready to go. So guys, thanks so much for watching, and thank you for supporting the channel. And always remember that when I edit, I usually am live streaming, so please watch the editing sessions. It's a pretty cool creative process. And we'll see you guys again real soon on Supercar Street Racing.
All right.
Oh, yes. This is you if you break in. Yes. All right.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and right here beside me we may or may not have an entire bag of goodness from Alibaba. Everyone, we're back at the Supercar Street Racing compound, and right here next to me we have an entire bag of goodness from the picks on Alibaba. And what the picks mean is that you get each one for $1.49 with free shipping. You get to do 3, and I have a bunch of stuff in here that I ordered from Alibaba that we're going to be checking out today. Let's do it. Sitting here next to me so beautifully in this white plastic condom is some stuff from Alibaba. Now, you guys know I'm big on LED lights, so when I picked out my stuff from Alibaba, you know that I did pick out some stuff that included some LED lights. And there may or may not be a couple of the products actually in the picture today to take a look at live and doing their thing in the background here, which I absolutely love them. Digging deep into the grab bag here of Alibaba products from the picks, which are very cheap and have free shipping. The first thing that we have in the bag here is a webcam. Now this guy here is a HD webcam. It doesn't have much on the front. It says HD full video conferencing photographing, which is not a word, learning platform live broadcast, and inside of the box it does have this beautiful camera that will probably end up hooking up right back here to see what it looks like on the screen. I don't know if Linux will do anything with a webcam, so I have no clue if this will just hook up and work to Linux Mint, which is installed back here. We're gonna give that a shot here in a few minutes though, but inside of the box, you can see here, this guy does have a little like mount thing for the monitor, so you just put it right on top of the monitor like that and aim it, and we will be taking this into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to see if it actually can be used for live shots on the channel. All right, the second thing randomly pulled out of the Alibaba grab bag is, we have some heat shrink tubing straight from Alibaba. Now you guys know what this stuff is. When you are doing like wiring, cutting, and resoldering, you take heat shrink tubing and you cut it and place it over the wires after you solder it, and then you use your heat gun and it nicely shrinks everything down and puts a protective barrier over the wiring. And we got all this for $1 off of Alibaba. Now if you get this stuff from Amazon, you could pay upwards of $15 for the same thing and not get nearly as many. We have an entire bag of heat shrink tubing right here from Alibaba that was in our grab bag, and we're going to be putting that in the Supercar Street Racing garage so that when we do our next project, we have heat shrink tubing, guys. Continuing our spree here with our Alibaba picks, which we got for a total of $4.50. The next thing in the bag is, this actually goes with one of the other products. It does not count, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, this is actually a really good one. Here we have the soldered heat shrink connectors. These things are awesome, and they are expensive if you get them off of Amazon, but we got this for $1.49. And inside of this package, there are little tubes with solder in the center. And when you do wiring, instead of using the heat shrink tubing and regular solder, you place your wire on each side of one of these little connectors. You get out your heat gun, and when you do put heat on these, it shrinks both sides, and it also melts the solder right in the center and completes your connection. And so these are awesome, and it has different sizes, and they're all color coded, so you know if you want a large gauge wire, you use yellow. The red is the smallest and the blue is the middle, and this is for $1.49 on Alibaba. All right, welcome back, and you guys just saw the Alibaba picks, and we actually have 2 sets of picks right in this bag, so that means a total of 6 products here. And let's reach in the bag and see what we get next. And we do have this mini screwdriver set from Alibaba for $1.49. And you know, if you order stuff off of Amazon, it's going to be a lot more expensive than that. And when we open this up, it comes with this really cool little cute screwdriver that is like a lime green color. It has a little extension in it, and it has 32 pieces. Every kind of tip that you could actually need for your everyday life. And you guys need to order this for $1.49 on Pix on Alibaba. And what happens here is you just take this screwdriver out right here, and then you can place this extension directly into it like this, and then it tightens up with this right here. And then you just take your actual type of screwdriver tip you want, and you place it on the top of the screwdriver, and that's how you use this. So if you need your Phillips head or your flathead or whatever, everything is right here ready to go. All right, we're back again, and you can see the last two things that we have here from AliExpress are these cool LED indicators with microphones built in. Now, I ordered a ton of these. I probably have like 2 or 3 more coming, and they're very cool because you can actually change the mode behind them to make them act differently. And they do respond to audio because they have a built-in microphone. And this one big guy right here came with this little cool little tripod that you can mount it on. It is just sitting on the stand that it came with though, but like these are awesome because if you reach behind here, there's 3 or 4 buttons back here that control exactly what these guys do. And I think they're really good for the background when you're filming, and they help add to the production quality. So I ordered more of these, and we'll probably set those up in both the studio and over here in the Supercar Street Racing filming location in the house. Back from a long vacation, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Good to see you guys again. We took about a week off to go get some work done and some vacation done, and we are back today with the LED lights and cameras and all the other good tools that we got off of AliExpress on the grab bag, and we had the pick done on that, so we got it all very cheap and free shipping. Now, the first thing we're going to do right now is take a look at this camera that we got, and it is right here. I have it plugged into the USB port right here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it on so you guys can see what this thing looks like. So this is the camera. So that's about the quality of it. You can see it's not as good as the one in the upper left hand corner, which is 4K. And this is how it looks in the Supercar Street Racing production studio. And there is one of the LED lights that we got chilling on top of one of the speakers, and that is the other one right there that we got, and these are pretty cool. I do love them. The only bummer is when you plug it into a computer and the computer shuts off, you have to power this back on. That one up there is plugged into power, and so I want to change this one as well so it comes on automatically. But yeah, that's the first LED light that we got. There's 2 inside, and then there's this one that I just put in today, and these were all like a couple of dollars, so not a big deal. But that's a good look at the resolution of the web camera that I got for like $1 on AliExpress. So how's it going, guys? Testing the webcam right now, and let's go ahead and get that undone, and we'll go ahead and take a look over here at the Ali site. And I did put in LED audio, and you can see they have some really cool looking audio things for displaying, like, you know, like spectrum analyzer type things, which I love those things. And these are some of the ones that I got. So like this one is $2.48. These are $6.48. This one has an app here. These are just light sticks. This is like a real spectrum analyzer. They want $200 for it though, which is a little bit crazy. Yeah, it's a little out of control. You can get these cheaper than that somewhere, I'm sure. And there's some other different types of little audio sound bars and things like that here. But I did the pick. It was a special where you could do, I think it was $1.49 or $1.79, and you could do 2 items and you got free shipping on both. But here's another one, and you can see you have to kind of sort your way through the mess down here to figure out which one to get. The ones I got are not battery powered. They are powered by the USB, so USB Type-C on both of these guys that are up here in the corner and right here. But down here, there's so many different colors of them, and it's so hard to figure out. Sometimes you're just taking a chance, but it is AliExpress though, so you know you're taking a chance every time you go shopping on AliExpress, period. Let's go back and look at a couple more things here. Looks like there's some LED strips. Here's another RGB light strip music sound for $8.35. Here's an RGB module. Not sure what that does. Here's another one that costs what? $5. There's different kinds here. There's 32 LED, 16 LED, app control. I don't even use the app. I just push the buttons on the back, and I think they're just so cool looking that I just love them. It's like my favorite thing. So hop on AliExpress and see if you can find something for yourself. They have all kinds of cool stuff. And just remember, they're always trying to offer you like deals and % off. So make sure you take advantage of that when you get on there and do all their special deals. Now I just went to page 2 and you can see there's more LED light strips. There's laser show things. There's a RGB nightlight. There's all kinds of cool stuff on AliExpress for you to go explore and buy cheap. And when you get it, it may or may not work. For example, I got some of those hexagonal cube things that go on the background when you're gaming. They're just like, they plug together, but interestingly enough, they have a USB type A plug on the end, which is virtually unusable unless you have a USB type A male to USB type A male. You can't plug it into a power supply, so I had to order a cable, so that costs extra. But yeah, check out AliExpress and go ahead and get yourself some cool LED stuff off of there, and we'll see you guys next time, because we got to get out of here. I'm Peace. Alright, this is 0 to 85 in the 2023 Model S dual motor. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. And it's limited there. Alright, we got the Silverado trying to race the other Silverado. And this dude thinks that he's got a 5400 HD, but he's diesel. He doesn't burn regular fuel, he burns diesel.
Correct.
Right? So is that truck slow?
Not as slow as it.
Alright, we're in the 2023 Model S Plaid. And this is how you punch it. Oh yeah, just like that. Give the rabbit a massage, Bubba. It's Rabbit TV. That's so nice of you to pet your friend. You're definitely not trying to eat his face off. I know. Looks like he's checking the AC. Air conditioner's on. He's fixing the idle.
There's nobody going down. No, it's actually before it,
Oh yeah, we might have to get in the trunk.
like I said, that's where I shine.
I figure we'll probably be climbing in there in a minute. All right, maybe you should get in the trunk.
Right? I got you.
I'm not big enough, man. This plus 5 gallons of fuel.
Yeah. Every bit counts.
Back in the trunk again, my buddy.
Sure.
I forgot your name.
Michael.
Michael, the Titan. We're in the trunk. Because it's spinning. Even with the tire pressure down. It'll spin. So, here we go. All the way in. Loud as hell. Need earmuffs. That was fun. Oh, sweet. 2,000 horsepower. Perfect. 743. That's what I saw. Does it make a boost now?
Maybe 28 now.
And still maxed out on the D-cycle?
Yeah, it's maxed. We got another 2. It's not bad.
Yeah. It's not great, but...
I mean, I honestly don't think that turbo is going to make any more than that. I've never run that turbo with those small housings.
So you think it's a small exhaust housing?
I think it's the compressor housing mostly, but turbine housing too.
Would it make 743?
Yeah. You get it to make a little more, but it's not going to make a ton.
Yeah.
Just changing those housings, I think you'll pick up probably 100 horsepower.
Yeah. Okay.
You try to force it to make boost, then you're just your back pressure keeps going up.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Okay. It'll probably make more on the street, huh?
Yeah. If I could run it in 5th gear, probably would too. I don't really like to do that.
Might as well. I got the gearing for it.
It's different.
411.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, do it one more time. Hey, you think you can get in the back so I can video it? All right. Thanks, man. I wonder if you guys can fit. You think that's too much, sir?
Yeah, I think that's gonna be
Just one person?
just one person.
All right, he said just one.
One person?
Yeah.
Say now it's here.
Okay. Thanks, man. What's that? A what? Yeah, fully works. It's running the factory ECU and AEM, and they're tied together, kind of a hybrid thing, because they don't make an AEM for this car, so there's no plug and play like for the IS. So people just kind of fake it. It's got a Honda AEM. No. VVTI is off, right? It's on. Oh, it's on? Oh, it's on. Okay. Good question. I have that same question as how it's working with the Honda AEM, but I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Or maybe it's the program itself and not the actual hardware. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's got the V160, the super 6-speed transmission, built suspension, everything's done, and the motor's built top and bottom end. So I mean, it can handle every bit of this turbo. Turbo needs a bigger exhaust housing, I guess. Here we go. I saw the 31 on the boost gauge when you were running it. I was looking at it pretty close. They made some power. That's time I can tell.
It's fired though. It probably needs new plugs.
Really?
Yeah.
So that had to be like close to 800. It had to be. Because it made 743 with 3 less tons of boost. So, oh no, 754. I thought it'd be close to 800 for sure. Oh, 777. 788. There you go, 791. Man, if we could just get it up there like 8 more pounds, thing would make 900 easy.
8 more pounds?
Yeah, is that okay?
Ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you got a gap plug up. It's firing.
Do we need to do that right now, or can we do it right now?
I mean, I can get it done.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay, yeah, we might as well. I mean, they're new. I say new. They've been on the dyno now twice, but.
You know what they gapped them to?
I don't. We are back today in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom. Brad here from Supercar Street Racing with another cool project for us today. We're going to be checking out Comey LED. They sent us 24 of these retrofit LED lights to go ahead and check out and hopefully replace all the aged lighting up in the office. Now, these are not smart lights. They're just regular lights with selectable color temperature, but they have this awesome night light as well. I thought we would give them a shot right here in the office, and if I like them, we'll also do the bathroom right here. So let's get underway today and let's take a look at these Comey LED lights. Guys, we're still in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom now, where we're going to unbox this awesome set of Comey LEDs. You can see they provided us an entire box of Comey LEDs here. There are 12 in this one box. Let's go ahead and see what is inside here. Fail. Right on top of the box, we do see a little card from Comey LED. Telling about their company, their quality control, all that stuff, how to mount their lights and things like that. And then they should just be the actual lights. Let's get these out of the box. Don't need that box where we're going. And here's a great look at the packaging on the front. It's 6-pack here of their LED recess nightlight kit, and there is a 5 color temperature selection on it. You can go anywhere from 2700K all the way up to 5000K. Now remember, when you're talking about color temperature, the lower the number, the warmer the light temperature is. Most of these lights in the house are 3200 Kelvin. Up at 5000 Kelvin, you're approaching the bluish, purplish range. And inside the box, there is a nice brochure telling you here how to install the lights. And they are controlled with the switch to change it to a night light mode. There is the actual size that you have to do, 4.1 inches. And here is a look at the actual light itself. There's a twist-on connector there for you. The light is very slim, very cool looking. You should just be able to pop it into the hole, and these drywall clamps right here just clamp directly down. Now let's see what the connection method is inside. Just wiring nuts, so we just have to unwire the old lights and wire up the new lights. And checking the back of the light, there is the actual switch for color temperature. It was upside down, but you can see right now it's set on 3500K. All the way down to the bottom is 2700. That would be your warmest setting. You can't go any warmer than 2700K, which is very warm. I'll probably put them on 3000. And that's a good look at what's inside the box of the Comey LED. Alright guys, you just saw me unbox the Comey LED lights right here. These things look pretty awesome. They look pretty easy to put in. The hole size should match up with what we have in the office right now. All it should be a matter of is unwiring these lights and wiring in the Comey LEDs right in their place. Now let's dig into the Comey LEDs and get them up in the ceiling and see if we can get one wired up. Alright, it's going to be stool time again. So if I die, it's not my fault. Okay, we're up here with the old fixtures. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this bulb. Don't need that where we're going. And then, yeah, there's just 2 levers in here. There's just 2 levers there that keep it inside the ceiling, and it should just come right out. All it should have to do now is plug in the light, pop it up in the hole. And it is on 3000 K. And then you just pull these springs back, just like that. That one's done. 5 minutes. Oh, it's on nightlight mode. Alright guys, we did get done with this project. We did not do the bathroom because I went ahead and ordered 2 3-inch for the bathroom. So this is all finished up. I did have an issue where I put the wrong color temperature on a couple of them. I had to take them back out and flip the switch. My fault. Now they are currently set to night light right there, as you can see, and they look very cool. I love the way the side lights up the whole ceiling like that, and I use these during the day now when I work. Now when I do the living room, it's going to be kind of a pain because I have to find a hole saw big enough to hole saw out the old light holes. That'll be for another video when we do the living room, but for right now, that is how the Supercar Street Racing office did turn out with the new Comey LED lights. They look great. I'm so appreciative for them, and I'm appreciative to Comey LED for sponsoring Supercar Street Racing. Now let's throw it back to Brad in the bathroom. Now what we need to do is wrap this up in Studio A. Let's walk over to the Supercar Street Racing Studio A editing facility and see where you can pick up your Comey LED lights online. Hey, what's up everybody? Brad here from Supercar Street Racing, and you can see right here, today we're in Studio A taking a look at the Comey LED. Now Comey LED contacted me looking for a partnership to go check out their recessed lighting. Right in front of me on the screen right here, you do see the lights that we got from them. We have the recessed lights with night light. They're pretty cool. They do a regular recessed light with a flat surface, and then you can flip the switch on the wall, and if you flip it off and on, it comes back up with a night light. I will show you guys a picture of this right now on the screen, how it looks, and you just did see video of the entire install process. Now the ones that we picked up were 4-inch. You may need a different size if you already have recessed lighting. I'm gonna be doing the living room with the extra ones that I have, but unfortunately I will have to expand the hole because I think I have 3-inch holes in there right now, and they are 4.1 inches on the new ones. And right in front of me right here, if you do click on the recessed light with night light, you will see all of the different sizes that they offer. They have 6-inch, they have black and white, they have 4-inch, and then they have also silver, which is pretty cool. They call it brushed nickel. Here's a good look at the brushed nickel and the black ones right here. These are the 3-inch and the 4-inch right on the screen. Now here's the ones we got right now. Comey LED will be offering me a link for you guys to click through. So go in the description and click the link that was designed for you guys. I will link the main page also, but it would be so helpful if you guys would buy your products from Comey LED. These things are really awesome. They're super easy to install. It's 2 or 3 wiring nuts and just cutting a hole. If you don't have a hole, or if you have an existing hole, you might have to expand it a little bit, measure your actual hole, and then buy the light that fits that hole. And you can see right here on the screen, they have a discount by carton quantity as well. This is $119 for a carton of them. Now a carton is considered a 12-pack. I did get 2 of those for my project, and I'm so grateful to Comey LED for that. And you can see that discount if you go ahead and buy more than 1 carton. They knock some price off of it. So that's super helpful. All right guys, this is the dashboard of the channel. I am so grateful for your support at Supercar Street Racing. We want to continue to provide you guys with cool videos of cool products and just work with you guys to get the best prices on everything. But we can't do it without you. Please like and subscribe and check out all of the videos that you haven't seen yet. Watch our 24-hour-a-day Jukebox as well, and we will get back to you guys soon. We have got to get directly into the pool because it's summertime.
There never was much hope. Just a fool's.
How's it going guys? I'm Brad, this is Supercar Street Racing, and it is loud because I am right below the Dames Point Bridge. And if you feel like the Red Hot Chili Peppers right now, you're right, because this reminds you of that exact song, Under the Bridge. Check out this awesome shot right here behind me of the Dames Point Bridge in Jacksonville. Right there, Jacksport, right next to me on my right. To my left, all kinds of construction and gravel and all kinds of stuff going on. And yes, traffic directly above my head, probably hundreds of cars a minute going directly above me. Let's talk about 2 years with my Tesla Model S Plaid today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It is loud because I am underneath the Dames Point Bridge and traffic is flowing directly above me, and that is so cool. I wanted to bring you guys this edition from under the bridge because I came here years ago with the car club to take pictures. It's just such a cool location. So here we are again on Supercar Street Racing. 2 years with the Tesla Model S Plaid, and the car has 4,000 miles on it. That's it, only 4,000 miles in 2 years, and I don't plan on putting that many more miles on it in the upcoming year as well. The car has one more year to be paid off. I think I owe about $38,000 on it, and it'll be fully paid off, at which time I will be getting a brand new car. You guys don't know about it yet, but it is coming in the next year. And we have planes flying overhead, we have cars flying overhead, everything we need to make an awesome video about the Model S Plaid. Now let's get going. I'm gonna tell you what I like and what I don't like and everything that's happened in the last 2 years with this Tesla. Now let's start right here up front with the wheels and tires. These are BC forged wheels, and they were special ordered and created just for me. Nobody else has this exact set. They were tooled and created just for me for Supercar Street Racing. I got to pick the color, the finish, and also the finish on the actual hardware, which would be the little bolts right there. These are actually 3-piece forged wheels. They are lighter than the Tesla stock wheels. I don't know about how much, but they are definitely lighter than the stock 21-inch wheels, which is awesome. I do have Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's wrapped around the BC Forged wheels. Now, the cool thing about the BC Forged was BC Forged actually sent me pictures of my wheels as they were being made, and they were in the CNC machine, which is pretty freaking cool. So I got to see the wheels, I got to see the stock before it went in the machine, I got to see all the drawings, and that was awesome. I loved it. The BC Forged wheels have been great. I have made an effort not to mess them up in the past 2 years that I've had them, and I always keep this car in the garage, and I be very careful about curb rash, of course. These wheels were about $6,000 to get, and they take about 4 months to get. So if I damage one, 4 months, and I don't have a spare. Now, moving on to the tires, I have had some problems with tires, but not on the front. I have had 2 flat tires. I ran over 2 different things in the road, both metal objects that flattened the same tire. It was the back passenger tire that went flat, and both times I had to get flat towed to the tire place. The second time, I have a nightmare story. They put the wrong tire on twice. They ordered the incorrect tire twice. They got me a Pilot Sport all season. Makes 0 sense whatsoever. Now, right up front on the Tesla Model S Plaid up here, you can see a few modifications that I did right away. The lights are tinted with the satin wrap. The rest of the car is satin wrapped, and so are the front lights. It looks really cool. It gives them kind of a smoke clear look, but the whole entire car is PPF wrapped thanks to All Set Auto. They did the lights as well. And up front, right down here at the very bottom, we have the carbon fiber splitter. Looks awesome. It adds a great look to the car as well, makes it more sporty. We have the carbon fiber front V here with the black Tesla logo as well. All Set Auto gave me the black Tesla logo. I bought the rest of the stuff online. You can order your stuff online as well. RPM Tesla and some other places have exactly this stuff, and I'll put a link in the description for you guys to check it out. But that is all we have in the front right now, is just that carbon fiber. Somebody's coming. All right, moving along to the side of the Tesla now, we are looking at the camera covers here. Those are actually carbon fiber. They actually are matte carbon fiber, and they're made to match the carbon that's already on the car. The rear spoiler there is also matte carbon fiber, so you will see it matches it perfectly. They press on, it looks good. It adds some sport and flair to the already sporty Model S Plaid. All right, next up on the side of the Tesla Model S Plaid, you also can see that all of the windows are tinted, including the front window. All Set Auto also did that. But right here on the side, we have the carbon fiber mirrors. That was one of the first things I put on the car, and I think they look pretty cool. They definitely make the matte PPF wrap kind of offset a little bit, and it gives it a little bit of flair on the side and brings out the sportiness in the Model S Plaid, which it definitely needs more than it did from the factory. These carbon fiber mirrors are easy to put on, and they're just press on, and it's super simple, and they fit perfectly. There will be links in the description for that as well. Right here on the side of the Model S Plaid, we have the Model S covers for the handles. All you do is press these directly on. It's super simple. They match all the other matte carbon fiber. The weave goes the same direction as the carbon fiber that comes stock with the Model S Plaid. They press directly on, and there is the handles as they pop out. Looks pretty cool, adds another sporty touch to the Model S. Back in the rear here, we see the other size of the BC Forge wheels, the wider size. The back does have 295/35 ZR21s on it, a little bit wider than stock, which is great. You need that for traction. Even the Model S Plaid can break traction in the dry sometimes on a non-prep surface. Moving towards the very rear, we have the Model S charging cover and tail light cover carbon fiber. Now this is super easy to put on. It lines up directly with your existing charging port, and on the other side your lights. You press it directly on. It does give your car quite a sporty look and feel. So buy these also from the link in the description. We'll put everything in there for you guys to get. These are the carbon fiber charge port and light covers, and you can buy those online. Guys, we are welcoming a new sponsor today to the channel. Olight contacted me and asked me if I was interested in checking out their Warrior Ultra 2500 lumen tactical flashlight, and I was so hyped because I'm gonna give this directly to Rich after I check it out for you guys. They have olive green, gray, and navy blue. And this thing is pretty cool. It has multiple settings, so you can do like a regular light mode, you can do a turbo light mode, or you can do a moonlight mode as well. It also has a proximity sensor, meaning when it gets close to something, it goes ahead and dims so it does not damage the flashlight or the object that you're getting close to. Now the Warrior Ultra does come with this cool charging cable. You can see it is red right now because it is charging. It literally just is magnetic. You stick it directly to the back and it does charge the flashlight. Now the flashlight does feel nice and heavy. It's got a great feel to it. It does not feel cheap at all, and you'll find that for the price, this is a quality flashlight. Now as I said earlier, this has 2500 lumens. It does go up to 320 meters. It says also that it will last up to 55 days, which is awesome. Now it's got indicators also right here that show you the charging level so you always know where it is. The button on the back is grippy and textured. It gives you secure grip even in the wet. And it does come with this awesome holster, very nice. There'll be a link in the description to both of these guys. Go ahead and buy it and tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you when you get your Warrior Ultra. We're out back on the Tesla Model S Plaid, and in the back, this is the stock factory carbon fiber wing. Directly from the factory, that's how it came. There is no other modifications to the back except it has been debadged. When I got the car, it had some cosmetic problems. Tesla fixed them, and when they asked me if I wanted the badge back on, I said absolutely not. You can leave it off. I think it leaves a sporty feel to the car to not have the Tesla logo on the back. They did re-add the plaid badge, even though I thought about not doing it for a more stealth look. But the back of the car otherwise is completely stock. We did not wrap the taillights like we did the headlights. That's the back of the car, completely stock besides debadged. Now, of course, one side of the car is equal to the other side. There's nothing exciting on this side of the car to show you. It is exactly the same. So there's nothing on this side that's not on that side. Nothing to show you here. Let's move to the inside. I'll show you everything that was done inside. We're inside the Tesla Model S Plaid right now, and inside the car you can see the Model S sport seats. I bought these after the fact. They were retrofitted to the car. They cost about $6,200 to get put in, and I love them. They add a sporty feel to the car. They look much better than the stock sport seats, and if you're an aggressive driver, these have much more support. The bolsters are way firmer, and they keep your body way more into the car, and it feels like a sports car now. Before, it just felt like a regular Model S, and it looked like a regular Model S. Now I have the sport seats. Also inside the car, you can see right here, and I'll put some pictures up, we have the carbon fiber cover for the charging tray. It adds another perfectly matched matte carbon fiber look to the inside of the car, and I think it looks absolutely cool in the car. I'll put some pictures up right now of the current mileage on the car. As I am sitting and recording right now, it has 4,284 miles on it for 2 years worth of driving. I've only ever taken this car on one road trip, and that was to go get the camera that I bought about 3 weeks ago. Joe and I went down to Winter Garden and we got that camera in this car. Other than that, the longest trip was buying it. I bought it down in Merritt Island and drove it right back to Jacksonville. So there's nothing else inside this car that's not 100% stock, just this carbon fiber here. Now let's talk about any problems I've had with the Model S. So far in 2 years, I have had to put the Model S into Tesla repair twice. Now the first time I had to put it into Tesla repair, it was for the charging port. The charging port would get stuck sometimes opening up. They had to go ahead and replace the entire thing. But here's the thing, they came to my house to do it on mobile repair and the guy put the wrong charging port in. So they had to actually do it at the actual service center. They ordered the correct charging port and went ahead and replaced it with the right one. Now another time, my LTE service stopped working completely. Really odd. I could not get internet in the car, and then if I would reset the car, it maybe would come back, it maybe would not. So they went ahead and replaced the entire LTE modem in the car, and I guess that fixed it because it worked after that. Now the very last thing that ever happened just happened recently. Last week I had to put the car back in service because the GPS stopped working. Now it was working a little bit, but it was very spotty, and I did notice that when I would come to my house, it would not open the garage all the time. So when they replaced the entire GPS system and the car computer, everything worked great, and when I got home, the garage door opened like it was supposed to. So I guess that was the problem the whole time. That's the only time the car has been in the service department. It's been a total of 3 times. 2 of those times they tried to fix it at my house, 1 time they couldn't. And that's gonna do it for a 2-year wrap up with the Tesla Model S Plaid here. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I want to thank you so much for 130,000 subscribers. Please like and comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Model S down in the comment section. My buddy David just bought a Model Y. We're going to be covering that on the channel, hopefully. Brand new Model Y, and I referred him for it, so I'm super hyped to get his Model Y coverage when he buys it. Stay tuned for that. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Always buy your products through our official product link, and click down below for anything you want to buy on Amazon. Go ahead and scoop it up from us. We get a few dollars and it helps keep the channel going. It gives us just a few bucks to run the channel, and it means so much to us for your support. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys on the next one. I got to get out of here. All right, this dude's making gator bites. What's the secret?
Don't let the gator eat you first.
What, did you actually catch these gators?
Yeah. Right in your backyard.
Let's go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today is an exciting day because we have a new sponsor. Imalaza has sent us one of their smart irrigation controllers for you guys to go ahead and check out. And today we're going to be removing the old Wise controller and putting in the Imalaza controller on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're so happy to have you back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have a new sponsor in Imalaza. They have gone ahead and sent us their smart irrigation controller, which is sitting so fresh next to me on my right here. And we're gonna get that installed and remove the old Y sprinkler controller that we're not exactly super happy with. We're gonna do all that on the channel today and show you guys this thing, and let's get started now. The first thing we need to do in the step on this process is to go ahead and unbox. Let's go ahead and go inside the Supercar Street Racing kitchen and get this brand new Imalaza smart irrigation controller unboxed. All right, we are right here in front of the Imalaza ET Master Smart Sprinkler Controller. This morning on Supercar Street Racing, and our first effort of the day is going to be getting this Imalaza ET Master directly out of the box and unboxing it. But first, we're gonna take a look at the front and see what is actually on the box itself. You can see right here, it does say it has real-time evapotranspiration master technology, and it is the pioneer of intelligent watering decision model. The smart and simple way to water your yard is for hassle-free watering and a healthy lawn. You can see right there. And then down below that, it works with existing weather stations. It is synchronized 24/7, 365 a year with these weather stations. And it does say it has a ultra-stable network connection. We'll see if that is the case. And over-the-air technology gives you nice updates to keep your device fresh and updated with the latest software. Now down at the bottom, it does say, see this on almost everything now, that it only is compatible with 2.4 gigahertz networks, and these days, even if your network has more than 2.4, like if you have 5 or whatever, you can still use the 2.4 portion of your network for devices like this, and most smart home devices also require the 2.4 gigahertz networks. Now on the side of the box, it just does say Imalaza. It has their logo on the side. And on the top, it just says real-time intelligent ET Master, water smarter, not harder, which is kind of a tongue twister. Now back on the back of the box, it has some of the technologies there. Imalaza Watering Duration Expert. It lets you set up your parameters for your garden's different areas, such as your plant types and your sprinkler type. The Watering Duration Expert automatically generates scientifically precise watering durations that meets different plant needs in different seasons. So we'll see how that works with the different types of plants that we have. Now it has a Weather Genius feature. Now what that means is it does sample weather from your area and then adjust the watering based on that. And then the ET Master continuously monitors the natural evaporation of water and the amount of water consumed by plant transpiration in your garden based on latitude and longitude. So it does know your location and kind of can figure out apparently what your needs are for your specific area for watering. And on the side of the box here, it indicates that it is compatible with rain sensors, and I think it said that it was compatible with the closed type of sensor, master valve, well pump or start delay, minimize water hammer, and then optimal weather station and a water usage report from the Imalaza Smart Sprinkler Controller, which decided to go back up against the wall right there on its own. Okay, now that we've taken a really good look at the outside of the box of the Imalaza, we're gonna go ahead and unbox it now. And that simply just means opening the lid here and checking out what is inside of the box. And it looks like on top, we have the actual sprinkler controller chilling right here, looking so fly, with this cool Imalaza design on it, which is kind of like mimicking the logo here on the front of the box. And I think this thing probably just comes straight out of the box. So it separates into two pieces here. That's probably for easier installation. And apparently here is the connectors on the Imalaza, and they are clearly labeled on the top here, as you can see. And then it has some buttons here. It looks like a play, almost like a play button, play pause, and fast forward and rewind buttons. Pretty interesting there. And on the back of the box, it just says Imalaza again, smart sprinkler controller, and a place to hang it up right here. And on the front of the box, I do see a reset button right there and a barcode of some kind here, a QR code at the top, and all the connectors right there at the bottom, which you will need a small screwdriver to access. Underneath that, there is an instruction booklet here, and it does show you the wiring diagram. Looks like M is the master valve pump, 1 through 8 are your zones, S1 and S2 are rain sensors, and then your common connector is the common for all of the zone common for your zone valves. Now they give you cool little wire labels here. I already have some on my Wise sprinkler controller, but I have not figured out the wiring yet on that. We will do that out in the garage momentarily. Don't return. It says if you have questions, go ahead and scan that QR code there, and another one of the same thing. And then here's the manual for the Imalaza, and I have not opened that yet, but we will take a look at that next. And there should be a power adapter at the bottom. There is, and some anchors to put into the wall if you need those. We are going on a pegboard. We will be able to screw it directly into the pegboard. Now, a brief look at the manual here. It shows you what you'll need to actually install the controller. You're gonna need a screwdriver, possibly a hammer, a drill, and a drill bit, and then of course you need the transformer. It says to test your old controller that it is working properly before you change this out. It wants you to take a picture of your wiring. That's pretty smart because you may need that in the future. And then it says to remove your old controller, but it says make sure you turn off the power first. And then it has some instructions here for installing your new controller, and it does say using your previous photo to go ahead and wire your new controller up. Now it says right here if you want to wire up a rain sensor, it does work with a closed rain sensor, a normally closed rain sensor, and it shows you how to go ahead and wire that on the next page. And there is such a thing as a wireless rain sensor. Shows you how to wire it up if you do have a pump. I don't have one anymore. How to download the app and add the new controller to it, and the ways to do it in iOS. And Android comes up next in the list here. And then there is a Wi-Fi indicator here and some instructional videos you can go ahead and scan the QR code and get to. And some network troubleshooting if you do have problems, and then a FAQ on the last few pages. And that is pretty much everything that's inside of the box. Now we need to get outside to the garage and go ahead and take a look at what we currently have out in the garage. Now that we've unboxed the Imalaza Smart Irrigation Controller, there's a next step that needs to be done. We need to get this Wise sprinkler controller off the wall. We did that earlier today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the process of removing the Wise controller right now. All right, we are out here in the SCSR garage, the ultimate compound garage, and we are looking at our sprinkler controller here. We have the Wise sprinkler controller sitting there that has been doing its job for a long time, but to be honest with you, it doesn't do a great job of watering, especially when you have it on a rain program. It does sometimes not water for a very long time. And so today we are going to be removing this and putting in a new Imalaza sprinkler controller where we are hopefully going to improve our watering experience. Now it's a little bit tricky to put this in because there is a wire that has to run down through the bottom here and out of the... Now this is the Wise sprinkler controller. You can see right here it just connects to the wall just by this little, it just has a little clip that it goes into like that. The back of the sprinkler controller is right there. You can see the wiring is labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that before I disconnect it so I can get it redone if I have to. Okay, looking at the back of the Wise sprinkler controller, there is a 3, a 2, a yellow, and a white, and there is maybe a little bit of slack, that much slack. So that's all we have to work with right there. Let's go ahead and get a good picture of this while we can. Okay, we went ahead and took a look at the back, and this is very clear now. Very, very easy to understand. The white wire is the common wire right here. You see a C on there. The yellow wire is zone 1, the blue wire is zone 2, and the green wire is zone 3, and that is specifically labeled on these tiny little labels right here. Now there is not much slack here, so I can't pull this out very far. I don't know if this is compatible with the new sprinkler, so let's go ahead and compare power. If it's compatible, we will reuse the power. Okay, the current power adapter is 24 volts AC out. And I think that that is exactly what the controller uses, 24 volts AC. Let's go ahead and see if it is labeled as such. Output 24 volts AC, 1000 milliamp hours. I don't think it'll be a problem. We can go ahead and try it though ahead of time by taking our controller out and plugging it in and seeing if it does boot. All right, and it is firing up, no problem. And it does have some lights on in front of it. So this current power situation looks like it is going to work. So let's go ahead and disconnect the existing wiring and go ahead and rewire it. And you can see here, this is much easier than they give you for the new controller. The new controller has screws. This just has a little thing that you press down and the wire pops you right out of the thing. So green was zone 3. That fell off. Go ahead and rewire, relabel zone 3. Blue is zone 2. There's zone 3 labeled. Zone 2 is blue. So I don't have a master valve apparently because there's not enough wires for that. And yellow is zone 1. Make sure that when you put these on, you pinch onto the wire or they just fall off like these other ones did. And then this is the common. So we'll take the C on the common, just like that. My labels are wired. That is power there. We're gonna need our drill now. Take the Y's out, which it actually broke. You can see here it's broken. Gonna have to break out the black paint to patch up the wall here. Now let's see how we are going to mount our new unit. Well, look at that. It covers up the existing almost. I'm gonna do it just like that actually. And look, it also has a place here for you to just run a screw straight through. You don't have to hang it. So this will be easy. And then I'll be able to just come straight up with my wires right to here. This is gonna work out really good. Go ahead and run the screw in right there. The wiring is just gonna go just like that. Common 1, 2, and 3 right over there. Now wiring. So the power will go there. We'll need our tiny screwdriver for this. I'm gonna go grab it. All right, we did get the Imalaza controller up on the wall. Now the next step in the process is to go ahead and download the app and get this controller added to the app. And to do that, we have to download that from the App Store and then go ahead and create our own Imalaza account. Let's go ahead and get that done now. We're at the next step of our process here, and that is going to be to download the Imalaza app. So we have to go online in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get our double view going here of the phone and the GoPro. Guys, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a new sponsor, and we want to thank the Beard Club for sending us this beard grooming kit for you guys to check out. There will be a link down in the description so you can order your own, but check out this cool beardclub.com kit, and inside of the kit right here, you can see we do have beard growing vitamins right here, and these are supposed to help your beard grow stronger. We have a nice grooming brush right here as well. And this is some beard growth oil to put on your beard. This is vitamin growth spray for your beard right here in this little spray. This is some nice beard shampoo for you right here to use on your beard. And then we do have this Beard Club Derma roller here for you to use on your beard as well. All this stuff is included in the Beard Club kit here, and we would love for you guys to go ahead and check it out. And we want to thank the Beard Club for being a new sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. There will be a link in the description. Go ahead and grab yours today and let me know what you think about the Beard Club kit. Okay, we are recording on both the phone and the GoPro now, and we are going to go ahead and get this app downloaded here. So we are in the Play Store. Let's go ahead and search for Imalaza. Imalaza is right here. Let's install it. It is going ahead and downloading the app right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the Imalaza app. We have to create an account. We are going to be putting my name in. Okay, we have already signed up for Imalaza, as you can see here. We're gonna go ahead and click Add Controller. You gotta use Bluetooth, allow Imalaza to access your location, but we need to plug in this guy first. and it asked me if I would allow it to use Bluetooth. I said yes. It found our controller right here. I'm gonna click it. It wants my Wi-Fi. You guys can't see this. All right, it went ahead and connected that time. Let's name it SCSR. Let's do irrigation. It is solid blue now. It wants me to put my address in. We'll skip this part for you guys. All right, so it does have my neighborhood on here now, as you guys can see. It is flashing, kind of pulsing blue. It is pulsing blue, flashing, controller activated. And you can see on the screen here, a kind of look at my address, set up zones. Now it wants us to move outside for this next part. And we need to go outside to do this part. So let's go ahead and move outside. Yum. I went ahead and set the picture here, and let's see a quick run on this to see if it actually works. We're gonna do a 5-minute run. Let's see. There is a play button, and there it goes. Our watering on zone 1. Zone 1 does work. It is cold, so we're not watering much right now. Let's go ahead and stop the zone. Let's move on over here to zone 2, get a picture, add a photo. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick run on zone 2. All we have to do is hit the play button, and there is zone 2. And we have a problem with this head right here. So we might have to call the irrigation company on that one, but zone 2 is working. Let's go ahead and stop down zone 2 and go backyard to zone 3. All right, here we go in the backyard with zone 3. Let's go ahead and open it up. Let's get our picture sorted, add a photo with camera, zone 3 for 5 minutes. Let's hit play. Let's see if all of our valves work. Looks like they're all working. That one has a little issue, but we're gonna call Millennium Irrigation before summer and get a tune-up. So that is all 3 zones functioning properly. Let's go ahead and stop this one. All right, now that we went ahead and configured all of our zones, we need to go back into the Imalaza Smart app and show you guys exactly how that works and look at some of the smart options and some of the scheduling options on the app and go ahead and configure those for you. Let's go ahead and sit down with the phone and get that checked out. All right, we're on the front page of the app right here where it does show our weather, and you can set up a schedule by going down to schedules and hitting the plus sign. And now it says let's create an optimized watering schedule for your yard. If you hit next here, it says that you can choose between a new grass schedule and a fixed schedule, or an ET Smart schedule. It is pre-selected on fixed schedule. If we go down to ET Smart schedule, let's see what it wants us to do from here and how it knows what to do for us. We're gonna turn on all of our zones and hit next. Now it wants to water everything for 21 minutes per zone due to the fact that we are in a climate that is dry. Let's go ahead and put Smart Cycle and Soak. And what this does is helps prevent runoff by breaking up your watering time. So we've got an option here to skip rain. We got an option here to skip freezing, and we've got a wind skip also. Let's go ahead and select all those. So here is the issue here. It is wintertime in Florida, and right now it is very cold, and so I don't know if it will compensate for the cold weather or not. I have to ask the manufacturer that question. For now, I'm just gonna set up 2 days. It's gonna start on the 31st and end never. It's gonna end before sunrise, and this is going to be winter. And that's as easy as pie to go ahead and set up a watering schedule. You can see there, we have our watering schedule active, and it is going to start on the 31st. I encourage you to look at this heavily for your area and customize it if you need to. I will hit the manufacturer up about the recommended days and the fact that it is winter time in Florida. So that's going to do it from inside the app. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. And once again, if you have questions, please put them in the comments section. All right, guys, that is going to do it for today for Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you guys have tuned in today. The channel is really growing immensely. We have a lot of subscribers coming in now, but we need those video views up and we need your support. Please make sure to like and subscribe and check out some of the older videos where you have time. And we want to thank Imalaza today for being a new sponsor on the channel. You can go ahead and find a link to this in the description down below. You can order one for yourself and let me know if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask the manufacturer. I'll go ahead and ask them for you and get an answer as soon as possible. But meanwhile, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We need that more than anything. We need your support as a viewer, and we need you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links down below. Thank you once again, Imalaza, for this awesome smart sprinkler controller.
Okay, we're gonna see how close. So first I gotta find him. It's so close I don't even see him.
He's right below it. He's going under the deck now.
Where's he at? I can't get him.
He's directly below you. Like right here.
Okay, I'm trying.
He's backing up some. There he goes.
Okay, I got him. I got him. Yep. Dude, it's so hard to keep track of because it's like.
You got zoomed in that far?
Oh, it's so. Oh, yeah.
Obviously,
I got him.
Obviously you do.
Obviously. He bailed.
He's so basic.
Oh. Dude. If this thing falls off the end of this, we got problems.
That was so bad.
I'll jump in. It's waterproof, so. You see it?
Yeah. That's definitely a plus up.
If this tripod breaks too, we got issues. Oh man, he's cool. Oh, he bailed. Throw some food right here. See if we can get him. I'll just be ready. He'll come over. Heck yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, I can't even find him.
He's eating.
Yeah, I can't find him. Oh man, I'm missing all of it.
There you go.
Okay.
You got him right there.
Yep. This is how you retire. This is the key. He doesn't even realize it, does he? That.
Makes a 3-footer,
Dude.
like a 6-footer.
I can't.
Yeah, you're on it. But it's, you guys zoomed in so close, at least like get his eyeballs.
Oh! Turtle.
Turtle's taking his stuff.
Oh, he was about to eat that turtle. I gotta find him again. Oh. He starts backing off when I get like too close. And he's eyeballing the turtle. He's got a freaking turtle on his back too. Look at this guy. Come on, man, do something. You're on YouTube.
He's chilling.
Look at all the minnows swimming around his face. Those falls in the water, that's going to be a million views.
That would be.
Look at his teeth. Oh! There's a predator in the water next to him. I wish I could actually see what I'm doing, but the glare is horrendous. There's a turtle on his
I can
back.
see it from back here.
Okay, wait.
You pretty much got like parts of his head.
Okay.
You can't get the whole thing.
There we go,
You got
there we go.
You got his whole head.
Yep.
Yeah, he's coming towards it.
I like it because you can see, like, literally. Oh, shit. He's coming.
I'm gonna go over here and see what I got. I got some
You got some more food? Okay.
I want to see what I got.
Okay, cool. This alligator's just chilling, eating cat food while the turtle's harassing on his back. He's got turtles everywhere. Oh, he went under. He's gonna come back somewhere. He came back like right underneath the camera. He's literally probably 6 inches from the camera. And it's so close, he doesn't realize it. He came up on it. I mean, he could bite the camera right now if he wanted to. I can't even see the screen. I hope I'm on it. I think that's his eyes. So it's S23 Ultra 5G in telephoto from, I don't know, 18 inches away, maybe? Okay, it just got closer, he didn't move. It just got about 3 inches closer to him. So cool. Starting to hurt my hands. Oh, he keeps getting closer to the camera. I think he just oh yeah, he just realized it. Guys, that was amazing. Good video. Wait till you see this crazy video. This dude. What are you doing, bro? Yeah. Oh, he took a big old breath before he went down. And then there's turtles and everything else. You've got probably 10 turtles here. All right, so Rich created a feeding frenzy. He's got every form of wildlife. He's got alligators, turtles, fish, birds, cats, dogs, sloth, every creature.
Just waiting on the Loch Ness Monster of Ashley Manor.
Yeah, which is actually a whale's penis. Dude, I can see your wrinkles. can get so close. And he bailed. Dude, that's pretty close.
I think he wants chicken. He's tired of cat food.
It's like, I mean, you can literally see every... I see him under the water. Okay, so you can't use the super good zoom lens on 8K. It won't let you. It only lets you use like the 1X. But still. Oh, he didn't like that when I got aggressive. If he jumps up here and bites my face off or takes the phone,
Yeah, you don't want that.
dude, should I go further? Should I go closer?
That's up to you.
Oh, he left. He was like not about it. Come here, dude. Oh, this turtle was making noises. Come here, dude. I need my tripod. Eat the bacon, you little bacon eater. Yeah, man. Bacon.
Yeah, you got this for it.
Oh yeah. Get that bacon, son. Oh yeah. Damn, I can't see you.
We'll get my whole piece. You ready?
Yeah.
Wasted it.
Went to the bottom.
Yeah. No, he's gonna get it. I still see it floating.
He's right here, dude. You just can't see the screen. So much. Oh yeah. That's a good shot right there. He's right on it. I mean, you're not getting closer than that. Let's see if we can get closer. This thing falls in the water. Oh, that's a good shot. I wish I could get it. I can't see anything. It's too close. This phone's going in the water. I was underneath the dock. Dude, I can't see it. Oh, I got it. I'm up his nose, basically. I don't know, we got a couple really good ones. Oh.
Robin.
Little smoking.
That's it. That's all I got. Not going salty with cat food.
You gotta be like, dude, what's wrong with you? can't see the screen.
Oh, buddy, you got another one. Or is that's a stick out there? Is another gator out there?
That's another gator. That's another gator. There's two. There's one here. I don't know if I can get it on the screen.
It sure is. He's coming up.
There's another one.
Yep. He's running.
We got two out here. Double alligator. He ain't gonna come anywhere near this guy though, I don't think. I'll never get him. Because I can't. Let's see if I can get him. Can't see the screen.
Along that fella was right there. That soft shell. He's creeping in. Look at him.
Where's he at? Oh.
He's coming. See if we get a gator fight. They're about the same size.
Dude, if I can't. He's out there. Did I get him?
He's still there. He's pretty much directly in front of me. Beyond that little turtle there. Got his head above water.
Can't see the screen. It's so bright. Oh, I got him. Alligator number 2. We got one directly right here below us, and then one out here. And we're gonna see if we can get a fight. That one out there is hard to zoom in on, man. It's like I lose him in the.
This guy's
easy.
Yeah.
This guy. Let's see if I can touch him with the phone.
Alright. You gotta lose your phone.
Oh, you see him come up at it? Did you see him come up at the phone?
Oh yeah. It's like a friend.
Get it. Come on, make me a millionaire. Alligator bites phone. I got insurance.
And phone loses.
I got insurance.
Obviously.
Oh, did you see that? I went for it. I'm like 12 in, literally what, 12?
Yeah.
Whoa!
There he goes.
How dare you come up at the phone, bro? He literally came up at the phone. Lost him in the... Oh, there he is.
So the second gator just went under. I don't know if he's trying. Oh, there he is. He's out there. He went out a little further. He's not coming over.
Yeah, he's out there. This guy, he's ready to fight. He's like Bubba. Oh! He's back. Guys, you don't understand how bright it is. I can't. Oh. Okay, got him. Got him. I'm on top of his head. I'm going for the bite shot. Man, I got insurance. Who cares? He's going your way. It's so hard to track them when you're in like this close. They move like 1 inch and you lose everything. This tripod's gonna end up breaking and then my phone's gonna be underwater. Then I gotta jump in.
That would suck.
That would totally suck, H. Oh, here comes the other guy.
That big ass
Here
turtle
comes the
came
other
up.
guy. But here comes the gator.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
creeping, and they're about the same size. This might be a good battle.
Yeah, they are about the same size.
It's hard to get this guy in.
That big ass turtle that Trish caught just came up for a second. He showed his big old head and went back down to the bottom.
I gotta find a reference point because otherwise I can't find this guy. Okay, maybe like straight up like that. Oh, he's set sailing.
Yeah.
He's cruising out. guy?
Leroy.
Yo, Leroy.
Leroy's hanging out with us.
Leroy James. Come here, buddy.
We'll call the other one Skitty.
Okay.
He's skittish. Obviously.
This one's about to be Pacquiao, and that one's about to be Margarito. He's going out to meet his buddy.
This guy's like, hey man,
I got a lot
bacon
of
time's over. I'm leaving.
Got a lot of good footage here. Like really good up close stuff. Well, it's I can't see. Ah, I got the other one. This dude out here, that's number 2. And then we got homeboy over here, if I can get him back. Him I lost completely.
The other one, Skitty boy, he's taking off.
Yeah, he didn't know about it.
Hey guys, how are you today? You got Brad here from Supercar Street Racing, and we have something exciting to show you guys that I'm so hyped about. We took a little road trip and got something cool for the channel, and it's sitting right here in front of me on the bed. Let's take a look how we went and got this cool thing, and then we'll show you exactly what we have. Hang out with us today. Guys, we're back in Supercar Street Racing Studio A. This is also our office. This is where we do a lot of the editing right here beside me, and also our regular work is right behind me. But right now in front of me today, you saw what we did. We went down to Winter Garden. We had a nice little road trip in the Tesla, the first road trip ever, and the longest trip I ever did in the Tesla. And we picked up something cool that's sitting right here in front of me today. And I've been wanting this thing for over a year. I just have not been able to find the right one or pull the trigger on it, but I had a little bit of extra money from the channel and I bought this right here. Let's take a look at it. Okay guys, look right here what I have on the bed. This is my brand new Canon R5C. It's new to me at least, and I have been wanting the R5C for a really long time. At least 2 years I've been searching for an R5C with lenses and everything else for a good price. This one did come up in Winter Garden, Florida. I went ahead and zipped down there with Joe and we picked up this Canon R5C. And as you can see, the R5C has a lot of extra gadgets with it. It has a small rig cage around it, as you can see here. It's got the trigger pistol grips there. It has a manual focus control, which we are going to be removing. That is for doing movies where you follow somebody with the handle and you focus with this hand. I will not be needing that. It has an anamorphic 35mm lens with a 1.33 aspect ratio right there on the front. It does have a couple of the small rig batteries, and those are awesome for charging the camera up. They give you way more battery life than just the internal battery. What they do literally is hook up just like this to the camera and they charge the internal battery and the camera runs off the internal battery. So this is the R5C. This is a hybrid camera. It is one of the cinema cameras from Canon. It is made specifically for doing both video and photos, and it is a full frame camera, meaning it has a full frame CMOS, no cropping. It does 8K, no problem, and it does have a 512 gigabyte CF Express card that came with it as well, and it's a genuine one also. It's not a clone CF card. Here's a good look at the back of the R5C. The small rig battery is sitting so fly right there. It is at 84% and it did charge the internal battery up all the way. It does have a screen right there with all of the data on it. I will show you guys later. And the viewfinder itself is covered up by the small rig batteries. That is why you don't see the viewfinder. I will not be using the real viewfinder, most likely just the screen, as I will be doing a lot of video work with this. You do see the small rig cage on here with the handle on the top. That also is pretty cool for doing video. I ordered some other things that are in this box as well. We're gonna have to take a look at those right after this message from our sponsor. Now, this is a quick word from our sponsor. Shungite World is new to supercar street racing. They reached out to me and asked me if I would mind taking a look at some of their cool little decorative products. I said, of course, I would love for you guys to sponsor one of our videos. So right behind me here on the table, we have some cool little products from Shungite World. Let's take a look at these. Okay guys, right in front of me we have all kinds of cool little products from Shungite World sitting right here. For example, this tall pyramid right here, it is polished. It looks pretty cool. These guys can sit anywhere in your house. This one right here is called the tall pyramid. These are the cubes. That is a regular pyramid that has not been polished. This one has been polished. So you can get these guys in two different forms here, either polished or non-polished. They also have spheres, as you can see right here on the screen. I am going to go ahead and put a link to 5 or 6 of these guys in the description so you guys can check it out. They also have the powder available for doing arts and crafts, and then the powder can also be used for a pigment for paint, so that's pretty cool. And then they did also include these cool little stick-on dots, which are very interesting. They have 3M on the back, and you can stick these anywhere as a cool little decoration. Shungite World was very kind to go ahead and send out a sample box to us. Please support them by buying the links in the description. Get your Shungite cool little decorative products from Supercar Street Racing, from Shungite World. Now let's get back to the video. All right, you guys just heard from Shungite World. Very kind of them to go ahead and sponsor Supercar Street Racing. But now there's some goodies in this box right in front of me. We need to get this thing opened up and see everything that I bought for the new Canon R5C. That's new to me, but it's not brand new. Let's get this box opened right now and see what all is inside of it. This box sitting so fresh and fly in front of me is full of stuff that we need for the Canon R5C. We have our patented knife here is having problems. So also with the R5C, we did get this awesome lens. It is a 24 to 105 RF lens. Yeah, there is the lens right there for $12.99 with much better reviews. A lot of times people get sent out foreign lenses instead of US versions. So yeah, this is a 24 to 105 lens right here, f4. And inside of the box, we do have a tripod from Small Rig. So now I have a lot of the Small Rig gadgets. This is supposed to be compatible with the cage here. We'll see if it actually does work or not. We also have a triple charger with 3 extra camera batteries. Not that I'll ever need extra batteries, but it wasn't that much more to go ahead and get that, so I did get that. And then we have a battery adapter. What this does is allows you to power the camera directly from AC. It's a fake battery that you put in, and you can plug your camera in and use it for any length of time, such as things like time lapse, or if you're going to be shooting in one spot for a long time and you don't need portability, this is what you do. Let's get all this stuff opened up. There'll be links in the description for all this and the Canon R5C and all these lenses. Let's get busy. This is the battery adapter. It's a fake battery that allows you to go ahead and power up your camera, and this little cord right here will jet out of the door. There is instructions on how to assemble this and put it into the camera, but basically this goes in the camera and powers up the camera so that you can work on the camera all the time with AC power. They had this cool little felt bag right here. Inside the bag, we do see the actual power adapter right there. So that plugs into this part right here, and then of course the power cable goes to the adapter right there. So that's the battery AC kind of hack for powering up the camera all the time. This should be a battery charger and 3 batteries, and here are the 3 extra batteries that fit a lot of the Canon products. This is one of the aftermarket batteries, LP E6NH. It does have a USB cable with it, and it is a USB Type-C to our existing USB power, and it did come on. It has a cool little display showing all the batteries charging. This is awesome. So that is the triple battery charger. Link will be in the description for that. All right, guys, now that we have our R5C right in front of us, I'd like to go ahead with you guys and try to remove this manual focus. Let's get this thing up on the desk. Okay, so the first thing is that just turned, this little lever turned, and then this manual focus did come right off. And then we should just be able to pull the rod out like this. And then for this next step, we will need Allen screwdriver. Definitely was tight, very tight. So that is that. That came directly out, so no problem whatsoever. I will store all these. I'm gonna live with that just for now because I'm gonna be changing lenses anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and leave on this pistol grip. It might make it a little bit easier to do video with for now. Here's a look at the small rig battery pack on the back. You can see it is up to 84%. It charges with USB-C and it has USB type A and C outputs. It's connected directly to the side of the R5C. This mount protector right here, basically what that does is it tightens down on your cables and prevents them from bending, because there's a big problem with this camera and using these side ports. They get bent, and there's a small USB-C and a small HDMI mini, I believe it is, on the side, and they're notorious for getting damaged. So that is a look at the back of the R5C and the top of it right there. And there's the 35mm anamorphic lens. We're going to go ahead and shoot a segment with that right now, and I'll show you guys in post-production how we take that anamorphic 1.33 image and then we de-squeeze it in post. And what that does is allow much more data to be added to the view. So it basically has a much wider field of view. This is now the small rig tripod unboxing. So let's get this tripod directly out of the box here. Let's see what's inside the bag, and let's see if it actually does work with the small rig cage. All right, we got the small rig tripod undone. Really cool packaging. It was packaged very nicely. No issues at all with that. It's pretty cool. It has red anodized rings and some red anodized clamps right here. Okay, it was pretty simple. I watched the video here. What you do is unscrew this part on the tripod a lot. This little piece that goes right here comes out, and then that piece screws directly to the bottom of the camera, just like that. Pretty easy. Now the camera should just sit on top of here and be screwed back down to tighten it up. And there we have it. It is ready to go on the tripod now. Super easy. Just of note here, it also did come with this cool clamp for like a phone or a tablet. So if you want to use it for that, you have the ability to do that as well. Okay, before the battery dies in the GoPro, we have a mission now to transfer the DJI mic to the R5C, and it looks like there's an audio input right here. I was able to use the same shoe to attach the DJI mic to the camera. Now all I have to do is tighten down this little clamp right here. So I will go ahead and connect the mic right there, and I'll be done with the mic part. We went ahead and put the tripod on the stand. There is a leveling system right here. There is bubbles on it also to show you that it is not level right now. You can fix this by just opening up these screws and then adjusting the camera till it is level. We're gonna shoot some video with just a tiny bit of light. We only have the light in this room and the light from this big lamp pointing at us. So this is what it's gonna look like next. You're gonna see us shooting from the R5C, the first video ever shot from it. I'm gonna try to shoot at 4K, 24 frames per second. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. All right, guys, so I poked around a little bit inside the Canon R5C menu and watched a couple of videos. I went ahead and changed the lens out to the 24 to 105. You're looking at this lens right now zoomed all the way out. It is shooting in 4K at 24 frames per second. I want to see how that looks in DaVinci Resolve as well. So that is the first look at the Canon R5C at 24 frames per second, 4K with no light except for just available light right inside of this room. Now let's take a look at how you can get your own Canon R5C on Amazon. All right, we are right in front of Amazon right now, and we are actually using the Canon R5C as we speak. And here is a good example of a refurbished R5C with lenses and memory and things like that. Beware of some of these though, because they are also sometimes foreign cameras, which may not have a warranty. So sometimes these good deals come with the caveat that you got a foreign camera, so it's not a US based camera. There is a body right here for $29.99 available. That is no lens. That is what the camera is going for right now. $29.99. You would have to buy your lenses completely separately. So the 24-105 is what we are shooting on right now. That is a good lens for a starter lens. I am going to buy a 15mm wide angle lens to do vlogging on. Go ahead and check the link in the description. I'll have some options for you for the R5C. And we want to thank you guys for 108,000 subscribers now. Very cool. This is so amazing of you guys to help us and support the channel. Go ahead and go down in the description and order a Canon R5C if you would like to try one out. Grab a lens. And thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing. Order anything you want also when you go down in the description. You don't have to get the Canon. You can buy anything you want, and it does help us out so greatly. And we got to get out of here, guys, because we have to go to lunch soon. Let's go.
Unbelievably amazing, and it's the most. And I've been in a lot of wine regions in the world, and it's probably the most beautiful one I've ever seen.
That's what I've heard.
It's like on par with like Sonoma.
The best sunsets come after the storm. Look at that right there. Look at that beautiful sunset over Florida. Goodbye, Hurricane Debbie. All right, so remember the video I posted earlier about it's about to yeah, it is freaking pouring right now. Florida life confirmed. Guys, so I was chilling on this treadmill, saw something in my backyard, unusual, and I come out here and there's a dead bird right here. Really strange, but yeah, I don't know what kind of bird it is and what happened to it, but it's been gone for a minute, I think. So sorry I wasn't even on the thing, but I mean, I'm gonna throw this thing to the alligators. It's 100% gone, so I'm gonna get my gloves on here and get rid of this thing, see what happens with the alligators. Alright, so I think this thing's dead. Yeah, this thing's fully dead. It's stiff. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, he's not interested in it. Oh, he left. He doesn't care. Wow. Okay, that's great. Wait, he's coming back. Yep. He's gonna take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I feel really bad for the bird, but goodbye, bird. He went under with that thing because his buddies were coming. He had one there, and he is gone with the wind. And I see bubbles. He is 100% bailed. He's got it right there, look. He's got it. See if I can zoom on this 8K. I mean, I'm not getting anywhere near him. He's in defensive mode right now because they're all trying to get his food. He's taking it because something else came over and wanted a piece. And I can see it traveling underwater. He's going to come up in a second. I'm surprised the big one, or the bigger one here, didn't want some action. Real predatorial. He took it under again. And I don't think we're going to be able to watch him chomp down on it. He's taking it over to his little area so his buddies can't get him. Yep, he's got it way over there now. And I don't know how good this video is going to look zoomed in, but that's as far as I can get. He's taking it to his little house. There's some other birds over here kind of eyeing the situation closely, but also his buddy's heading that way. I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes. Yeah. Come on, man, eat it. Or your friends are gonna come eat it. He's just chilling with it now. Let's see if I can get closer with a different lens. All right, I changed lenses to 4K resolution and I can get a little bit closer on him. But he's literally not doing anything with it. He's just sitting there. And I don't know why he's not chomping down on it. He's got it around his mouth. I can't get closer with that lens. Alright, I don't know what he's going to do. I'm going to watch him for a minute. See what happens. And he's got a friend or two out here waiting to see what he's going to do. His buddy's down here somewhere. Right there. But he's still just chilling. I think he's waiting to see if they're going to try to take it from him, or maybe he's not hungry yet. But wow, that was very cool. Bubba, why do you sit with your arm hanging off there, like you're all posing because you're on YouTube and you're the most famous cat on YouTube?
Why are you trying to be all dominant? You trying to be dominant, Bubba.
Look at this leg hanging off.
Just because you got
just one leg. So you guys are familiar with OpenAI ChatGPT, right? Well, today I asked OpenAI to write his own version of Little Red Riding Hood, and then I let him both edit it and voice over it. Let's see what happened. Tell me about Little Red Riding Hood in your own words.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest. One day, her mother asked her to take a basket of food to her grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey. As she walked through the forest, she met a sly wolf who asked her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent child, told the wolf where she was headed. The wolf then suggested that Little Red Riding Hood take a longer path to her grandmother's house, so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first and disguised himself as the grandmother. When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed. Little Red Riding Hood was then tricked by the wolf and eaten up. But luckily, a woodcutter nearby heard her cries for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers. Little Red Riding Hood is a popular fairy tale character, known for her distinctive red hooded cloak. In many versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind heart who is tasked with taking food or medicine to her sick or elderly grandmother who lives alone in a cottage in the woods. While on her way, Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her into revealing where she is going and then leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that he can eat her too. However, in most versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter or hunter who hears her cries for help and saves her and her grandmother. The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many different forms, including books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters, such as a father or a romantic interest for Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution around strangers remains an important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold and adapted many times over the years. The story typically involves a young girl, known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to deliver food to her grandmother, who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf who convinces her to take a longer path so that he can reach her grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, while in others, a hunter or woodsman saves them by cutting open the wolf's stomach. The tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of talking to strangers and wandering into the woods alone. The origins of the story are unclear, but it is thought to have been passed down through oral tradition for many generations before being recorded in written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697 by French author Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the red hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms, including plays, films, and books. It has been retold in many different cultures and languages, with variations ranging from humorous to dark and violent. The story revolves around a little girl named Red Riding Hood, who sets out to visit her sick grandmother who lives in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path and not talk to strangers. However, as she walks through the forest, Red meets a wolf who asks her where she's going. Red innocently tells him she's on her way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and sets off to the grandmother's cottage himself, where he devours the old woman and disguises himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to be her grandmother and tricks her into coming closer. However, Red quickly realizes that something is wrong and sees through the wolf's disguise. Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
All right, we are back, and I have not watched this yet. I wanted to watch it first with you guys. You guys have already seen it. I have not, so let's go ahead and give this a play.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest.
Okay, not bad.
One day, her mother asked her to take a basket
Girl
of food
and her
to
grandma,
her grandmother
okay.
who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey.
Debatable.
As she walked through the forest,
The wolves
she met
are
a sly
good, that
wolf
actually
who asked
matches.
her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent
Maybe
child,
it's a little
told the
girl
wolf
with
where she
bubbles.
was headed.
Not sure if that's
The wolf then suggested that
pertinent.
Little
What are the
Red
people
Riding Hood
swimming?
take a longer path to her
Like, what
grandmother's
is
house
this?
so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first
It's
and
a house,
disguised
I
himself
mean,
as the
kinda
grandmother.
fits.
When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed.
Not bad.
Little Red Riding Hood
Another
was then
house,
tricked
so
by
just
the
kind
wolf
of a
and eaten up.
generic.
But luckily, a woodcutter nearby
That's
heard
a
her cries
woodcutter.
for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers.
Grandma?
Little Red Riding Hood
Okay,
is a
that
popular
actually
fairy
is
tale
a Little
character
Red Riding
known for
Hood,
her
maybe,
distinctive
except for
red-hooded
the
cloak.
superhero mask
Little Red
there.
Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a
And
kind
now
heart
it's just
who is
kind of
tasked
going
with
off on a
taking food or
tangent
medicine
about
to her sick or
the
elderly
story,
grandmother who lives alone in a
how
cottage
it,
in the woods.
what it's about, and
While on
what
her
it
way,
means.
Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her
That,
into
yeah, the
revealing
forest
where
shot
she
is not
going
too
and then
bad.
leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for
True.
Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that
Bicycle
he can eat her
tricks,
too.
I guess.
However, in
Totally
most versions
doesn't
of the
fit.
story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter.
This kind of
or
fits
hunter
what
who
he's
gives her
actually
cries for help
saying,
and
but not the
saves her and her
story
grandmother.
itself.
The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many
Yeah,
different
I mean,
forms,
it's a
including
library.
books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters.
Again,
such as
I
a
had
father
nothing to
or a
do with
romantic
these scene
interest for
choices.
Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution
Hey,
around
it's working so
strangers
far,
remains an
mostly.
important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold
Unicorn?
and adapted many times over the years.
Blade Runner?
The story typically involves a
Hey,
young
there's a
girl
unicorn.
known as Little Red Riding Hood who is sent by her mother to
That has
deliver
literally
food to her
nothing to do with
grandmother
it.
who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf
Or
who
this
convinces
is
her
like
to
a guy
take a
running
longer
through
path
the
so that he
streets
can
of a
reach
city.
her grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother.
You
while
could
in
make
others,
this
a
fit.
hunter or
You
woodsman
can't see her
saves them
back.
by
Maybe
cutting
she's
open
got a
the
red
wolf's
hood
stomach.
on. Who knows?
The tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers
This
of
kind
talking
of
to
fits
strangers
what
and wandering
the
into the
AI
woods
is
alone.
saying, but not the
origins
story,
of
and
the
that's
story are unclear, but it
some
is thought
sort
to
of
have been
instrument.
passed
I
down
don't
through
know
oral
what
tradition
that
for many generations
has to
before
do
being
with
recorded in
anything.
written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in
Maybe
1697
you could call
by
this
French author
okay.
Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the red hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms,
Okay, I think
including
it
plays,
took the word
films,
film
and
on
books.
this one, and
It
like
has been retold in many
I don't
different
know what
cultures and
welcome
languages, with variations
languages.
ranging
Okay, I
from
put
humorous to
welcome in
dark and
every
violent.
language.
The story revolves around a little girl named
And now
Red
it's sort
Riding
of going
Hood,
off
who
on a
sets out to
tangent
visit
about
her
the
sick
story
grandmother
again.
who
Same
lives
thing.
in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path
Red.
and not talk to strangers.
It keyed in on the word
However,
red.
as she walks through the forest,
Now this
Red
girl's got
meets
a red
wolf who
shirt
asks her
on.
where
She's
she's
walking,
going.
so I think it
Red
sort of
innocently
got
tells him
that
she's on her
wrong.
way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and
I mean,
sets
this
off to
could
the
work.
grandmother's
Like, I
cottage
mean, you
himself,
could throw
where
it
he
in there.
devours the
Nobody
old
would
woman
really
and
ever
disguises
notice.
himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to
No
be her
driving at
grandmother
all in
and
the
tricks her into
story. I
coming
don't
closer.
know what that's about.
However, Red quickly realizes that something
Looks
is wrong
like the
and sees
Humpty
through the
dance.
wolf's disguise.
Humpty Hump.
Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
Just like that has nothing to do with it. Okay, so that's it. That's the OpenAI and artificial intelligence version of Little Red Riding Hood. I thought it would be funny to just let it do everything and then see the reaction afterwards, and that was pretty funny. Guys, thanks for joining me today. We'll see you next time. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing matte black garage, there's a surprise coming for this guy. But what we're doing today is we are going to be removing the Trojan batteries from this guy. They are shot and they need to be taken out, so we're going to go in there and remove them, and at the same time we actually get to see what controller we have finally, and that's today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, so the first thing we have to do right here, right now, is get this seat off because it is blocking the lovely batteries. We no longer need this charger, probably ever again. And the seat can just sit happily right here while we disassemble this entire unit. Pretty much everything with red gets 48 volts. Here, over. Yeah. All right, just had lunch with Rich over there and got some plastic from him to put the batteries on because of the acid issues with them. And so I got out the little crossbar thingies and I have the battery removal. And this is how you remove the batteries. Like this. Oh. Okay, wow. I wasn't expecting the batteries to be that heavy. They are beasts. Got all the batteries out, and now we are going to clean out this. Made a mess underneath there with all the corrosion that fell out. But I'm going to try to clean this out as best I can. It's going to be difficult. I don't know. Alright, I got the golf cart all nice and detailed and ready for the eco battery install. And I am about to call those guys here at 9 o'clock and see what the deal is with getting the eco battery and the AC motor and controller. And then I'll update you guys after that. But this thing is ready. The engine bay is cleaned out, and let's get to getting. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing Brad here. Little update, quick update on installing the battery tender junior. You can pick this up on Amazon, very cheap. I think it's like $25, and it comes with a end that has alligator clips like this. But what we are doing today is we're going to permanently install these, so that all I have to do is plug it in to charge the battery. I'll show you that here in a second. Got my socket wrench here. I'm going to pull this top connector off the negative. There's that one. Pull this one off the positive. That is very tight. Very tight. That almost stripped. I'm going to go find the correct size. Got these battery posts off. Now mine are different from some because I have the top post. So I am going to take this battery tender junior connector right here. Comes with a permanent loop for it. I'm going to put I got the caps off of the posts, the top caps. Nuts, sorry. Was looking for the correct word. And now the battery tender junior has these posts here that just go right on them, and you can pull this out if you need more width. I'm going to go ahead and connect those to the back there and run the wire on the side, and I'll be right back. I got the battery tender junior installed here. All I have to do now is tighten these nuts up, and shouldn't be a big deal after that to run the wiring back behind there. I'm going to go ahead and tighten these two up, and then I'll show you guys how I am going to route the wiring. Alright, we got our battery tender junior
hooked up right here. So this, again, this is $25 on Amazon. I will leave a link in the description. You can see the red light on there. That means it is charging. It will flash green, I think, when it's 75% charged, and then solid green when it's charged. So that means this battery needs to be topped off. Right here we've got that permanently wired to the posts. It runs around the back of the battery and zip tied to the side there. Now all we have to do is just lightly close the hood, and this will keep our battery topped off because I don't drive the car very much, maybe once a week. So good mod for the IS300 from Supercar Street Racing.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today, and we are outside in the beautiful SCSR compound backyard with a live studio audience of alligators all around us to take a look at the Jigsaw, and we're going to do that next, so hang tight. Welcome back again to the channel, and we are out here on the dock with the Jigsaw that was provided to us from the manufacturer, which we're going to be taking a look at this today, and then this is going to be going over to Rich and Trish as a Christmas present. But this is a 4-inch mini chainsaw. They have their email address right here on the front, jigsaw@gmail.com. They did contact me and asked me if I wanted to take a look at this, so we are going to be looking at this today, testing it out in the yard, and getting this thing unboxed on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, we are out here with the Jigsaw 4-inch mini chainsaw, and once again, this is a good look at the box. You can see it right here. It is yellow and black, kind of taking from DeWalt. It's got some tips here for you about wearing eye gear, keeping away from children. When it's used for the first time, it needs to be fully charged. And extend the life of your chainsaw. Don't cut branches over 4 inches long, so we won't attempt to do that today. And now let's see what's inside here before we have to get this thing out and get it charged up for use. Alright, on top there's some protective foam right here, just keeping our Jigsaw all healthy, and then a little instruction manual here. Keep away from small children. The thin film may cling to nose and prevent breathing, so they're talking about this, I believe, this plastic bag here. And then there's a warranty here to activate that you have to scan on your phone. They gave you some nice pink and white Michael Jackson gloves here, or you can give them to your mom. And then inside the box here we have the Jigsaw. We have some chainsaw oil right here, but it is empty. We have a Jigsaw rechargeable battery right here. We've got your standard power adapter here that has a little charge indicator here on the corner. And then inside the box further, way inside the box, way deep inside the box, is this Phillips screwdriver, which they provided you if you do have to do any kind of adjustments on the Jigsaw. Now, using the Jigsaw is just as simple as taking their battery here and pushing it straight in like that. But it does say to fully charge the Jigsaw battery before you use it at all. So we're going to do that now, but first we're going to take a deeper look at the instruction manual. So I just wanted to point out before I start charging the Jigsaw that you cannot charge the battery while it is in the device. So there's no putting power to this while it is running, because the charge port is underneath there, and you just place the charge in like that. And I'm going to go ahead and get this plugged into the wall while we talk more about the instruction manual. We do have the Jigsaw on the charger now, and while our studio audience looks on, let's take a look at the instruction manual. And of course the first page is just all the warnings. So, you know, go ahead and check this out, and the scan for the activation of your warranty. And then the second page is talking about the work area safety, electrical safety, and personal safety. Some more safety stuff for the Jigsaw. And then how you care for your tool. So don't force it. Use the correct power tool for your application. Don't use it if the switch doesn't turn it off and on. Disconnect the plug from the power source and or battery before making any adjustments, of course. Recharge with the specified charger, of course. Use power tools only with the specified battery packs, of course. And a few other warnings here about using the Jigsaw. And then how to get service here, of course. And then a little thing about the technical specifications on the chainsaw. It's a 4-inch chainsaw. It weighs 2.5 pounds. And it has a 18,650 battery with 21 volts and a 2,000 milliamp hour battery, 2 hours of charging time, and you can work on this variable up to 45 minutes. And it does show you a picture here again of plugging in the charger to the charging jack. And it needs to be fully charged, so it is on the charger right now before we can use it. Now it shows you how to remove the chain if you need to, how to install the chain and lock the case. And it does show you how to put oil in it. It does not have oil that came with it. The oil was empty. You have to get your own oil. Shows you how to cut here, some things about the warranty. And that is it in the instruction manual for the Jukebox chainsaw. Now let's get all safetied up and do some cutting with the Jukebox. Okay, I did let the battery charge overnight and it did not turn green on the charger right here. So that's an indicator of either the battery charger is not working or there is a defective power supply, something like that maybe, but I'm gonna go ahead and hook the battery up anyway. I did contact the manufacturer, I emailed them, just waiting for a reply, but until then we'll go ahead and hook up the battery and see if it actually works. Alright guys, as you can see, we just got done using the Zeke saw. No problem whatsoever. The battery worked fine, so I don't know what's up with the charger. But I'm going to get this thing cleaned up now, and then we're going to throw it to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio to wrap this up and take a look at this guy online. But let's clean this up first so we can give it to Rich. Now that you guys saw what this thing can do in the yard, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio to talk about this Zeke saw and how you can get one too. We're back once again in the 4K production studio. You're on Supercar Street Racing and I'm Brad, and it has been my pleasure today to show you this Zeke saw 4-inch mini chainsaw. We have the 6-inch right here up on the screen. They do have the 6 and the 4-inch. And right now the 4-inch is a crazy $26.99. And you get a set of gloves with it. And it is a pretty awesome little chainsaw. Now you can see right here, it does have a 4.6 star review. Lots of good reviews here. And the company was so kind to send me one to show you guys. And this is actually going to be Rich and Trish's Christmas present. So I am going to give that to them after this. But if we take a look at here at the pictures, you can see right here, oiling pretty easy there. 22 foot per second chain speed. It is a 4-inch chainsaw. And they recommend that the maximum that you cut with it is a 4-inch log. Right here, it's showing you how easy it is to use. All you have to do is charge the battery, pop it in there, push the safety, and go ahead and pull the trigger, and you can cut with the Zeke saw chainsaw. And here's a lovely person in the yard using her Zeke saw. And there it shows you that is a 21 volt power supply, and it charges in 2 to 3 hours, and it's supposed to have a long life. And then here's a little video on how to replace the chain. So we'll take a look at this now. So you just literally just take the chain out, move the tensioner, put the new chain on the plate, make sure it's going in the right direction, and throw it right back on the little mini chainsaw there. And that's all there is to changing the chain on the Zeke saw. And then if we get into the reviews here, we'll see some 5-star reviews that say it is praise, but some whining. That's fine. If the motor whines, it actually is a chainsaw. And it says it's lightweight, does a great job for a small saw, and actually does. It's well made and super convenient, and dismissed my yard people. I don't know if I'm going to be so quick to dismiss my yard people, but I did enjoy working with the chainsaw. Some of the 1-star reviews, not as advertised. I don't understand that, and don't even think about it. And bad issues with chain tightening mechanism, battery melted and fell apart. So I have not had any of those issues with mine. Now the link to the Zeke saw chainsaw is going to be down in the description below. Make sure you click through our affiliate links. Make sure you like and subscribe. We appreciate you guys so much. And when you buy anything from Amazon, click through any of my links. It doesn't have to be what you're looking for. We get a small commission on the station, and it helps us grow. And as a channel, we love you guys. We got to get out of here, though. It's Sunday. We got to go get some breakfast. Hey
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and what we are looking at today is part 4 of the golf cart audio install, and I am going to insert some clips over that to kind of explain what's going on in the clip this time, because there's not a lot of dialogue. It's just me working, and I didn't give a good explanation of it. So you'll see that now on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today, as you can see here, we're going to be working on the golf cart audio system again, and we are doing some electrical wiring. Now this clip you're seeing here is me working in the battery tray, and there are lead acid batteries in that tray that provide 48 volts to the golf cart systems. In order to run the amplifier and everything for the car audio, we want to bring that down to 12 volts. We do have a 12 volt voltage reducer, and this master switch that I am installing is going to drop that 12 volts down to, that 48 volts down to the 12 volts that we need to run the audio system. I hope you guys enjoy it.
All right, we got the power switch in, and now we're going to do some more work on power and things like that. right here, what you're looking at on the screen now is my Blaupunkt Epicenter. Comes with a remote control for the base knob, and it has a little LED on it. Well, I was going to put this in the dash, but I decided to put it in the back because you really don't adjust it that much. I mean, it would look cool in the dash and all that, but I decided to put it right behind me. I could reach back and adjust it if I ever need to. So what I did was I removed the Epicenter volume control from the actual metal mounting plate, and I removed the LED from that as well. And now I am soldering the LED back to the wire. I made like a longer wire to connect the LED to the little circuit board, and I'm soldering that, drilling the hole for the LED, and mounting this stuff in the back of the golf cart. Alright, I'm going to install these bus bars now up front. One for positive, one for negative, so we have a place to actually run wiring. What do you know about Van Halen? Do you see it? Van Halen! It's literally Van Halen. You don't have it. Out in a supercar street racing garage, and today our mission is simple and clear. We're going to detail this golf cart. It does get dusty sitting in here, and right here we have all the tools that we're going to use to detail the golf cart. And so I'm going to take you through this step by step and show you what I like to use, show you how I do it here on the channel. We're going to get this golf cart looking fresh again, and then we will also do the wheels and tires with my favorite wheel and tire stuff. But as you can see, it is quite dusty from sitting out here in the garage, just like the car gets to. The car has to be dusted off every once in a while. Let's get busy today and get this golf cart nice and fresh looking and back the way it was once on the channel. Supercar Street Racing. I did leave the tablet plugged in outside and the power is mostly off to the golf cart, so this would be mostly dead right now. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in the tablet as a first step so this thing can be charging, and it's probably going to come on and say 0.0 power is available. Yes, it is starting to charge right now. Let's go back outside to the golf cart. The most important thing when you detail your car is having rubber gloves so you don't get these chemicals all over your hand. Now the first thing I'm going to do is wipe the golf cart down with the wax and dry spray wax. It's pretty much like Quick Detailer. It says spray on a wet car, but I use it on a dry car as well. So let's go ahead and wipe down the body of the golf cart with this detail spray.
Okay, we did finish wiping the body down with the quick spray detailer. Now we're going to move on to the seats and some of the plastic parts, and we are going to use the leather conditioner first for the seats, and then we'll find something to use on the rest of the golf cart for all the plastics. So let's rock. We're going to be using the 303 protectant here for all of the plastic parts. So let's get another rag for that one. Okay, we got our protectant now. We're going to go ahead and wipe down the lithium ion battery in this thing and the battery compartment. So I'm going to go over to the other side and start on that. Okay, we're going to work on our wheel and tires now, and for that we have the Hybrid Solutions Wheel Cleaner and Tire Prep and the Hybrid Solutions Graphene Acrylic Tire Shine. But unlike last time, I think I'm going to attempt to get back behind there and do the back of the wheels as well, which is going to suck. I'm going to put another towel down in the back so I don't get anything on the floor. And I'm going to use the dirty rags from the detail. All right, out here in the SCSR garage, and we have successfully finished detailing the 72 volt lithium ion golf cart. And just be aware, it is thundering and lightning like crazy now, but I just wanted to show you guys the final product and then go over what we use. So here is the golf cart. It does have a eco battery 72 volt conversion, along with a nice Navitas controller and a Navitas motor, which has been also converted to AC from DC. Most carts are DC. Mine is converted to AC motor and 600 amp controller. And we did detail the entire golf cart, including the wheels and tires, and we did get inside the wheels as well, so we went behind the wheels to get all the grime out of that. So to go over everything we used on the golf cart, we used the Turtle Wax Wax and Dry on the body itself. Here comes some lightning. Wow. It is. Yeah. We did use the leather 3-in-1 complete care from 303 on the seats. Anywhere that we had cloth, we used the 303 leather. We did use the 303 protectant on all of the plastic surfaces, including the top up there and anywhere you can see exposed plastic, like this back rest here for your feet. We used the 303 protectant. We also used the 303 protectant all over the dash here to wipe down the faux carbon fiber dash, and also this nice floor mat. We used the 303 protectant on that as well. We used the hybrid graphene acrylic tire shine and the hybrid hyper foam wheel cleaner from Turtle Wax on the wheels. So what we did is we wiped the entire wheel down with the red stuff, the wheel cleaner, and the tire itself with the red stuff, the wheel cleaner, and then we followed it up with the hybrid acrylic tire shine from Turtle Wax. I'm going to go ahead and get some pictures of this and wrap up this detail session of the 72 volt lithium ion SCSR golf cart. Whoa. What's happening, guys? Supercar Street Racing. It's been a really long time since my last upload. So, here's what's been going on since the last time that I posted, which was back in February or March. It's been a very long time. So I sold the SL65 to a guy who is in the Air Force. He's actually going to be stationed close to my parents' house, which was interesting. And so since that time, I've been looking for cars. I looked at Toyota Supras, Nissan GTRs, E63S AMG. Still got my hat here for dedication. So I did find a vehicle, and I made a deal with someone, and I will be picking that car up on Friday. I am driving to Virginia in a one-way rental car and to pick up my new vehicle. In order to get my garage ready for my new car, I had to make some changes because I have not had two vehicles since January. February. Ended up selling my truck as well. So here is my other vehicle that I acquired. This is a 2011 Honda Accord, and I picked it up with, believe it or not, 13,000 miles on it. It's in very good shape. So I've been driving that while I was looking for a new car. I had my yard stuff all right here. I did relocate that again back to my shed so I can make room for the new car. Still have some of my old car parts. I've got my ramps, my battery chargers. I still have the whole entire stereo system that I'd never put into the SL65 AMG Mercedes. And I am ready to pick up my new car on Friday. Super exciting. And I have all this ready for it right here. I'm going to also be putting my parts in here. Right now it's so poorly organized. Just a mess in here. So I'm going to redo all this. Get that ready for new car parts. And so I will be vlogging on Friday as I drive in a rental car to Virginia to pick up my new car. And I will be posting at that time. See you guys. Have a good one. Here's another look at that air fried chicken. You know you love that air fried chicken, but you don't know anything about making it. You even watched my video and you still don't know how to make air fried chicken. You wish you had this air fried chicken in your mouth though, because you love my air fried chicken in. Hey guys, welcome to the first of what will be a few podcasts here. We want to talk about a little bit about what happened yesterday, yesterday and the day before, and I'm sure you know about what happened. So basically, CrowdStrike caused a massive outage in the IT world, and it was worldwide, and it affected a lot of businesses. First of all, sorry about the AC. It's probably loud, but It's very hot in here. I'll turn the fan speed down. But it's very hot in here. And so we will have some background noise. Yeah, so basically there was an outage yesterday related to CrowdStrike. And what that meant is that, and I knew some people that were personally involved in not only it happening to them, but also in the fixing of this crazy thing that happened. Basically, computers, servers, devices are always patched to mitigate security risks. I'm an IT security professional, so that's part of my job, is understanding mitigating risks. And part of that is when a vulnerability is found in software or hardware, even in Internet of Things, things like your thermostat or anything that is controlled remotely through the internet, maybe your pool pump or things like that. When there's vulnerabilities located, companies will do their best to patch that immediately and mitigate that vulnerability. So what happened was, anybody who was a CrowdStrike customer, CrowdStrike released an update to their software, and basically that broke the planet. Why? Let's talk about why that happened and how it could have been avoided. When a patch is released to the public, it is supposed to be tested first by a certain amount of people and released through change control so that these things don't happen. Now, you can't always guarantee that that's going to make everything right, but this was so huge that you would think that this was tested by at least enough people that you would know pretty quickly that there was a major problem with this update. Now, a lot of people, this happened overnight, I believe Thursday night. A lot of people went to bed and got up with this. Your PC ran into a problem and needs to restart. So it would ask you to restart the computer. Then it would go into your PC did not start properly. What do you want to do? You have choices of fixing it, basically trying to automatically fix it. You can go to a command prompt. You can do startup tools. There's a lot of things you can do from that menu. Now, before we talk about that part, let's talk about another thing. These computers, a lot of them nowadays, have trusted platform modules installed, and basically what that means is that there is a lock on the computer that prevents you from booting if something is changed in the computer that wasn't authorized. At the top of trying to do anything like that, you have the problem of you just can't go into safe mode. You can't go into a command prompt because the computer won't allow you to without the key. And this program is called BitLocker, and a lot of places use this, or in other programs that keep the computer from being booted up without a code if something changes or if there's a problem. So a lot of the people that were affected yesterday could not fix what we're going to talk about next, which is how could this possibly have been fixed? This is one of those chicken and egg scenarios that almost was way worse than it was. Someone figured out at some point that this was CrowdStrike causing this outage. Then they had to figure out what was causing it. Meanwhile, people wake up to this and they can't work. Now, if you were lucky enough to have a company that had a Citrix environment and it wasn't infected or affected by this, you could still work because you could use your Citrix desktop and get into the network. That's a second way in for a lot of people. The first way in is through your laptop, desktop with VPN. The second way is through VDI like Citrix. So luckily a lot of people had VDI and could get in at least enough to try to start helping people and figure out and tell people what actually was happening, besides texting on the phone and saying, hey, why do I have this, this blue screen on my computer? So basically the fix was this. There was a driver update made by CrowdStrike, and it was I think it was a .dat file that it updated, and I'm looking for it. I have it somewhere. So they installed new drivers, and that's what did it. It broke a lot of people. And I thought I had the oh, okay, yeah. So basically, there was a file. It was actually a .sys file, a driver file. And it was located in the Windows System 32 drivers directory. So on your C drive, it would be Windows / System 32 / drivers / CrowdStrike. And then inside that folder, there was a file that ended with a 290 that had the number 291 in it. One single file did this, and it had to be deleted. Now, manually, by every single person that this affected, everywhere. That's how it was deleted. Think about the fact that when you're not in Windows yet, you're not able to be remoted into. The only way you could ever get help with this would be like FaceTime or like Messenger video or whatever, because you're not in Windows yet, so nobody can remote in and delete it. And then also think about the fact that a lot of these people aren't IT professionals, so they don't understand how to navigate in a directory. You have to manually navigate. Now this is Windows 11. It affected Windows 10 differently. You have to open the command prompt, but to do that, you had to have a BitLocker key first, which had to be done by your IT pros. They had to give you the key when you feed them a code. And then you go to secure command prompt from the blue fix stuff. And then you navigate to Windows System 32 drivers, CrowdStrike, and delete one file, and your laptop boots up fine. For thousands of people. How many employees do big companies have? 15, 20,000 employees had to do this yesterday. The fix didn't get out to a lot of people until well after 9 a.m. yesterday. It wasn't available. Nobody had it yet, so it was just on the news, but nobody understood yet quite what was doing it. So this cost the world a lot of money yesterday. So I expect there to be some kind of fallout from this with CrowdStrike and or Microsoft. Now, don't get it twisted. This wasn't a Microsoft outage. It was a CrowdStrike related outage, and that's why you'll see Microsoft on a lot of the news articles and on the videos. But just remember, this was a CrowdStrike driver that pulled down, half the planet Earth. And it not only did it affect PCs, laptops for businesses, it also affected applications and servers. So if it was patched and it had CrowdStrike, it was definitely a problem. Now this patching happens every day. It's not anything new, and this can happen anytime a patch is applied. But the patches are necessary. Sometimes you can test them, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you don't have time to, but most of the time the patches are rolled out to the enterprise when they're released because of security concerns. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of take, a little bit of time to talk about what happened here with CrowdStrike on Friday morning. And of course, the worst possible time you could have it happen on a Friday morning to half the country. But I kind of enjoy talking about these things, so I'll probably do these more. I'd like to do it with two people. I have room for two people right here to sit and be on camera and talk. So maybe we can get a guest in here next time. But that's kind of what happened to Planet Earth on Friday morning. CrowdStrike took down a lot of businesses were affected. And so, guys, thanks so much for watching. I'm going to get editing on the next video, but I really appreciate you guys tuning in for the first podcast here. It's a short one because there's not a lot to talk about yet. When we know the fallout, we can do another podcast here and talk about what happened to CrowdStrike and what is going to happen to them as a company in the future. Their stock's already taken a big hit, of course. So let's see what happens. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Later. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing. Wanted to do a little additional video here, fixing the issues I had with the instrument cluster. And the first thing I'm going to do is probably destroy my trim piece, but I'm going to attempt to mount my USB connector right here on the trim piece. There's a little bit of a spot up and down right here. So I'm going to attempt to drill the middle out and then Dremel out just enough to get this USB to pop like right through the hole there. So I'll get you guys updated as soon as I start that. Alright guys, so I'm modifying my trim plate here. You can see I made a little mistake right here, but I am painting all these trim pieces black, so it's not a big deal. But the key here that you have to understand is this wire, this USB wire, has to go through the front of this and then connect to the back of the gauge cluster. So this needs to be done now before the gauge cluster gets put in. So what I'm doing is I'm dremeling out the front here, and then I'm making the hole big enough for this insert. You see how that insert has to fit? So it has to be bigger than their USB cable, and then these little things clamp in. So I'm working on that right now. I got it back in, believe it or not, and it's perfect. And also got the USB cable. I found another extension because you got to understand that cable has to be plugged in first before you put the trim piece in. I also got the USB done. This is what it's going to look like. So we got the USB here. Now I'm going to go ahead and go get some plastic paint, and I'm going to paint these matte black. So I'm going to sand this down and paint it, then push the cable back through and put a little glue on the back to hold that in. So far so good. Headed to Home Depot, got the top down because perfect weather last couple of days in Jacksonville. It's supposed to be 74 to 76 today. Gonna go see if they have plastic paint. I looked at the auto parts store. They didn't have it. If they don't have it, I'm gonna hit AutoZone, which is close by there. So somebody's gonna have it. Foot makeout session. Oh my god.
He could care less. He is like very...
Alright guys, today we are going to be working on finishing this trim piece before we move on to all the other ones to paint. I went and picked up, I was going to do primer and all that, but I went and picked up this Krylon Fusion all-in-one paint. It has primer and paint, and I already had some Jasco deglosser, which I think I am going to just I'm going to sand them first lightly and then degloss that on top of that. So I'm going to work on first though, I'm going to pull out this USB that I put in, and then I'm going to work on getting this vent out real quick. I'm not sure how to do that. Someone said you can work around the clips to get it out, so I'm going to give that a shot real quick. Once I figure it out, I'll update you guys on how. Okay guys, so what I did was stuck my screwdriver in the back of these vents and just pop that off. Now I've got to work on the rest of them here, but that's how you do it. So I'm going to go ahead and get these off of here. Went ahead and got the vent out, which is going to make this piece way easier to sand. And so I'm going to work on that now. I've got the sanding block right here. You could use pretty much anything you want as long as it's fine grit. You don't want to scratch it too hard while you're doing this, but just rough off the top of it. Get that gloss off the top, and then I'll show you what it looks like after that. Alright guys, got this lightly sanded with a sanding block. Didn't do much. I went to a rougher piece of paper. That also didn't work out because it was putting too many scratches in it. So now that this is lightly sanded, I'm going to go ahead and use some sander deglosser on it. Alright guys, this piece is almost ready to be painted. The deglosser is drying right now. It really just takes one rub down with the deglosser. Then we're going to go ahead and, of course, don't do like what you see online. We're going to go ahead and move these this car outside because the overspray would get all over the car. Wanted to show you guys what this looks like after it's deglossed, which it's just about dry now. So I'm doing this piece first because, you know, obviously this has to be done now because I cut the trim. But also just to see how it turns out with this paint. If this paint is not good, I'm going to sand it down again and use the Sim paint. But this says any surface 5 times stronger adhesion paint plus primer. So I'm going to use this. This is just about dry. We'll go ahead and put the first coat on. I think that's dry. Yeah, that's dry enough to start, I believe. I think so. Well, it's still kind of wet. We'll go ahead and wipe it down one more time. Just a dry cloth. Okay, this is ready for the first coat. Remember, your first coat is light. You don't want any drips, and this thing is kind of tilted a little bit. So this is the bottom of the vent here. I'm just going to start like this. Light coat. And really hope that this sticks. Notice I went all the way around. Okay. If you see any weird bubbles in the paint immediately, then you know that's not going to stick right away. But I don't. Going to go ahead and turn the fan on over here. Got my little box fan to promote drying a little bit faster. I think I'm going to try 3 coats, but I want to see how good that comes out. Alright guys, so I'm going to go ahead and start pulling off more trim while that one is drying. I've never pulled off the door trim before, but I think it's fairly easy. This guy here, the one that I'm really worried about is the center console, because I have no idea how to do that, but that's going to be involved with the iDrive thing as well. So I've got my trim removal tools here, which if you don't have those, you should really invest in some. I'm going to go ahead and do this off camera because I need both hands. Okay, the trim popped right off. I put my angled trim tool behind it, started at the end and popped it right off, no problem. Easiest thing ever. Like I said, center console is what worries me. I'm going to go ahead and sand this and degloss it and get back to you. Oh, by the way, this is the driver's side door trim. Got the second trim piece deglossed here. It says it takes about 10 minutes to dry, so while that's drying, I had sanded it lightly and deglossed it. While that's drying, I am going to go ahead and get the other door piece off real quick. Alright, we are waiting for this piece to dry. I'm thinking about 10 minutes between coats. It's still a little wet on this side. I hope that's what that is, and not something in the actual paint. Also, these are both sanded and deglossed. You can see this one's still wet here, waiting for that to dry. As soon as these two are dry from deglossing, you can see there, that's clearly wet. As soon as those are dry from deglossing, I'm going to hit coat number 2 on this guy too. I'm going to give this about maybe 5 more minutes to dry, and I have my fan over here going. So I just saw on the instructions for the paint, it says to only wait 1 minute between coats, so I'm going to go ahead and get the second coat on this guy now. Shake the can up again. Also, if your can's really cold, you might want to heat it up with water first, but this can's in good shape. So really I'm concerned about this little spot here that's kind of showing up, but I'm going to go with coat number 2. Remember, no drips, no runs. Alright, so coat number 2 is done there. This guy looks like it might not still be dry. That guy's dry. said not to wipe anything down after deglossing. It said to go directly to paint. So I don't know if that guy's still wet. Let me give it like maybe 2 more minutes to dry. All right, guys, little update. I really messed up one of these 2 pieces. I don't know if I didn't let the deglosser dry enough or if I should have wiped it down, but there was bubbles in the paint, so I actually stripped this guy down again as best I could. I resanded it and then I deglossed it and then I put a coat over it, but as you can see there's a couple little imperfections there. Hopefully they'll get covered. This guy had a few bubbles, but it looks like they're working themselves out with extra coats. But this guy in front here was really bad, like bubbled up throughout the whole thing. So yeah, that's where I am now. This guy already has like 3 coats. I'm gonna go 1 more and be done. All right, in the car, removing the center console trim, which I was dreading, but it's not that hard. You turn the car on so all the lights are on. Pull up the emergency brake, put the car in drive, squeeze this handle, pull as hard as you can. It will come straight off, no problem, okay? Get a trim tool or 2, start here with a trim tool. And I had one here and one here after I got this a little bit loose, and she popped right up. Now, as you can see, it comes right off. However, we've still got this is an E93, so it's a convertible, so we still got to disconnect the iDrive wire here and the convertible top wire here, which I'm going to do right now. Got the center console trim out here. As you can see, the back of the convertible top controller and the iDrive controller is just Torx. I'm going to go see if I have that bit right now. So BMW seems to use the same bit for everything, which is this guy here. I think it's a T20. So that's what fits here. I'm going to go ahead and remove these 2 and the center console trim here. Or sorry, the little sunglass pocket. Unfortunately, I don't have a drill because my drill died, but actually I have a tiny drill that I can then adapt with this guy here to drive this. I'm going to do that now. All right, I got the cruise control. I got the convertible top module controller out. I got the iDrive controller out. I got the sunglass holder out. Got lucky. I did have the Torx bits here. I was surprised because it was smaller than the other one. So I'm going to go ahead and start working on the center console, getting it all prepped now. All right, got the center console trim scuffed up. Next step is to degloss that. I got several coats on this. There are some weird like little divots here and there. Gotta do 1 more coat on this guy here just to try to fill that in. Well, I'm gonna do 1 coat on all these again. So this guy has about 4 coats. These guys have about, actually this one probably has like 6. That one has like 4 each. So I'm gonna do 1 more now and then degloss the center console trim piece here. Okay, God, that car looks good. Damn. I'm about to remove the trim for the center part of the dash here. I've done this before. There's a couple of little tricky things to it, but you basically just pop it off and there's a few little plugs, and then we'll have to figure out how to get the vents out, and I'll be back to you once I get this piece out. All right, I got the center dash trim piece out here. Now I've got to work on, if I can, taking these vents out, because now keep in mind this has the starter button too, and the this set of switches here. So this might take a little bit longer to get out, but it can be done. I've taken the starter button out and refurbished it before. I'm gonna work on that now. Oh, one other thing, guys. I'm gonna refurbish the center shifter trim. However, I don't have the Torx, that tiny little dude there, to get those out unless I can find maybe a flathead that can get those out. Got the center dash vent out here. You just have to pry the clips at the top and the bottom. It's kind of difficult to get out and take off these 2 nuts on the side, but I did get that out. So now I'm going to work on prepping the center dash vent holder. Got the center dash piece prepped, sanded. You can see it has a slight glaze over the top. It's also deglossed. It is ready to go. I'm about to put the first coat on this guy. Okay, I got the center shift boot prepped. It's not great. It's really hard to make it stick. I deglossed it, but I'm gonna go straight up on it instead of from the side. Hopefully I don't ruin my shift boot. If I do, I'll buy the whole new piece and reuse the electronics. I got the electronics taped up because I don't have the Torx. But I'm gonna grab my spray can and I'm gonna do a coat from the very top so I don't get my shift boot. Okay, I'm already having issues with this because I think of the rubberized coating that's on top of it. I think I'm gonna try a couple more coats, and if that doesn't work, I'll end up having to buy a new piece because this thing's just shot, and this rubberized coating is really hard to get off. It's kind of like a nightmare and messy and all that. The weird part is it was okay kind of over there, but over here it's so much like, see the bubbling? Yeah, it's not good. Okay, so the center, the shift console came out terrible. I ended up wiping it off. I'm letting it dry. I'm gonna sand it down as best as possible and try it again. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna buy a whole new one. And these guys are all pretty much done and drying. I'm gonna let them actually dry overnight. So there's a good 24-hour bonding because, you know, this paint never works. So hopefully it sticks after 24 hours. Then I'm going to take my USB cable over here, push it back through that hole, and it doesn't actually clip on because it's too, like the material's too thick for it. So I'm going to epoxy that to the back of the vent holder and then start reassembling. But yeah, these guys need at least, they need a good 24 hours to really dry completely properly. So I'm not gonna fuck with them. I don't have, I'm not in a hurry at all. But this shift boot, I'm gonna let dry for a little bit. When that's completely dry, I'm gonna sand it, try it again. Look how bad I wiped all the paint off as much as I could. But it's the rubberized coating, which is terrible. That stuff flakes off over time, and I think the only way to get rid of it, really completely get rid of it, is like alcohol or like Goo Gone or something, and just sit there, scrub it till it comes off, then sand it and paint it. But I'm going for let the paint dry, sand that down, try again. If it doesn't adhere, I'm getting a new one. I'm over it. All right, so this has been drying for a few hours. You can see what happened when I tried to paint it. I'm gonna go ahead and sand this down now and try again and see if I can correct this issue of this paint not sticking. Okay, the shift boot actually just pops right out. I had no idea, so I wasted tons of time trying to mask that off. So I'm gonna go ahead and spray this now. All right, got the Novus plastic scratch repair kit here, straight out of the box from Amazon. So on the ID4 instrument cluster, I don't know if I did it or if it came like that, but there's a big scratch right in the center that's obvious in the daytime. I'm gonna give this stuff a try. It's a 3-step process and I've owned it before. It works really well. I can't remember what I used it on years and years ago, but it's a 3-step. If you have a very scratched up surface, you can start with number 3 here. So it's almost like when you're fixing your car where you would remove the clear coat, then, you know, buff it back to get that shine again. So I'm going to start with 2. If that doesn't work, I'm going to go with 3 first, then 2, then 1. And it comes with a nice little manual here telling you how to do it. Tells you make sure the plastic's clean and cool, use a liberal amount, blah blah blah. So I will update you guys now with what the process is going to be. I'm going to try to get a scratch out of the instrument cluster and hopefully I don't ruin it. Okay, I applied the number 2 polish. I don't know, it's really hard to see this until the glare's on it, but it did not work. There's still, you can noticeably feel it with your finger here. There it is. So I'm going to try the number 3 now. Hopefully I don't damage the screen trying to take out the scratch. Alright, wanted to give you guys a little bit of update on the stuff after it had dried for about 3 hours. Came out pretty good. Finish is pretty awesome. I'm not going to put any more coats on these guys. But there you can see up close what the finish looks like, which is really good. Now, I'm still having issues with the rubber, the one with the rubberized coating on it. That's the shift surround one. That one may end up having to get replaced, but not sure. I'm gonna go look up how much a new one is. But so yeah, this is after about 5 or 6 coats of Fusion. Came out good. There's no, this one has a little bit of waves and stuff in it, and I don't know if that's, this one's perfectly smooth. Yeah, so one side came out better than the other one on the door trim. This is the one that gave me issues with the bubbles in the paint because I didn't wipe it down after the degloss. So yeah, that one's still got some little bit of problems that you probably won't be able to see in the car, but kind of a bummer because this one over here is pretty much perfect. No kinds of issues. This one has little divots in it, right there. There's a good, see how this one has some issues. Can probably just sand this and then put another coat, but I'm not sure at this point if I want to do that or need to do that. Once it's in the car, I think it'll be unnoticeable. If this really bothers me, I might pop it back off and do it again. Strip it down completely and redo it. It really needs to be sandblasted, I would think, to get all the stuff off. And if I had a sandblaster, I would have done that in the very beginning to all these pieces to get the surface ready. But yeah, it came out pretty good. I hope you guys liked this video, and give this a shot yourself because the wood trim looks ridiculous, and getting other trim off of like eBay or another place is pretty expensive. I know they make carbon fiber for around $800. It's true carbon. But I hope you guys have a great day. It's been Supercar Street Racing. I'm gonna put another clip up after I get everything reinstalled, so there's more coming. All right, was working on the shift boot here also. There's the shift boot that popped out. Got the mother's VLR, which is absolutely the best for cleaning any kind of surface in your car. This stuff is great. That and a Magic Eraser, dude, you can't go wrong. But here, I treated the shift boot with VLR. So now I've got the old magical OGX coconut milk shampoo, which works wonders for every kind of thing in your car. I did a video about this. If you guys haven't seen it, please look it up. Pour a little bit of that nastiness on there, buff that out, and I'll get back to you. Just got finished using the OGX coconut milk shampoo on the shift boot. It looks awesome. I know you guys should really go back and check out my video. I found this online, and that stuff has been a godsend for me for the leather. I'm gonna go back here, grab my Chemical Guys quick leather detailer. On top of that, go ahead and buff that out and get back to you guys. All right, I'm done restoring the shift boot. That's 11 years worth of grime and dirt gone. Looks really good. Super impressed with the way that came out. And you're not gonna get a better opportunity to clean the shift boot than when it's out of the car, because it's way easier to get to. You can put your hand in there and kind of push on it and get all the dirt and stuff off. So make sure when you do this project, you clean and restore everything you have possibility to do, including inside of the center console. Do a bunch of cleaning inside there, vacuum it out, and polish it up. Just because it's gonna be there, and you might as well take the time to do that now. Now the next step is we need to epoxy our USB cable in here. So I'm gonna prep the surface over here of my workbench to do that now. All right, got my USB cable ready, pushed to the back here. Wish it was thinner, but I don't think you can even make it thinner. There isn't a way to do that because it's kind of thick on the front. Doesn't look exactly what I planned, but I'll live with it. I'm gonna go ahead and mix up my JB weld. It's not gonna take much. Equal parts of this and this here. Stir it up, put it on the back here. Dries in 6 minutes. I'll get back to you guys once that is done. All right, guys. So I got the epoxy done on the back of the USB interface for the vent, and there it is. Now this stuff dries very fast, so 6 minutes. This is the quick weld. The guys are interested in the product right here. In no time that'll be dry. I did notice that the surface, I just see like imperfections in this just now that I never saw before. Oh well. There's a few imperfections in the top of this thing that I don't like. I might put another coat on that, but surface is angled so the plug doesn't fit 100%, but I might put another coat of paint because this looks a little weird, and I don't know if I did that. Oh, oops, just got my hand in the epoxy here. Don't know if I did that when I did the epoxy or not. Okay, so little update. Really, this one with the USB, I messed up big time. Paint was not even close to being dry after 3 or 4 hours, and everywhere I touched it made fingerprints. I'm hoping that by tomorrow this stuff fully cures and I don't have to worry about that. But this one, when I tried to respray it, it had runs and stuff and it didn't stick. So I'm gonna end up having to sand this piece down and start over. So I am in the process of letting that dry a little bit. I wiped off all the runs, hoping I can get this sanded down good enough to start the process over again. Got up this morning, this stuff dried all night long. Going to start rebuilding the car here pretty quickly. But I wanted to give you guys an update on this vent that had the USB connector that I messed up last night. I went ahead and sanded it down again because the texture on it was really bad right here. It was all ripply and stuff because it had a run, and I tried to wipe it off and it just did not look good. So I'm gonna hopefully put another coat on it now that I sanded it, and a couple of coats, and see if that fixes it or not. If not, I'm gonna have to sand it all the way down. Alright guys, so I've got the center console piece here. I'm going to try to reassemble it now. This is how the finish came out. Looks pretty good. It's got a few little issues, but I really don't feel like sanding everything down and repainting it again. Just tiny little issues, not anything big. So I'm gonna start the reassembly process on this. Here is my iDrive, which I wish I had a new one. This one is totally kind of, you know, got issues. The things are wearing off of it, and I looked for a new one, and they're hundreds and hundreds of dollars, of course, because, you know, everything's got to be expensive these days. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this in because I need 2 hands, and I'll be right back. Alright guys, so I got every piece finished except for the piece with the USB connector. Also, this vent is missing the little push-on thing that you can adjust it with, so not sure about that, if I'm gonna order a new one or if I need to get the whole vent. But I wanted to show you guys how it came out. So here's the door panels. If I actually were on them, there's the door panel. Again, missing this vent because it's drying for 24 hours anyway. I want to make sure, 100% sure that it's dry before it goes in. But here's the way the dash looks. It's got a few little fingerprints on it, but I think those will come out. Hopefully, yeah. Most of that wipes out. It's just, yeah, it buffs right off. Well, I say that. It's got a little bit of weirdness right there. It's not 100% great. You can see a little bit of scuff marks right there, and I don't know why. And it's not buffing out, so I don't know if maybe wax will take that out or what. But anyway, that's the way the dash looks. There's the center console. So yeah, pretty good. So I'm gonna end the video right there. That'll be fixed tomorrow. And unfortunately, I scratched my ID4 screen putting it in, and I don't know if that's gonna be able to be repaired. And it's a lot more obvious in the daylight than it is at night. As you can see there, when the glare hits it, you can really see it. But yeah, that's that. Thanks guys. Just wanted to show you guys this awesome sunset in Jacksonville, right over the pool.
And if we come back here and look, we have this awesome reflection in the crystal clear water back there. It just looks so amazing right now. Alright guys, we are back in the garage. It's cold and we are going to get this engine cover plate off, I think. Do we have to take off this, we do have to remove the starter too. Crap, don't want to do that. You know what, I'm going to paint this on the bike.
All right, guys, welcome back. And we do have the high temp silicone coating for the engine block. I have everything taped off, so I hopefully don't spray the frame. And now I'm going to get a coat of this stuff on the actual engine block.
Welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing here. People going buying golf carts, but today we have the Depot EPAL 24 outlet surge protector plus 6 USB charger to help us with our charging station issues. How many things does this have? A million on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, today we got the Depot 24 outlet. Look at this. 24 outlets goodness on this Depot surge protector and 6 USB as well. And so I'm thinking a lot of this for our charging station will solve issues. But let's take a look at what this looks like inside of the box as we open the cardboard condom on this device right here. And first thing we see inside of the box is a nice plastic goodness. All right, I think we can just literally dump this guy out. I didn't even get the table cleaned in time. And break the glass table. Inside we have the Depot 24 outlet surge protector with a super long cord, which we don't even need that long of a cord. We need a 6-inch cord, but we have a 24,000-inch cord. And inside of this nice protective wrapper, we see the Depot can actually power an aircraft carrier at this point with all of its goodness. There's all the plugs. 24 plugs. And a stout, thick cord, and 3 lights. Right here, right now, red, green, and yellow. I think it says fault, grounded, and protected. And then we have the 2 USB-C ports and the 4 regular USB, so that will actually allow us to eliminate a lot of those little charging thingies, and we will put this in the closet here in a moment. And it came with this amazing set of screws so that you can mount it, and this guy is a template for the screws, which nobody gives you a template. And what that does is right here, right now, allow you to put this guy right, if I could grab it right here. And then you can put your screws in. And then also it does this one too, right here, right now. So you can go this way, and it has a template for your screws, like that. All right, so we have the template right here, and that actually allows you to put screws in something and slide the Depot
wet D-bore outlet surge protector right into the screws to make it secure. And it goes this way if you want to use the up and down screws, like this. Just like that, guys. So probably what we'll do next is go install this thing and see what that looks like on the charging station. The current situation in the closet is not a good one. We have all this stuff crowded on this super old power strip, but there is a solution for this. What we do is get rid of this right now, take out these clamps, remove this power strip, and move everything to the depower, which has so much more room. So let's get this thing out of here right now. right, now we have the D-PAL surge protector nice and mounted to the table, even though it is crooked-ish. Just because the screws are a little loose, we are going to, right here, right now, start putting stuff back on the table and get everything plugged in. Guys, we plugged everything into our new D-PAL power strip, and we still have all of this room left for anything we want. We have like 2 of the actual power outlets consumed, some of the USB Type B, and none of the USB Type C. So we have room to grow here, and we do have a couple of more things we're going to have to charge, so that is perfect. And that is where we are right now with our D-PAL, and we will keep adding stuff to this. Guys, we have completely finished this project here to overhaul our beautiful charging table. And as you can see right here, we now have our power strip, which has an amazing amount of outlets on it. And we also have the USB charging ports right there occupied. And we still have plenty of space to add more devices to our charging table. So there will be a link in the description for this guy right here, but already I can tell you the D-PAL power outlet strip with USB is pretty awesome. I mean, look at that. Look how many actual devices you can plug in. And what I did was arrange on the table all my devices, and we do have my Amazon Fire tablet there. We've got my old Samsung Note there, which I hardly ever use anymore. We have the capability to charge our GoPro, but I am charging the batteries. We have our USB portable power bank charging right here. We've got our A7 Lite tablet that goes on the golf cart, charging there. Our Bluetooth headphones there, which uses the old school style USB plug. And then we've got our triple GoPro charger sitting there, and you can see 3 lights on that, and it is charged up completely. Then behind that, we do have that plugged into the wall, and the cable managed a little bit. I really didn't do much except kind of put it back there. And then down here we have other accessories for charging and cabling and all that, looking so nice underneath the table. Now let's take a look at this online and a few other options you might have for a power strip. Hey everybody, and we're back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio here to take a look at some options for a power strip. And what we are looking at first right here, right now, is this first one that I bought for the living room. So this one is $18.99. We can see right here, I purchased it on March the 19th. And it does have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 regular, we can go ahead and zoom in on here, 10 regular what do you call them, outlets, and then it has USB Type C and 3 USB Type A. This one is $18.99. It has 4.7 stars. And as we look down here, it's compatible with just about everything it says. And I have been using this behind the TV and it works just great. No problems whatsoever. And it kind of tells you like the power levels and stuff that it can support here, because there's a limited amount of power available on the USB ports. So it says that it supports the 20 watt USB fast charging over USB Type C, so that's actually good. Now if we go back and we just do power strip, with USB, here are a couple of more options for you. We've got this one here that has 3 USBs on the side, and then it's kind of a square thing, rectangular thing. We've got this one that I bought. We've got a few more here that look just like kind of like little small squares. And then we've got the big daddies down here that have the tons of different regular outlets and also some USB connectors. Now let's take a look at the one that I ordered for the project that we're doing right now that we just completed. So this is the one that I just got. And seeing right here, this is a DPAL 24 AC multiple outlet 15 amp with 6 USBs. So it has 4 USB Type A. I always call them Type B. I guess these are actually technically Type A ports here if we look. It has 4 USB Type A and 2 USB Type C. And if you look right here, it says Smart USB maximum, I think it says 5.2 amps shared. There's a limited amount of power available for all of the USB ports. There's another good look at that. 1,875 watts. And it shows you the spacing in between the plugs if you have issues with like wide adapters or whatever. And it's got 3 lights on it. Also shows you it's protected, grounded, and there is a yellow fault indicator on it if you have a fault. And I was able, it comes also with a little template for spacing out your screw holes so you can actually hard mount it onto a surface or on the wall. I was able to use that without any issues and mount it to the table. And that guy is currently $19.99 and there is free Prime 1 day on this guy. I can definitely recommend this one as it is the one that I have currently in use in my charging station in the closet. But as you can see here, Amazon has hundreds of them, and here's one right here. Shows you that one actually has widely spaced outlets so they can accommodate like those big, huge power brick things. And we got a 2-pack down here for 26 bucks and some other options here of long traditional type ones. So anything you could possibly be looking for as far as the power strip goes, you can find on here. I will put a couple of options in the description for you guys, and that's going to wrap up another Supercar Street Racing project. We are so glad that you guys have joined us. Please support the channel by clicking through any of our links in any video to buy anything from Amazon. Not just what you're looking for currently, but anything, because we make a commission off of that and it helps support the channel so we can do more things like this. We hardly make any money off the channel, not even enough to support the actual channel. But we love you guys. Have a great day, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. We got the Keener mini fan that plugs into any standard light bulb socket. It has a color temperature adjustable bulb and fan speeds on this remote control right here. Keener, thank you so much for donating this. Link in the description, and let's go.
What's going on, everybody? It is Monday, and I am so frustrated right now with UPS. My wheels and tires were supposed to be at the shop on Friday. 3 of the 4 wheels and tires were delivered. The other wheel and tire has been saying out for delivery for 2 days now. I am at my wit's end with these guys. I've called them 10 times. Nobody can tell me where my package is. Today we've got an unboxing. As you can see by the title, this is the G paddles. This is to convert your button style shifter that was on the AMG, the early AMGs, to paddles. Let's take a look at this. Go ahead and open it up. This came from England. Just be aware if you order these that you will have to sign for the package. That kind of took me off guard, and got to the post office today. There were 700 people in line for the holidays. But thank goodness that some lady walked out and said, is anyone just picking up? So first thing I noticed is the package is almost open, but oh well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. It says that the G paddles are inside and that there's instructions here. Literally was hardly closed at all. Go ahead and get that rest of that open. See what's inside here. Looks like we got some instructions here about that they emailed me, the real instructions. And then we've got this other page here. So there's one thing you got to know about this: the factory button holder, which you will see when we install this, is very delicate. They do not make that button holder anymore. If you damage it, you need a new steering wheel. There are ways to get this thing out though, involving heating that unit, that button holder up so that it's more pliable. If you don't, you're gonna break this little tab off. Picture it like this. Basically, this is not dirty looking at all, is it? There is a little button holder. The stock button is has 2 tabs on the side like this that fit inside these little round things. Okay, to get that button out, you have to pop those little tabs out. But when you do, most people break off this little circle that covers it. It's almost I don't even know how to describe it, but the pin goes inside this little half circle that allows it to turn. Most people break that off right there because they just are in too much of a hurry and they don't heat the housing. So inside here we've got this nifty little, I guess it's an air freshener, British flag air freshener. And then inside here we've got G paddles. So they are silver. You can get other colors, but I mean, if you really want other colors, just paint them. That's G paddle number 1. So there's the mechanism. So if you see what I'm saying here, these 2 pins, right there, they fit in 2 little circles that are pivot points. And this part presses the actual button. And this part would be this left side, I believe. So when you pull it towards you, it pushes the button. So that part inside the holder, button holder, that's part that goes around this pin is what people usually break off. So here is button number 2. I will put the instructions for this with this video. There's button number 2. So it's going to probably be like that, I'm guessing. But the opposite of the way it's facing you. That side would face you. There's the 2 together. So look for video number 2 of this, which would be installing these beautiful G paddle button replacements. We'll throw these back in here right now. And any day now you can look forward to a video of brand new wheels and tires. I won't tell you anything about the wheels
except that they are matte black. And I was kind of trying to save that, but I gave it away in another video. So look for that video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys in the next day or two. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing. Been a month since an update. That's because the car's been in the shop for a month. So the car's been over at Tuners Inc. for a really long time. Getting upgrades done. Got the fuel system we thought worked out. Got the clutch checked out. Everything was okay with the clutch. He pulled the transmission, checked it out. No issues there. And when he started tuning at high boost, he blew off the coupler right below the turbo, just like I did when we broke it. And so he pulled the turbo off to fix the coupler, and while it was off, I decided it might be a good idea to upgrade the turbo. That's right, bigger turbo. So we are removing, it actually is already removed, the 6266 Precision, and a 6870 is now on the car, which you're about to see in this picture here. I'm going to cut in a picture of it. And Chad is coming over with his Turbo Z06 right now, and we are headed to Tuners Inc. And we don't even know if they're going to be there because I texted and no text back. But we're going out there anyway, and we're going to have lunch and have fun. See you in a minute when Chad gets here. I hear it.
What's up, man?
Thing is rumbling.
I got the exhaust closed actually. Quiet mode.
Gotta put this on the channel. What was the deal right here?
That was a cutout. I took it out though. I
You
needed to
completely
get a new
removed
section
it?
of downpipe made. I didn't like it. Especially with spit stuff all over the hood and even when it was closed.
So do you want to talk a little bit about this on the video?
It's a 2016 Z06. I picked it up from a shop in Texas. There was a shop car. They used to run quarter-mile races with it.
I saw it. It was on 1320.
Yeah, it was on 1320 video. So at that time they had like a PT88 turbo on it, but they switched it out for a bigger comp 88 millimeter T6 turbo. And they during road race events they got up to 167 in the quarter. So it dynoed at 1018 at the wheel, 18 psi on E85.
So this thing would be really good for half-mile racing, or you know, if you could get it to hook from.
It does hook. I mean, first gear doesn't, but second gear on it's actually not bad. I mean, I had to put some new tires on it, so I went with 345s. Try to be able to get the power down.
So it's got Pilot Super Sports.
Yeah, Pilot Super Sports. They're a little taller to fill up the wheel gap, a little wider. So
carbon ceramic brakes.
Carbon ceramic brakes.
And 345s. Look like they're tight in there, huh?
Yeah.
So what about the fuel system? What kind of fuel system is it running?
So it has the stock fuel system, which runs most of the time, and then there's a auxiliary system that kicks on at 4 psi.
Okay.
Basically supplements the primary system.
Like a Hobbs switch thing?
Hobbs switch. So the pump's located over here. I have to actually change it out because they had a Bosch fuel pump on it, and it wasn't rated for E85. So I think the E85 corroded it.
Right.
So it was making all kinds of noises, and like I had mentioned to you, it was only hitting 20 psi.
Right.
Whereas the fuel regulator is set to 75, so it was way under pressure. So it was running lean and just wasn't happy.
And so you're running the factory ECU for engine management?
Factory ECU, it's tuned with HP tuners. It still has the stock injectors. It's got a 32% fuel cam in it with a very mild lift and duration, so it's not real aggressive.
So talk a little bit about why it still has the stock injectors and how that's possible.
The stock injectors actually flow quite a bit. I mean, they run over 2,000 psi because it's direct injection.
Okay, so it's got a high pressure fuel pump as well?
High pressure fuel pump, that's underneath the intake manifold. It runs off of the cam. So there is going to be a manufacturer out there that supplies higher flowing injectors, but I mean they're like $500 a piece, and they only give you 30% more flow. So the way to get around that is basically you run the high pressure fuel pump harder. Okay.
So higher lift, longer duration cam on it. So
Oh, I see.
the cam has a 32% increased lobe on it, so that increases the fuel pressure. One of the issues that when I was talking to the guys who tune these cars, he said that once the fuel pressure drops, they command 70 psi.
Okay.
But once it drops to about 62, then essentially your fuel system's done. So that's why they do the secondary setup.
I see. Okay.
And so the secondary is good for, by itself, is 900 horsepower on E85.
Okay,
so
cool.
When you combine the two, you can get to about 1100 at the wheel.
Okay.
And that's about the limit with the stock injectors. After that, the best thing is just to go with the set
Port
of
injection.
injectors.
Port injection. Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and pop the hood.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Out here blowing an O-ring.
So they basically took off the stock supercharger. This is a ProCharger sheet metal intake manifold that comes with the ProCharger supercharger kits.
Okay.
But it makes it easy just to go along with this, and they sell it by itself. That's a Comp T6 88mm turbo.
Huge.
Yeah, it's gigantic. It's got a 5-inch inlet.
That's kind of like the ones that they were running on the Supras. The I forgot the model, but it was a something -88, like a 7288, or like a. There was a number that they were running, and it was those are the ones that were making 1,000 plus.
But it depends, because you can get like an 88mm in a T4 housing.
Okay.
I mean, that's like the precision that you got.
Okay,
It's
right,
a T4,
right.
But this is a T6, so everything's a bit bigger. This is actually considered a medium frame turbo.
Right. And it's got, that's a huge inlet.
Yeah,
And
so
it's
it still runs
interesting.
to the factory
It's running the
airbox.
factory airbox, as
Yeah.
I was about to say, which is very, very interesting.
So they dynoed it with and without the airbox. They said it didn't make any difference in horsepower because the stock
That's
element blows
amazing.
so well.
Does
And
it
it's
feed
taking all
from
cool
the
air.
front, or
It takes
okay,
cool air
from
from
the
the
bottom?
fender. So rather than just sitting
Yeah.
a filter and a bunch of hot air, this is actually a better solution.
So is this where it gets the air from?
Well, it gets it from within the fender well. So
What's-
there's a cavity.
What's that?
That's
Little
a camera.
eye. Front
so
camera.
this car has the performance data recorder.
Right.
So it records
Track.
like, basically track mode. But the cameras also come on when you're going low speed, so that you can look and not grind this carbon fiber splitter.
That's sick. I would like to see that intake manifold like powder coated or chromed. That would look so ridiculous.
So there's lots of space here actually for the injector
Port injection.
bosses.
Oh yeah, all day
And,
port injection.
and this is where the fuel line comes in from that auxiliary pump. So
Okay.
all you have to do is just run it there, and then you're done. The
Done.
off switch is on the other side, right here.
And if you did, you were talking about maybe something a little bit less laggy. How much of a change would that make? Would that be to do that? I mean, it seems like that would be a big ordeal now that you have a T6.
Well, they had a T4 on there. Essentially, it was a precision.
Okay.
So the flanges, little adapter would kind of take care of that. The downpipe itself was something that they had to change out because of the cutout. But it's just a small section. Like you can see the V-band down here.
Do you still have the cutout?
It's
Like
about
you
a
could
foot
put it
long.
back anytime, right?
Yeah, I could put it back in if I wanted to. But it's just that section there.
Right. Yeah. Well, this car was done right. I'll tell you that. You can tell
Yeah.
they.
All the piping is stainless steel, Schedule 40.
Yeah.
The intake piping, of course, is aluminum, but they try to weld as much of it as possible. So there's only 4 couplers in the entire charge pipe side of things.
Which, yeah, you don't have the issues that I have.
Right.
Also, looks like they did heat coating on the.
Yeah, they did a ceramic coating on the hot side.
Yeah, you can see the downpipe there. Or is that the? No, that's the supply. That's the exhaust from the exhaust manifolds.
Yeah. So the way that this system works is the manifold on that side. There's a crossover pipe that comes this way, joins
and then
with
it
this
feeds
manifold
this
that
one.
they've had to fabricate, and it feeds this one.
So
Goes
it's
straight
there's
into
a
the-
custom manifold.
Yeah, this side's custom, the other side's stock.
Okay, gotcha. Very interesting. Well, let's take a look at the inside of this
It's also
thing.
got water injection too. I'm just running water in there now. It's set to come on at about 5 psi. It sprays water.
That's your new boost
the
control
boost controller
solenoid.
for
Yeah.
for the innovative combo
Yeah.
controller. So I ran that. I also put in a bunch of PCV lines so it wouldn't stink because they had disconnected all that.
Inside looks
So the
great.
interior is completely stock. They had a boost controller mounted footer down there, but it was like right in the way of your knee, so I didn't like it.
And then you put the...
And then I put the other controller in, so if you hit that screen button, it'll drop down.
Like this?
Yeah, just press it. So that's where the new gauge lives.
Oh, that's
It's
sick.
a boost controller, boost gauge, and wideband all in one.
That really turned out nice, you know?
Yeah. It took a while because I had to tear half the dash out just to get to it.
Inaccurate badge.
Yeah. It's a little, reads a little low. So is the one on the side that says supercharged.
I think the best thing about this car is the transmission, honestly.
Yeah, it's an 8-speed tranny, and
Yeah.
I mean these trannies they put in pickup trucks, so they're stout. They're rated to handle 738 foot-pounds from the factory.
So you don't think you'll have
That's
any
with the,
issues, huh?
that's, towing 15,000 pounds total.
Can I start it?
This car, yeah, this car doesn't weigh that much, obviously. So right now the valves are closed, so
It's quiet, yeah.
But if you hit this button here, you turn it.
Which
just
one?
Turn that knob
Uh-huh.
once to the right. It'll put it in sport mode, and then it'll open up.
Oh yeah, that's definitely different.
That also changes the suspension settings too, so it makes it stiffer.
Sounds so good. So under here we have the boost controller, which also has wideband AFR. And we got cut off while we were recording, but I don't know if you guys can see this, but there's the HUD right there. Right on the hood, you can see it. And then we were just talking about whether this could configure to show gauges. And there's the actual display. And the center is digital. The sides are analog.
But even that, it's configurable, so you can change how it looks.
Right, you can change the center display.
Yeah, and also the heads-up display, you can change how it looks.
How do you change the center display here? Yeah,
Center
it's on the
display
center
has
one.
buttons here.
These
So
two?
Go here. You can just kind of scroll through it, and it'll change.
Oh, I don't know if I'm doing it right. Not doing anything.
See, you just change it right there.
Oh, okay. It's just a little bit slower. Okay. It says engine hours, like a tractor. 210 engine hours. All right, let's get going on this thing and we will shoot some more. All right, what's up everybody? I can't even figure out how to turn the radio down. Oh, there it is. We're just cruising around now, headed to Orange Park. And look at that old Vet. Did you see, was that a Vet or a Thunderbird?
Thunderbird.
So, just first impressions driving around with the exhaust valve closed, it's really quiet. And with it open, it's pretty loud. It sounds kind of like the SL did with it open. But other than that, it rides really good on this setting. I don't see any real, like, we haven't been jarred around or anything really bad. So it feels good on this. Is it comfort mode?
Yeah, it's in touring right now.
Touring mode feels awesome. And the tires are a little bit taller than stock, so that might also help with the bumps slightly. And it is auto, which is definitely my favorite transmission. Is this the same one they use in the ZL1?
Yeah, they're coming out with the 10-speed, so from I think 2018 on, they're going to be using that one. But
pretty soon it'll just be like a semi truck, and you'll have 100 speeds, and you'll have like 2 shift levers, and like my buddy's old Dodge. I can't remember what it was. It was one of those little like hot hatchbacks. It had a 4-speed manual, and then it had a high-low.
Oh, nice.
And I just thought that was the coolest thing ever. It was the only car I'd ever seen that had the high-low. And
yeah, because then you got like 8 gears.
yeah, it was a sporty little car. I just can't remember what it was. It was a Dodge something or Chrysler something. One of those little bitty things. Really fun. All right, we'll be back, everybody.
So I've got it. It's in 3rd gear right now.
So Chad's showing me that you can.
It's in 2nd gear right now.
So he's using the paddles now, and it shifts. What do you think that
I
power
had it
is?
at half throttle.
That was like half throttle?
Yeah, so we'll see what the peak boost was. Just at 9.7 pounds, so we still got, 9 more to go.
Yeah, this car is sick, pretty much. And it hooked on that boost without any issues. So it just makes, it does it with, there's no drama. It just makes sick power, and it's drivable like a daily car. Unlike my car, which is undrivable. Really, no, literally, you can't drive
literally
it.
Can't drive it right
Haven't
now.
driven in 40 days, almost 45 days.
That's crazy.
We'll be in the Bahamas, and my car won't be ready.
That's true.
Heading into St. Mary's Seafood before we head out to Tuners Inc. Gonna get some shots because Chad likes to do shots. Just kidding. He doesn't drink at all. Just hanging out with an alcoholic for real.
Yeah, imagine how it's going to be on the boat.
Oh my God, we're going to the Bahamas in
Like 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks.
It's
man.
2 weeks. It's like 16 days or something like that. I looked at every time I log on to NCL.
We leave on Friday, and today's Friday, right?
So it's 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today.
We leave on Thursday because we're going to the hotel
That's
in
right.
Port Canaveral. So
Yeah.
we're leaving Thursday whenever we feel like it, and then we'll be back on Monday. Let's go in here and get some seafood.
Oh, we saw you, man.
This dude just pulled up.
We saw you putting gas.
What's up?
Nah, man, just give me food.
Saw this guy at the gas station.
Yeah. I live down the street, so I was like, what time you get done?
This guy's got 700-degree engine bay. So hot you can't stand next to it.
Like every so often you can feel it.
Yeah, it's coming out for sure. Thing sounds sick. I'm on cop watch. Out here at Tuners Inc. Take a look at the new fuel system. And Tracy is putting in a hard fuel line. Thinking that the line may not be holding pressure. Got the Z06 on the dyno. I guess he's gonna pull the tables on it and see what's up.
He's gonna look at it.
Okay. That's good. He's running a hard line for the fuel system. He doesn't think that the stock line is enough.
Driving it.
Yeah.
Dirty stuff. Oh man, yeah.
I'll take a look at the tune. See what's cracking.
What'd you have to give him for
72.5. Had 5,500 miles on it. Yeah. But I only paid 105. Oh. I had the wheel sticker and I went to the bank. That was fair. Yeah. So he wanted 85, but I said, you know what? I'll come this week and give you $72,500 for it. Write your check. So,
That's fantastic, dude.
Money talks, right? He did it.
I know that the turbo kit itself, you said it was $25,000.
Well, I'm sure they didn't do that for cheap.
Because this is one-off, essentially.
Yeah.
Might be the only one. Huh?
Yeah, this is one-off.
No, there's a few of them.
Is it?
But not a whole bunch.
I know that manifold is $2,500 by the way. That's from Pro Charger. So is the intercooler.
Yeah.
It's from their Pro Charger kit.
Take a look at the new setup. Pretty much from here up is new. That pipe all the way up to the turbo was replaced. Looks like it might be much easier to keep on there. Mm-hmm.
From there to there. And then the front. Slide it into 2 6s. Put one in the front and one in the back.
Fuel pumps. Things are so small.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, that's where the...
Yeah, it's going to go here. Probably Y into the 8 a.m. thing.
Look at the new fuel
The
pumps.
socks here.
450 per hour of E85. Goodness.
450 liters.
Liters or gallons?
Liters.
Is it?
Yeah.
I always thought it was gallons.
No, dude. That'd be some sick food over there.
Hello, buddy. Dropping frames. Now, we were looking at the lower left, and it says that there are no drop frames, but I had a lot of problems with this being choppy, and it is already a little choppy here. So let's see if we can find the stream and if it actually looks bad as it's on YouTube. So let's go ahead to my channel. We should see this live. Now don't forget, this HP doesn't have a lot of horsepower, so that could be the issue. We may have to run the Wizard again. So here's camera 2. Puffing it on the treadmill, and I'm watching solos. You guys gotta check that out. Pretty good show. And then we're gonna get to the good fun, putting in this backup camera. Good morning, everybody. I am working on the backup camera install for the dash and the navigation system. I already have the RCA cables run to the back of the nav and the new ID4 instrument cluster. My challenge now is I need to actually install this. This goes where your trunk latch goes, so it's seamless. You can't even see it. And the only problem I'm having is now I have to find switched power for this thing. There is power on the back of my nav for it. However, I'm an idiot and I didn't run the wire. And I don't know if I'll be able to get that wire fished down at this point, but I am going to run this anyway and see if I can at least get that part done up to the front, and I'll keep you guys posted. Now, I did test it, it works. I gave it power from the wall, but it goes right here, and I don't know how to install it. I'm guessing that I have to take apart this whole back, pull these little plugs out right here, and take this chunk piece off. Not 100% sure, but I am going to try to figure that out now. Well, let's do a little test. I'm interested if this light stays on when the trunk is closed. That's probably isn't a good test just because it probably turns off after you start the car after a little while, unfortunately. All right, went back and watched the video. That light definitely turns off, unfortunately, when the trunk is closed. The battery's under here. Really wouldn't do me any good without some way to relay that on. Doubt this camera uses much power, but still, I don't want it to be on all the time. Or I could just run battery power. So my best option, easiest, is probably the cigarette lighter. To maybe put a little Y adapter on it and run a wire from that, or just actually open up the cigarette lighter in the center console and tap off the back of that. But first things first, I mean, man, why isn't there switched power back here? I heard some of the cars have like a accessory outlet in the back somewhere, which is very cool. This car probably doesn't, so I'm gonna get to work trying to get this camera installed first. Okay guys, I'm consciously trying to keep the camera a little bit more steady in this video because I noticed last time it was annoying. I did get my camera bundle wire done here. So what we've got is the camera output is an RCA cable. This is inside this loom. Also the input for power is inside the loom. And then that runs to the cable that's going to go all the way to the front. On the other side of this cable here that goes to the front of the car, there's the power wire and also the RCA cable that plugs into the head unit and to into the digital dash. You can see it right here. The other end looks like this. So this will get power. We'll go ahead and bite the bullet and get it off the navigation system like I was supposed to in the first place. There's a power wire with the video cable there, so it's switched power. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this wire run without disassembling the trunk, but if I can't, I'm going to take the trunk apart. Went ahead and got the first piece off here. Might be able to get the wire through there without taking apart the rest. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to try it. I can maybe fish it through, and then it needs to come down, go down this shock, just like the loom does over there, where I can zip tie it, leave some slack for it to raise up. So I'm gonna see if I can get in there right now. I turned the light on kind of see if you can get in there or not, but boy would it be great if there was some power in there. That would be amazing. I'm gonna check it out. Well, the good news is I was able to fish the hanger through to here, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull my wires through, and then hopefully I can get him down through this part without disassembling the whole trunk. Or I might just, yeah, I can just come out right here, you'll barely see it, and then come down the shock tower here. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and get my wire fish through. So what I'm gonna do is tape it to the end of this with electrical tape, and then just pull everything right through. All right, got my wire taped on the end of this. Trying to be careful not to scratch my paint up at all because this is a metal hanger. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this through. I'm gonna use two hands, I'll be right back. All right, I got my wire pulled all the way through. There's plenty of extra. This is the old trunk latch. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect that, connect the new one, and make sure that the camera works now before I pull this cable all the way to the front of the car. So I'm going to do that now. All right, so I got the wire kind of rigged up to the battery. Something goes on with the nav screen, with the cluster where the picture rolls. I'm not quite sure what's causing that, but it stopped a little while ago. But it looks fine on my Android head unit. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I emailed the company about it, and I think that if you initialize the cluster with the camera plugged in, it doesn't do that, but I'm going to test it in a minute. So the wire does work. Now all we got to do is get that pulled to the front. I'm going to now route this wire down to the shock absorber here. Come down from there. I got to make sure I'm not in the way of the convertible top at all. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get that wire through. I still got to investigate all that. I want to run it down you know, down through the trim right here and everything. So I'm gonna work on that now. All right, so I'm gonna run the wire, actually ran it underneath the gray carpet insert here. I'm gonna run it behind the shock here. Notice over here the loom, they leave like some extra slack for that to open. See how that goes? Just like that. I'm gonna do the same thing right here and button this gray piece back on real quick. Okay, forgot to show you guys the camera installed. There it is. You can barely tell it's in there. And it's a switch also, so it opens the trunk. Got the plastic piece back installed right here. Now I'm gonna work on zip tying this down the trunk shock absorber. And let's see how I'm gonna get it into the cabin. There's an easy way right there, but this whole compartment comes off, but I'm hoping I can fish it in there somewhere. I just don't know yet where yet. All right, so literally learn something new about your car every day. I had no earthly idea that this came down and that this bag or something is in there. I don't know what that is. Something to do with a seat belt or something. So crazy. But I'm gonna see now if I can get through behind here, which I probably can. Like want to get it like down in between the seat right here, under the bolster, through there. So I'm gonna see right now what I can do with this. I've never seen this back here. It's so funny that I've had this car for the whole time and never noticed. All right, guys, a little update here. So I got the wire fished down here. I think I'm going to somehow tie it or maybe tuck it in right there again, because there's some stuff back here that moves and I don't want that wire getting caught right there. I fished it down through the floor there around the corner, and now I'm going to drill a hole right in the corner of that whatever the heck this thing is for luggage, and then go right through there. So I'm going to do that now. So there wasn't a way to drill a hole through there, so I went ahead and just popped a little hole in that canvas and run the wire through there, and then I'm going to seal it up later with silicone sealer just to make sure there's no air coming through. But I got the wire, you'll just see the tiny bit of it right there, but I can tuck that in really nice. And now this thing should just close like that. That's all you see back here, and it's barely noticeable. And then if we come in here, so the wire comes through the luggage compartment here. And it's kind of hard to see with this light. I am going to run it right down the corner of the seat and down through here to get to the front of the car. I'm gonna work on that now, but I'm gonna put the top down first, make sure nothing is in the way. Got everything out of the trunk here. I'm gonna do a little experiment and put the camera in here and just make sure that hopefully I can see right there. Make sure that nothing is in the way. Just remembered you can't lower the top without the partition, so can't see it from there. I'm just gonna try it and see what happens. Okay, I made a huge mistake back here, which almost ripped the wire right in half. So you have to understand the way the convertible top operates. These parts in here move. I had this tied to a spot that had to move, and when I opened the top, I noticed it was stretching the wire, and I thought it had broken the wire, but I tested it and the wire's still good. So I rerouted the wire to a different area back here underneath that goes up and around here, and then back to this back hinge section right here. So it's going to go, hopefully, zip tie underneath this support bar. This all moves. This whole entire support bar moves. So I'm going to give you an example. Now, it's given me issues opening the trunk when the car with the remote control, and I don't know why. I haven't figured that out. But so first of all, you need slack for when this opens and closes. So then after that, let's see. You need slack there. See how that opens? And there's wire coming down. But you also want to make sure it doesn't get caught on anything. So I'm going to close the trunk. I'm going to try to put the top down with the key fob, but it has not been letting me, and it sucks because I really want to watch it put the top down, but let's see if it'll let me put it up. Okay, so it did roll the windows up. Let's try down. It's got a red light on, so I don't know what that means. So I'm just going to go a little bit here. Let's see, turn the power on. Okay, it works there. Now what happens now is the back flips up. Watch. As soon as that flips up, I need to go back and look. That's what was pulling on the wire last time. So what we need to do is in here, make sure there's enough slack. Aha, see, this has to open all the way, and that wire has to be tied to the back of the of that support bar. So let's open it a little bit more. Let me go that way. It won't let me do anything, I guess because the key is not nearby. Let's try this. Let's put the key in the ignition. Okay, let me go that time. Okay, so now that this is open all the way, we need enough slack here to tie this to the bar while this is fully open. So let's see how much we got. Okay, so that's as far as it opens. All right, now we got to tie this off. I got to figure this out because I don't know if it's going to get pinched when the thing closes. Not 100% sure. I'm going to look at that now and let you guys know. Okay, I think I got the issues in the trunk sorted out. It's kind of difficult because that whole thing moves. So it's really hard to get everything zip tied plus leave slack so that things can move and at the same time keep the wire from coming out or getting kinked. Now this is what's in the back. I had no idea this was back here. So I pulled the seat down. I'm going to pull this wire through down under the seat here, hopefully down through this footwell and then up to here. And then I need to run power, which means unfortunately I got to take the screen out, or at least take the bezel off again to get back behind there to get power from where the navigation system is. Okay, so I got the wire run underneath the carpet here. So if you just pull off this little footwell piece, I ran it all the way under here, and then I ran it under this piece here that has the trunk switch on it. I pulled off the little duct work down there at the bottom. And so now the wire is actually where it needs to be. It's fished through. Now I have to take out the nav and make sure that there's power back there, and if there is, I have to run that up through the dash, which is going to be not fun at all. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, I got the nav pulled out. I verified with my voltmeter that there is power on this wire, and I don't think it's on full time. I hope not, because that's going to run the battery down. I believe this is switched power. It says, let's see, it's plus 12, so I don't know, better be switched. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get a wire run over here to the wire that I fished to power the camera now. Hopefully I don't have to take out the ID4 again because it's a pain. Okay guys, so I pulled out the navigation system, I pulled out the digital dash, I ran the wire back behind the dash, I've got it here. This is the power wire for the camera. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that right now and then crimp it to this. I need to order a barrel connector because that's all I got and it's ghetto of course, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and I'll update you guys after. Alright, I got the wire spliced in. I'm gonna go ahead and start the car now. Actually just probably put it in on mode, see if the camera works. Hopefully. I'm gonna be kind of mad if it doesn't. Alright, well, looks like we got a backup camera both there and there. Now, this one here is noticeably more, I know it's hard to see with the with this camera, but this one's noticeably more clear, but doesn't have the backup lines. I haven't used them yet, and I don't really remember how to set up the navigation system, and I don't know what these things do here. So, check this out, guys. Got the backup camera installed finally, something I've been wanting to do for a while. I'll update you guys in a minute when I go for a drive. We are back, got everything buttoned up. I got the garage cleaned up. So this is the Avon navigation system. There's a million of them out there that are just the same. It is an Android unit. All I can say about these guys while we're talking about it is they never update them, so you can forget about getting a newer version of your operating system or whatever, unless you are good at customizing and installing you know, custom ROMs. You'll never get that. So that's my Android. This is my ID4 digital dash. This is my custom USB connector for my digital dash to upgrade it and to put new software on it. And let's see what happens now when we put it in reverse. Alright, so this is the first time I've ever seen the actual backup camera. Now notice here we got some issues here because I noticed that every once in a while this one will not sync up, but it looks like it might have. Finally, it was rolling and then it stopped. This one's solid every single time. Now, it might be hard to see, but let's try to reverse. I've never done it. Look at this. Wow. Oh, pretty cool, man. First car I've ever had with a backup camera that wasn't a rental or a loaner. So check that out. You can even see my trash can, and I can drive on my backup camera and here on the ID4 if you would like. So pretty successful project. It was a lot of work. It took me about let's see, 5 hours to put in the backup camera and wire it up to power. And luckily, this navigation system has the power for the backup camera ready to go. Otherwise, I would have been hosed and had to use another source of 12-volt power. Anyway, if you guys got any questions, hit me up in the comments. I'll be glad to answer them. Check the 2011 car out with the modern technology here. I know it came with you could get an optional backup camera, but not like this, man. Oh, heck yeah. Now, so this is a problem. This thing rolls. Yeah, and then it locks up. So I'm gonna talk to the ID4 guys about that, and I'll let you guys know what they say. Supercar Street Racing, have a great day, man.
Not really. All right, we got Joe here with the bone-in ribeye. What's the secret? You got 5 seconds.
Can't tell him. That's it. I can't tell him.
Look at that goodness right there. Bone-in ribeye. You guys don't know how to make
The
it.
pan.
Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here with an unboxing of a product that I have been asked to review by the manufacturer. So this is the first time I've ever been asked to review something and been sent a product for free. So I just want to get that out of the way. This product was sent to me at no charge. I'm under no obligation to review it in a positive way though. And what we're looking at today is a tripod. So here is the packaging here. I'm going to go ahead and get this opened up and take a look. See what we got. And then I'll give you all the information about the seller in the description here. Alright, so inside the box here we have stand tripod 1/4 screw soft is what it says. Let's get the tablet out, get a little video of this guy here, still in the box. There's a good look at the label here. Stand tripod 1/4 screw soft X0035E2511, whatever that is. And so now let's go ahead and take this out of the box completely. All right, so it's packaged nicely. There it is. And we've got a cell phone tripod, video stand, height adjustable, 360-degree ball head, gooseneck, phone floor holder for live video is what it says on that. And then let's take a look at this inside of the packaging and see what we have here and see how well it does. We'll have to switch to the tablet at that point because the phone will be on, hopefully on the new tripod. Alright, so first thing I can say is wow. It feels very heavy, so that's a good thing. It feels very capable. Go ahead and packaged very nicely, by the way. Got a little white box here with something in it. Let's see what's in there. So it looks like inside the box we have like a swivel mount, I think it is. And so there's a good look at the swivel mount that was inside of the white box here. And then let's go ahead and open the actual packaging. Like I said, it feels very, very high quality. And again, I am not getting paid to say this, and I was sent this product for totally free. But this looks like a professional tripod. It doesn't look like a cheap tripod that you get off of Amazon sometimes, where it's so cheap it can't even hold the phone up. All right, so then there's a instruction manual here. Kind of tells you how to set it up. And supposedly there is a clamp for the phone that goes with this. So I haven't seen that part yet. Aha, it's in here. And then here we have like a gooseneck. Looks like. Yep. Very solid too, by the way. Nothing cheap about this. And so here's a good look at the gooseneck up close. and the adjustable thing there for the top. And inside the bag is the very last piece of the puzzle here, and this is the phone connector. Phone holder, so to speak, right here. See on the back it's threaded, and then it looks like it's adjustable here, so it's not a spring type like the other ones are, like the one I have now. It is a adjustable to make it wider, so it'll have to be really wide for my phone to fit. We'll see if that works out. So let's go through these instructions now and see how you set this up. So it tells you to open up the legs to make it extended. So I'm sure they're talking about this. There is an adjustment here to loosen it up. Still pretty tight, but that's good. So that's fully opened up now. It says, okay, first step was open the leg and make it extended. So it is right here. Oh, something fell. Step 2. Install the tube on the tripod and use the knob to lock it. So it wants to put the gooseneck on top, I believe. Let's see. Tripod head and then tube. So it does want us to put this on there. I think. Well, okay, so there's an adjustment you have to turn. And of course, I dropped it. Okay, guys, I found the screw underneath the desk, of course, and so now we have to take this tripod head here, and the screw is kind of like a, it prevents it from coming out, it looks like. Yeah, it's interesting because this has a screw on top, but you don't really use that part. You just put the tripod head there and tighten this. It also shows it like extended like this. I guess it doesn't matter, but it shows in the picture that it's extended, and it has like 3 or 4 ways to extend here. You guys can see that. So then we have it here like this, and we tighten up the set screw like that. 3, install the ball head on the tube. So the ball head goes on top here. By the way, guys, this is really, really high quality. I wouldn't just say that for, you know, to get a free product, but man, this thing's pretty solid. This is probably going to be my new tripod. Hopefully you're still in the shop there. Let's see. Yep, okay, cool. Just wanted to make 100% sure, so get the tablet out. So far, this is what we've got. So we've got on step 3, install the ball head on the tube, which is right there. For whatever reason, the video turned off. But I've got my old Galaxy Note here. We're going to try that guy. It's pretty wide, so let's see if this thing can open up enough. It looks like they thought of everything. Nice. Okay, yeah. So here's the way it looks with the phone installed on it, and I hope you guys can see that. It's a little bit too high. Let me drop this a little bit so you guys can see what it looks like with the phone installed. And so if you notice this guy right here, here's the gooseneck, so you can literally bend and do this whatever angle you want. And let's see, that little screw came untightened, but see, this is cool because it's really sturdy. It's well made. I really like all the adjustability of this thing.
I like the fact that you can change the camera to either direction on the actual mounting plate here. You can either mount it from the bottom or you can mount it from the sides. I do like the screw down thing. It's a little less convenient than having a spring clamp, but it still works great. It keeps the phone in, and this is an old Galaxy Note 2, so very old. I like the adjustability of the length of the tripod, and I like the fact that the thing feels well made, and I am definitely saying right now that I'm going to go ahead and recommend this product. So I'm going to get a link for this guy, and that's going to be in the description. And I highly encourage you guys to pick this up if you're looking for a tripod. He did not send me the listing, but I'm going to find it. So I'll figure that out. I'll have that all in the description below. I'm so glad you guys got to look at this. I think what we're going to do now is put the actual phone on it and walk around a little bit with it and just kind of see how it feels as as an actual, like if I'm going to carry it, because I do carry mine around a lot, and the other tripod that I have, I already did a review on, is much lighter. So what I'm going to do now is raise the legs, if I can remember how. So you just go upward with them. So those are all raised like that, and then there's a tightening screw here. Now this guy's ready to just be, you can walk around with it like this. It's a little bulky to do that, but it works fine. So I'm going to switch to this now. Okay guys, so this is from the new tripod, and I don't know what to call it right now. Phone floor tripod is what I am going to call this guy until I get the official listing. There's the box it came in. Let's see if the seller is actually listed on the box. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't say the seller, but I will contact them if I can't find the listing, and I'll make sure that it's in the description. But yeah, this thing's super solid. No problem at all, like carrying it around like this. And actually, you could ditch the gooseneck too if you want to, and you can just put the phone mount directly on the top of the tripod, and if you don't need that extension, I'm saying. But I'm carrying this around right now with no issues. I'm using one hand, and I can show you guys outside with this. Here's the lovely pool that's turning green because it's getting redone. I can show you guys outside with the alligator is sitting right there. Right there. And yeah, so very, very easy to carry around. I am having no issues right now with just one hand. I mean, it does weigh a little bit, but I am thankful for that because, sometimes you get these ones, like my other one is a lot less high quality, even though it gets the job done. Oh, my yard guy came back. So, all right, guys. Well, that is going to do it for today because I got to talk to the yard guy. But thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed this review, and the link will be in the description.
We got the drone, we got the alien, we got the drone next to the alien, and we got the peel satisfaction with the alien and the peel and the satisfaction. And it's very hard to peel. And
all right, let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa. You only get 5.
Was that 5?
Yes.
I don't know. I think it was 5.
Hold on, I'm a fun sponge.
Shoot as many as you want.
And look at where you're shooting and try to...
Wait, go slower. It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. But this is post-hurricane Florida life. Guys, right here in front of me in the Supercar Street Racing living room, we have the Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro Kit. 36 watts, 2800 lumens, RGB AI to look at today on the channel. So let's get rocking.
looking so fresh in this box, and it's sitting right here in front of me, and it is right now also in front of me. The Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro is a 36 watt, 2800 lumen smart RGB AI light designed for outdoor use. It is rated at IP65, which we will explain later, and it has 48 feet worth of wire. It is a 4-pack, and today, in about 30 seconds here, we're going to be unboxing this in front of you guys and let you know what we think. We're going to set it up, see how it looks at night, and let you make a decision on whether you trust your money with Lumery. So let's get busy. The Lumery RGB AI Smart Pathway Light Pro sits in front of me inside of this box, right next to my drone. And we're going to open this guy up right now and see exactly what it is made of. But before we do that, we need the Supercar Street Racing knife. All right, inside the box now, and we can see this nicely laid out packaging here. And we can see the one light here and one light here, and a nice instruction manual on top from Lumery. And inside of this little package right here, the styrofoam package, we do see the stakes. And here is one of the lights, and they are very, very solidly built. Pretty heavy. There is a good look at them. And if you're wondering if these rotate, they do. So the actual light will rotate. And I would say these weigh a good 2 or 3 pounds. And if you expected them to be plastic, they are not. They are solid metal, so very well built. And they do have on the ends here the quick connectors. The only concern being, of course, is that what do you do with the extra wire if you have less than that amount of space between? And right here and right now is number 2 on the set, which I am just placing back on the table. Then we do have the Lumery remote right here. And it looks like right here is the power supply. And if you're wondering if you're going to be able to use a plug, you can't. You have to use this brick. And then underneath, the same exact thing on the bottom. Let's get all these out of here, get them plugged in and connected to Wi-Fi, and see how this works. Now, my plan was going to be to use these on the dock. I do see that there is a large amount of wire. They give you a lot of extra wire, which in most cases is helpful. But in my case, it's going to mean a lot of wire to hide. And if you look at the control box here, there is a larger plug on this, and that goes right into the bottom of this AC power adapter. And they have it keyed so you can't do this incorrectly. This will only go in one way due to the keying on the bottom. Let's get this connected. Back with the Lumery LED lights, and the very last light will have a single connector on it. All the other ones are Y adapted so that you just go in a chain and it makes your life easier. So let's get these connected up the way that they're supposed to be connected. It took about 10 seconds to connect these lights together. They are keyed in between the connectors so you can't do them wrong. And right here we have the remote control for these guys, but there is already a control right here that allows you to turn them off and on. We do have the app open here, and it wants the Wi-Fi information. All right, so we do see Lumery Pathlights Pro there. It did come back on and ask how many bulbs we have total, and we do have 8, so we hit confirm there. And now we can see the nice little screen here with the colors. It is set on warm white now. Go to color, we can go ahead and set them to whatever we want. I love how bright these are. Our next step is going to be getting them installed on the dock. We do have a challenge. We're going to put one at each corner on the dock and clamp them to the dock using this tape here. This has screw holes in it. We will get it very tight, and then we will clamp these to the dock, and then we have to figure out wire management. I'm kind of leaning on wire management inside. There's a hole right here, but it doesn't go very deep, so you can't put the wire inside there. We're just gonna have to see when we get out there and get this thing connected to power. All right, we are out here at the dock, and we see here that we have the old rope lights installed. Our first job is, these are completely broken, so we have to cut these off and get them right out of there right now. Now we have to be careful while we do this because there are alligators literally everywhere out here. So there might be one up in the yard. Nope, I don't see any there, but we need to be careful. No alligators there. Maybe they are out somewhere resting, but while we're working on this, we got to be really careful, like not to fall in like I almost just did. All right, we have our little friend out here watching, but we have our first light, and what we're going to do is connect this light to this power source here, and then we are going to attach it to the bulkhead, or sorry, the dock, not the bulkhead. All right, I should have painted the other one before I got it on there, but I'm gonna go ahead and pre-paint these black, just the fronts of them, and let them dry for a little bit. Alright, I went ahead and taped up and painted the existing strap so it would not stand out so much. Just waiting for the other plastic straps to dry now. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and pull the tape off and put some clear silicone behind this guy to start holding it. Alright, our next light is going to go right in the corner here, and we need to make sure that we have it the same distance above the dock, so we're going to grab our measuring tape and just see how many inches we have it
below the edge here and match that up completely and try to get it just as tight this time, and then go ahead and silicone seal it together. Okay, it is supposed to rain today, so I went ahead and put a plastic cover over the other one so the silicone could dry. It is not fast drying. Unfortunately, I don't have any. That is a bummer. But I'm going to go ahead and get to work on the second one now that our paint is dry on the strap. Okay, I did get the third light installed. It is a little loose, so I brought some long screws out. And there is an alligator nearby, so I just have to be careful if he starts coming towards me. But I'm gonna throw another screw in this one. All right, we have finished attaching the lights to the dock and siliconing around the base. And now all we have to do is run the wires and clamp them up. And I brought clamps out for that. I have a whole kit. So I'm gonna go ahead and connect these and try to keep them from going into the water. And then we have this big control box that we have a lot of wire going to here that we don't need. So we have to tie that up somewhere too and get this control box out, probably up on top of the deck here, the bulkhead. So let's figure this out. All right, we have a ton of power wire and control box wire. We are fine there. That would be the last thing. But we need to get this wire secured under the dock somehow. All right, we have successfully finished tacking up the wires for everything else. Now we have to worry about this super long amount of wire for the controller and how we are going to get that. And I think that we are just going to have to bite the bullet and just tie it up here and be done with it. So we have a good amount on each side here to zip tie up and somehow tack the controller somewhere. I'm thinking right about there. we are all done out here with the install of the Lumery RGB lights, and you can see right here they are on and they are powered by this smart switch. They are also smart themselves, but we are using the smart switch here. It will come on at a certain time, and whatever these guys were set to in the past, they will come back on. We did use these clamps, and we used some clear silicone also. When that dries up, it'll be nice and tight. And we did get the wires all tucked nicely up underneath the dock there. And you can see right here the lights are on at the moment, and there is what I did. That will all turn clear, so it will not be weird looking. And then we got one over here on this corner and one over here on this corner. And we can turn them one onto the dock and one onto the water to try to make kind of a cool lighting effect. So tonight we'll come back out when it gets dark, check this out, and see how the project finished. All right, we're out here at the dock, and it did turn dark, and Dukes of Duval came over. He's over here chilling underneath the patio, and this is what it looks like at night with the Lumery RGB AI outdoor path lights. You can see that we have one of the two spotlights aimed onto the dock and the other spotlight aimed onto the water, so it lights up the water quite nicely. And it came out really good. It took me about 3 hours to finish this project, only because I had to do special mounting to get them here on the dock with the plumber's tape. But you can see if we step out here just a little bit and take a good look at the dock, it really makes a big difference. And we got rid of the rope light that was around the dock. It was burned out anyway, so this has been a really successful project, and it looks super cool if you're off to the side because the water is all lit up as well. So guys, there'll be a link in the description to this. Lumery, please show your support. They supported the channel, so show your support for them by buying their products through my links, and we will see you guys next time on the channel. Later, Gator. All right guys, so I figured out that my nice expensive headset here doesn't work with OBX at all. The mic will not record. It refuses to work with that application for whatever reason. But we're going to take a look at my friend's hacked computer today. Let me go ahead and get logged in. So she was hacked yesterday. Someone first started sending emails out on her behalf asking people for gift cards. Then started getting messages from her on Facebook asking for gift cards. So I immediately texted her and told her she was hacked. So I haven't been on her computer yet. Let's take a look. So we're connecting now. So what we're going to do is take a look and see what exactly has happened to this computer. So the first thing I am going to do here is open AVG, which is the default antivirus that I go to. And I'm going to make sure that's updated. Let's see. Update. Virus definitions. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and update her antivirus now. We also got Malwarebytes on here. It's probably really old now. I haven't been on this machine in a while. This might be very old, actually. Let's go ahead and install this new version. Go ahead and install Malwarebytes. This guy's installing updates. So her internet was also down, and she can't get into her email anymore. I have a sneaking suspicion that they have hijacked her email account too. Probably won't be able to resolve that today. Didn't ask her if she was locked out completely, but I don't want to put her name up on the screen, so I probably won't do that on this video. But yeah, so we got AVG updating here and Malwarebytes. So what we're going to do is we're going to run Malwarebytes here. As soon as it gets done, it might want us to restart. Yeah, AVG wants to restart. Let's go ahead. Malwarebytes did not ask us to restart. Let's go ahead and run the first scan. Let's do fake at email.com. Start the 14-day. No, thank you. All right, let's scan this guy. So I don't think she's going to have any issues on the actual machine. I believe what we're going to find out is that someone just got a hold of her email password and started changing her passwords on her other things in order to extort money from people. So far we got 0 detections. We're going to come back on and scan it with AVG though. So I actually built this computer. Actually didn't build it. We ordered one. We custom ordered one for her it's been about 3 years, I guess, since we did this computer. So no browser threats found. Got both these scanners going at the same time. Can't remember. I think this is an i5 with 16 gigs. I think I asked her to get the maximum amount of memory. Oh, she's got 32 gigabytes. That's right. Yeah, I made her max out the memory, which is awesome. Fun computer. It's i5 6400T, 4-core with tons of RAM, which absolutely rocks. I wish I had that in my machine. Mine maxes out at 16, unfortunately. Just my motherboard's an older one that doesn't have but 2 memory slots, 8 gigs each is the maximum it supports, from what I understand. So far, so good. Nothing there. After this, we'll look for updates. No malware found. Good. Oh, one detection here, though, on Malwarebytes. Nothing on AVG. Got one here. Ah, that's just a KMS. No big deal. It's not a risk. Got one notification. I think that's because it needs to restart. Yeah. So this is not not a big deal. We're not going to worry about that because I know what that is. And this is still going. While that's going, let's go check for updates. See, she could actually probably go Windows 11 at this point. I don't know if her CPU qualifies. They cut off a lot of CPUs. Yeah, see, there's a way to get around this. There's a hack for this. So let's see. Let's do disk cleanup. Let's go see. Oh yeah, she's got a gigabyte in the recycle bin, 2 gigabytes of thumbnails. And we don't care about 4 megabytes, and that doesn't have anything in it for now. Recycle bin's emptying. I don't think we can do these because we're not Let's see. Malware bytes. Let's get that out of there. And let's go ahead and go here one more time. Why won't it let us do anything here? This thing's being irritating. Downloading these updates now, and then we'll get this thing restarted. So far, so good. I don't see any really major issues here. I think that she has a Lenovo also, and there might be a firmware update. Seems like it's freezing up a little bit, or either mine is. Let's go ahead and restart this guy, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back. She is back up and running here. So I am probably going to try to put Windows 11 on this machine today. Going to show you guys that in a separate video, how to trick your Windows 10 PC into installing Windows 11. And so we are back up here with Carolyn's PC. Let's go back into check for updates now. Let's see what this thing says. All right, so it does want to restart again. Let's go ahead and see what happens now when we restart. I'm watching the TeamViewer icon on the other side. So it says restarting here. Let's see what happens. So just so you guys know, so this is very common. So what these guys do, these bad actors, they get your, once they got control of your email address, they go in and they find your other accounts and they start changing your passwords, which is a good idea if you have, if you can set up two-factor. So two-factor is basically two different methods of proving your identity to log in. So one factor is like something you know, like a password, and then another factor is like biometrics, something you are, fingerprint or eye scanner, things like that. So two-factor a lot of times will send. Really, it's two-factor on your phone's not really the safest method because if someone gets your device, unless you have biometrics on your phone enabled, then they can then get to your accounts. Her computer's back up. Let's go ahead and get connected here. Not sure what that means, but okay, it is still working. Let's go check for updates again. Let's see what's available here. So we're probably going to do Windows 11 here. The reason it says this here is because her PC, her processor doesn't meet certain requirements by Windows 11, which is completely ridiculous. There is a way around that. I have it on my machine, so I'm going to do the bypass on hers more than likely. But while that's going, let's look at the Lenovo updates. There might be a BIOS update. And then we'll do driver updates. So if you guys don't use it, Driver Booster is amazing, absolutely amazing program that throw it on a, you know, as long as you have internet access, this thing will automatically download all the latest drivers. So it's probably going to say that there's an update available for this guy. Actually, it looks kind of new. 8.3, I think, is like the latest. That's interesting. Okay, so we do have our AVG got updated. That's downloading a Windows 10 cumulative update preview. AVG is good to go. This guy's got pretty good amount of drivers that wants to update. I'm going to go ahead and let it do these on the free version. So you can see here, Driver Booster 8.3 free is downloading her Intel HD graphics, her Intel audio, her Realtek audio, her network adapter, and her few other things. It's going to probably drop us when it installs the network adapter driver. So dual band wireless AC. So Windows is complete. Well, actually, no, Windows is not up to date. It's downloading this preview. I forgot about that. So this is going ahead and installing. If you notice, her machine's never really busy. CPU is busy right now, but the RAM never really gets, used that much. She does have a solid state drive and a backup spindle drive to put all of her data in. So here we go, updating the drivers. The Lenovo did never open, did it? Huh. Thought that was it. So this is the Lenovo updater. Now, if it tries to install some drivers, I will let IOBit do the driver install, not the Lenovo, because IOBit has the latest drivers. Lenovo might try to install some proprietary drivers for her system, which I don't want those. So she's saying she can't send or receive emails. So I have a feeling that somebody has set up either a redirect on her email, so maybe they are forwarding all her emails to another email address or something like that. So I'm going to get on her Comcast and see if I can locate anything. This guy's still going here. Okay, so it wants to do the LAN driver. That's a Lenovo driver. I'm going to let Driver Booster take that. I'm not going to install it from here. She's probably texting me now. She's saying her landline's down as well. So she got the double one too. She got hacked and her Comcast went out yesterday for the whole entire day, and it wasn't related. Comcast was having an outage yesterday. This is a BIOS update, and I'm going to let that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and get this driver booster done, and then we're going to do the BIOS update. So what will happen is we won't be able to see it when her computer restarts. So it'll do that, and then we'll be able to come right back on when we get done. But I don't think this LAN driver is necessary. I believe this is the one that is the same thing, but not 100% sure. Sorry for the drink. This guy's installing her graphics adapter. We'll go ahead and do the flash BIOS. Let's see where we are with the Windows. Well, it did say 100%. Now it says 20%. Oh, installing. Okay. I was going to say it started over downloading, but I guess it's good to go. That's installing. These guys are installing. We got a busy CPU, I'm sure now. I mean, it is only an i5, so it's going to be, yeah. CPU is maxed out. Memory is not being used that much, and neither is the SSD. Driver updates are almost done here. They're going to want to reboot. Oh, it doesn't want to reboot for the drivers. Okay. So that guy's done. This guy's still going. We're going to do the BIOS update. Surprised that that's. I'm surprised that that is doesn't have any more, but wonder how old this BIOS is. This computer is fairly old. It's a ThinkCentre M700. So IBM bought Lenovo years and years and years ago, and they have these nice little tiny M700. There's a ThinkCentre M700. So it's like a small factor PC. This guy still says he's at 20%. CPU is pretty busy though. So at 60%. I like how in the task manager you can actually go, click on the big task here, or the big column, and then you can see details. So she's got 5.8 gigabytes in use. Some of these I don't really understand. I'd have to look them up to see what these mean, but yeah, and then this is her solid state drive. It's a SanDisk. This still says it's at 20%. But yet it's chugging along. So I didn't empty all of her, I didn't do her system file cleanup yet because we're still doing Windows updates. And so some of those updates will get deleted when you do the disk cleanup. So see, this PC doesn't meet system requirements. If we go in here and we go bypass, and we do this, here it is. A article on how to do this. So we will do that later on another video. And so this thing's still chugging along at 20%, so I'm going to come back to you guys whenever it is ready to do the next step. Yeah, so they're really putting her through the ringer right now. Basically, she couldn't sign in again, and she couldn't sign into her Xfinity to get her email, so I'm having her sign in again so I can go see if her email is being forwarded to someone. So I'm waiting for her to sign in right now. All right, guys, so we're into her email now. I'm just going to check to see if forwarding is set up. It's not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was good. It's actually just she can send to her other email. I think this is good. Yeah, so far so good here. I don't see any email forwarding set up. I thought she might have that. Let's see where we are with this guy. So this is at 80%. So I'm just going to tell her I made sure emails weren't getting forwarded to anyone else. Oh, got a text from Toasty. All right, so that's good now, and it wants to restart. Let's go ahead and do that, but let's do the BIOS update as well. This failed last time I tried to do it, and I don't know why. I think it failed multiple times over, and I couldn't get it to install. So there goes the BIOS update. So it's flashing her BIOS now, and now it's restarting the computer. So what that's going to do is going to restart and then flash our BIOS. We're going to lose our connection here momentarily, and that's okay because we have our this shot glass. It doesn't have crown in it. It's got vodka in it, but still says shutting down here. Waiting for that to reboot. Dude, I love my shadow under my webcam. I had to read a tutorial and go crazy to get that to work, but yeah. So she's still online, so it's doing something. It's shutting down. I'll update you guys when this comes back. All right, guys, so her computer is back up, so I'm assuming that she doesn't have any more updates. So let's go back to the Lenovo thing and see if the if the BIOS update was successful. This is pretty old now. I would say this computer's at least 3 years old, maybe more, maybe 4. Let's see. It's to reopen everything. All right, that's checking. Lenovo is checking for updates, guys. So, I don't know if you see what I'm talking about, but like, see this little shadow here? That just tickles me to death. It just makes my day brighter. Okay, so it looks like our BIOS update went in good. We're not going to install that LAN update. Let's go back in. All right, Windows is up to date. So let's go back into this guy, disk cleanup. C drive. Now notice here is pretty clean, but we'll go clean up system files now before we do the Windows 11 update. So I did clean up system files. So it's going to delete any leftover Windows update things and any other files that are just literally just taking up space on the machine. So she's got 2 gigabytes of system error memory dumps. Don't need these upgrade log files. We don't need any of this. Error reports, shadow cache. That's good enough. Let's delete that. So we're cleaning up this drive right now, the C drive. So she's got, let's see, this PC. And this is I believe that's the SSD. This is the spindle. And then Lenovo has a 12 gigabyte recovery drive on there as well. I am now, so her computer's like completely up to date, I think. So I'm going to say that we have successfully cleaned this computer. I'm going to run this driver booster again one more time, just to make sure there's nothing left. Next video is going to be how to update. No, this they want you to buy their like VPN stuff. All right, so she's completely up to date here. All right, guys, so I found it finally. Oh, I've been fighting with this forever. So she was getting a couple of emails, but not all of her emails, and I found it finally. So this is what happens. They get your email address, they get in here, and they set up a filter here. Look under filter rules. You see where it says they set up a filter so anything that goes here is forwarded to a fake email address at Outlook. So we're going to delete this and this. We're going to delete this rule. So this is why she wasn't getting emails, guys. Wow, they really like did a number on her. So let's go back and check her email now. Let's send her one real quick from my phone. Let's do test. So I looked for that at first, but I didn't see it. So they got her email password, they got onto her email account, they went to settings, they went to email settings, they went to filters, they set a rule in here to forward all her email to a fake email account, and that's how they did it. And so right now she's going to get her email from me. Yep. Solved. This is definitely fixed now. So you can see here she's getting email. She was hacked. Absolutely 100% hacked. And this is now working. So guys, we did our job today. We helped our friend. She's good to go. And I appreciate you guys watching. IT security engineer fixes a hacked computer. It's actually just her email that was hacked, and that is now fixed. Talk to you guys later, man.
Go, you do it, I do it.
We can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, you don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
That smart switch peel satisfaction is real. That peel is real. That smart switch sat peel is so good in your life. You love it. How sweet is it?
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and check this out. I got something to show you today, and it is right here. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I woke up this morning to this wonderful Echo Show 15 with a lovely message on the screen that I will show you now. So check this out. I had no clue that Amazon was about to release an update for the Echo Show 15 that would totally transform the device into a cool multimedia solution.
Top result is Transformers Dinobot Adventures Dinobot Squad Grimlock. Dinobot
Exactly, so
Credit King 3-pack. It's $27.99. Find delivery details at Amazon.
that was absolutely wonderful. So yes, woke up this morning to find this lovely update on the screen and had no idea what it is, and apparently you can now turn your Echo Show 15 into a Fire TV. Here we are in the kitchen right in front of the Fire TV Stick 4K, which is plugged right into the back of this little cool television that I actually found at the thrift store for about 10 bucks, and it's awesome. It's does 1080p, and I have the Fire Stick 4K plugged into this in the kitchen where I can do cool things like show me the garage.
Sorry, I didn't find anything named garage.
Okay,
Consider purchasing a tile
that's
set
hilarious.
or Alexa Voice Remote Pro.
Show me the garage camera.
Okay.
So this should actually be showing me a security camera, and there we go. So there is a skill for the Wise Cam, and there you go. So this is a standard Fire TV Stick 4K. Now they make other versions of that device. They make higher end versions that are not sticks. They make, I think the Cube is one of them. We can show you that on the screen. But yeah, this is a good low cost addition to any television. You can just plug it into the HDMI port and you have your remote here. And then you have a Fire Stick anywhere you have a HDMI port. This is the Show 10. I'm not gonna say the name because it will wake up. This guy did not have the message on the screen this morning. So this one used to be the largest show device you could purchase, and now they offer the 15, which you saw installed in my wall and powered from the switch below. So no update on the Echo Show 10. Sorry, the laundry is in the washing machine, but here is the Show 8. And we walk up to this looking for the update. No such thing. If we go here to settings and we go to device options and we look at the software, we hit update. Aha, it is downloading a new update, but it is not going to be the Fire TV update, unfortunately. Okay, walking into the office here, we can see the Show 5 sitting here looking all wonderfully flush mounted into the wall, which I have a video on that if you are curious as to how to flush mount your Show 5, and this is powered from the switch right here. Let's turn some lights on in here. Let's see if this guy has it. Let's go to settings and device options and software. No updates found. We will not be able to make this into a Fire TV. Back at the beautiful Show 15 here, which is wired into this switch, you can check out my video on how I did that with the Show 5s. You can see here, this would look cool flush mounted into the wall, but instead I chose to cover the old hole for the Show 5 and mount the 15 here. Woke up this morning to that lovely message about getting the Fire TV experience on the Show 15. I hit the yes button, it downloaded an update, and now we have this lovely button right here that says Fire TV. Now, why is this cool? Well, let's push it and find out. And check that out, guys. This thing turns directly into a Fire TV. And this is cool because now you are not locked into the Fire OS limitations anymore because you can get apps now that you can't get on the show model. For example, the show does not have YouTube. Let's see if we can find it. There's YouTube TV. Aha. No YouTube, huh? Let's see. Oh, wait, there it was. I looked right over it. There it is. This is absolutely fantastic and a game changer. Because now you don't have to use the browser in a show to get YouTube. So it's telling me that I got an app, and now we can open it. This is literally the best thing that could have ever happened to the Show 15. Look at the controls. Pretty freaking cool. So I was wondering how they were going to do this, and they have gotten the controls on the screen, which is very cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign in to this now. Wanted to show you guys the limited touch functionality that I just realized. I was sitting here trying to hit sign in when in fact you have to use the pad here. See the pad? So I am gonna go ahead and use the pad now to sign in to my YouTube account where I have premium. Okay, we are back and signed in with one of my accounts here, and as you can see, we have the lovely touch screen here, and we're using the touchpad that they designed for YouTube, which is pretty cool. There is the Supercar Street Racing channel. And there is a video of mine. And so I keep on trying to use the touch screen, and it does not fully function on the YouTube app. And there is the Supercar Street Racing channel and the last video of the pressure wash. And that is very cool because now I've always wanted to use this to play videos and link it to the dot that is in the closet there with the audio for the whole home audio system. Now I can do that. I was doing it over here, which can technically do the same thing, but now this device in here can actually be the one that serves the audio for the house, I think. I have to research that now. Here we are on the Alexa app on the Android device, and if we go to devices here, and we go to plus, and we go combine speakers, and we do multi-room music, and then we do this living room show. We got to find it there. And the dot, because the audio will come out of the dot. We hit next. Choose a name. House audio. Okay, so now we can go back and see if that actually worked. Back in front of the beautiful Show 15 here, we're gonna see if we actually get audio out of this whole home audio system since we paired this as a speaker group. So let's try to find some music. Oh, I keep trying to use the push button, the touch screen. Let's do this. Oops, I pushed the home button. Okay, let's try that again. I keep going. Okay, so search. And let's do, aha, we can't. We can do the voice, but let's do space music. Space. Music, my favorite. Space music, here we go. Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, here, audio here. Echo, raise the volume. Not hearing it. I'm going to check out and see why. Back, and I was able to figure out the multi-room audio, I think. You have to actually push this button. It doesn't actually just start playing on the multi-room audio. And here are all the groups. And you can just actually press the group that I created to make the audio actually play on that group. I had no clue because it doesn't work like this on the Fire Stick. On the Fire Stick, you literally can just start playing and it just works. But this is your little groups to send the audio to. Pretty cool. That's how you do multi-room audio on the Show 15. Back in front of the Echo Show 15, and in conclusion, Amazon has added the Fire TV experience to the Echo Show 15, and as you can see, I will link another video here in the corner that you can actually sideload apps, even though a lot of websites will tell you you cannot. You can go check out my guide on how to sideload apps, and as you can see right here, you too can enjoy Kodi on your Echo Show 15 with all the video add-ons you love so much. So yeah, the overall Fire TV experience on the Echo Show 15 is good. I'll have another video that shows you how to use a remote like this and be able to navigate your Echo Show 15 with a Fire TV remote. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and have a great day, and please like and subscribe to the channel.
Man, this is a crazy thunderstorm. It is blowing and wind is going crazy. There was hail at some point. It is just nuts out here today. Look at this.
Papa has cat TV. Kiss Papa.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have a studio update for you today. And I have been working hard in here, but also had some other things going on outside of this, so I took most of the day yesterday to go buy a beater car, which I will put on the channel soon. But what I have done in here is I have continued the acoustic foam tile work, and I have the acoustic foam tiles laid in on the ceiling all the way as close as I could get to here. But Joe and I are going to go tonight and get the foam board so I can finish the front wall. But I got the acoustic foam tile done literally to past halfway through the room, and then I ran out, so I ordered some now. I need about, I think, 80 more to do the rest of this. And what else did we get? That's pretty much it. I've been working on foam tile for days. It's very time consuming to put these in, and I have to cut around these lights as well, so I've been doing that, and cut around the in-ceiling speakers. And I ordered the amplifier. I ordered the receiver for the front, for the whole room. It is a Marantz 7.2 Slimline TX NR1711, I think. Just NR1711. It'll be here tomorrow, so we'll be able to test out this surround sound here. So that is a little update. The studio is looking awesome. AC is kicking. And the tiles are going in, and all that is really left to do is this front wall, which is going to take me a while. I have a lot of electrical and wiring to do in this front wall. The actual cutting of the foam will be easy. It's the actual putting the boxes in and planning all that, because there's 2 boxes up here, there's several boxes here, there's 3 or 4 down here, there's more boxes there and down there. So yeah, it's going to be a big, probably an all-day thing. But yeah, wanted to get you guys caught up on the Supercar Street Racing studio. We'll talk to you guys soon. Alright, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing, but there's something flashing there, and I just want to... Oh! Check it out, the light came on! Oh my god! Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we have what you see on the screen right here, the Philips Smart Sleep Wake Up Light Colored Sunrise and Sunset Simulation. Now, I was in the thrift store the other day and I had no idea what this thing was, but I am super fascinated by things in the thrift store. And I found this guy right there. You can see it in the background, sitting on the shelf, and I was like, what is this thing? Didn't care though. I bought it anyway and brought it straight home. Now, I had no idea that this thing actually was selling for about $193 and is actually still selling, as we can see right here on the screen. So this is the 5 natural sound FM radio and reading lamp. This is the HF3520. And if we look down here, it says that it does personalized wake up and wind down, simulated sunset and sunrise, 20 brightness settings, and 5 natural wake up sounds. Now, it also has an FM radio. You can snooze it. It's a bedside lamp and an automatic dimmable display. Pretty crazy. Says it gives you energy to wake up and improve your morning. I don't know about that, but we will see. And it's clinically proven. So doctors have proven that this does supposedly do something, with a little star by it, of course. Recommended by physicians and pharmacists.
Now this thing does have great reviews. It's got 13,000 reviews for a total of 4.4. Taking a look at some of the pictures here, that is exactly what you're seeing back there on that speaker over there. And here is the light. And it's supposed to simulate like a sunrise to wake you up. You can actually do that on the on your show device as well. And check out how it is a midnight light as well there. And as we scroll down here, we can see that other people have copied this device and selling it for much less. And there are some with colored LEDs, and I believe this one just does one color. As you can see here, there's one design here that has a hole in it, but we have the one that is a big globe. Now, it doesn't change colors as far as I know, so that just looks like it does only the sunrise color. And then down here we have a bunch of videos here where people have reviewed it, and a bunch of questions here as well. And then all of our 4.4 star reviews for this Philips amazing smart sleep wake up light. And then I've never actually known how to operate it. I just got it and kind of just turned on the light and just leave it there. But here is the actual operation manual that we can actually go through. So it tells you here what's in the box, just basically the lamp and the cord. It tells you the effects, so it says it gently prepares your body for waking up during the last 20 to 40 minutes of sleep, depending on the simulation that you set to it. In the early morning, your eyes are more sensitive, so you can wake up slowly. You can actually do that on your show device as well, like I said. Shows you here the device and the menu buttons here, and how to navigate through the menus, which are a little confusing. So it wants you to place this between 16 to 20 inches from you on the bedside table. And then here shows you how to set the clock time, which we can play with here in a few minutes. Then you can select your wake up profile here. You can wake up at 2 different times. You can set your sound to wake up to FM radio or built-in natural sounds, which I have not attempted. Here's how you adjust your clock times and your display contrast, switching the lamp on and off. There's actually a little light on top. That is the one thing that I did figure out. And how to do the brightness, I did figure that out. There's how you turn the FM radio on and off. This is a rather large alarm. This is the fall asleep. So you can fall asleep with a timer. Your dawn duration settings here. A demo mode, which I did not know, which we will try that. Tells you how to store it, dispose of it, assistance, guarantee money back, and I'm assuming it's about to go to a different language. It does go to Francais after that. So the most curious thing that I have here is we will go through this with you when we get the device and we get a camera over by the device. So we'll do that next. We'll take a look at this thing up close and personal and go through some of the menu settings. Okay, we are here in front of the Philips light, and this thing is supposed to wake you up at night and in the morning keep you more awake and make your wake up just gradual, because the light gradually comes on instead of like popping on from the very beginning. So see here, it says it helps you wake up more pleasantly. And it says the default time is 30 minutes, and it gradually increases, and it prepares your body for wake up. It says the effects of wake up light prepares your body to wake up in the last 20 to 40 minutes. It makes you more alert. Here's some of the icons, and here is the device right here. So it shows you to navigate through the menus. You press the menu button. So menu is where? Menu select. Menu is on the front. And it's flashing O2. And it looks like this is where you set the time, I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like that's the time set on this thing. You can see here it says 6:40. To exit the menu, you press the menu button or wait 30 seconds here. All right, so it says to set the clock time, you have to set the clock time when you plug the appliance in for the first time and when there's been a power failure. Let's hit menu. This has a short in it. Yeah, okay, the cord has a short in it. Okay, so it's not on the time set part. Let's see. Let's see if it'll come back up flashing. Yeah, this thing has a issue. It is not 6:41. All right. Menu, it says 5:52. Let's lower this so you guys can see it better. Menu. Okay, let's get out of it. Menu. So it thinks it's 6:41. Let's select that. Yes, 6:41. Let's see, it's 8:18. All right. Looks like we have an alarm on here too. Not sure what that's about. So we're past the first part to set the time when you first turn on the device. Now, when you set your wake up profile, you set your wake up time, the light intensity, and the sound level. So you can set these two different wake up times if you want to wake up at different time in the weekend. The procedures to set the wake up profile and wake up sound is the same for both. So you hit menu, and then there's a bell here. You select it, you select the time. Let's set it for 8:25. Whoops. Let's set it for 8:22 and see what happens. It may not work because we have to have 30 minutes. And then I guess this is the, let's see, time, and then this has the brightness level, it says. And this is the sound level, I take it. It says that the alarm's on. Let's see what happens here in a couple minutes. I went ahead and turned the camera back on because, as you can see, we're already getting some sunrise wake up action. So this is how this light works. It slowly comes on to wake you up. And you can see it getting brighter, so it will change brightness until your preset clock time, at which time it should be at 100%. I would take it if that's what I put on my profile. So we have 2 minutes to go before that happens. And look, it is gradually brightening up here. And we still have actually a minute to go. So let's go down the menu. So you can actually choose different sounds when you put on, it looks like when you select, when you're going through the alarm settings, there's a little
note here to select where you can do, it says it has 5 natural sounds. One of them looks like a bird, one of them looks like the radio, then there's some music. We got 1 minute to go before we get woke up here. Let's see what it's actually set to. Might be able to go in and look before it gets... Yeah, it doesn't say, I didn't see what sound it was, so let's just see. Now notice the light turning into more of a white light now. Less of a like a dusk or a dawn type of sunrise effect and more of just a bright white light. We should any second now be getting our wake up call. Come on. There it is. It looks like it's set to radio and the volume is probably turned down or it's not on a station. So yeah, that is the alarm. Now let's go back to menu. It never showed me like where to set the sound type. That looks like volume. But nowhere does it have what type of sound. Let's see. Menu, select. All right, menu, select. Okay, there it is. So you have to use the plus and minus. That's radio. That's bird. All right, I put it on bird. Let's go menu, go back to the alarm. Eight. Ah, dang it. 8. 24. All right, so we have our menu, our alarm set on 8:24. The light's not going to be able to do anything because we are so close to our wake up time. Let's see how it acts at 8:24. Probably won't be able to turn the light on that fast. It needs a couple of minutes at least to prime up. But let's see. Okay, it didn't do anything as far as sound. Yeah, it didn't do sound. Ah, there it is. Aha, we found the sound. All right, let's hit the snooze. Okay, I think we hit the snooze button on the side. It looks like a little bell here. Now this is how you adjust the clock time. We already went into that, so we already know how to do that. And display contrast, you can go from level 0 to level 4. Advise you to set the contrast in a dark room. So you hit menu, and you hit select. It's not actually select, it says select, you hit plus and minus till you get over to brightness. And the brightness is this little half moon looking thing. Then you hit select, so the instructions are actually wrong. You can only go 1 through 4 on that, okay. All right, so there's a lamp button as a bedside lamp. There's a button up here with a little light indicator on it. You can adjust the light intensity by pressing plus or minus. And I saw this earlier. This is what blew my mind because I actually got it to turn on. And that's how you adjust the lamp brightness.
Now to go FM radio, should be a volume. So that's interesting. Mine does not have that. Mine doesn't have an FM radio at the top. Mine has like a Bluetooth, has like a plus minus. Okay. There it is. All right, so mine is different. Mine doesn't say FM at the top. It just has a plus or minus track thing for like changing tracks. But I did find the FM radio there. Here's how you switch the alarm off or on. There's a little bell icon right here on the side, as you can see there in the instructions. All right, so to snooze, you can tap the front of the wake up light to snooze. So you just touch that to get that done. So to do the fall asleep function here, to press the fall asleep button to switch on the fall asleep. The fall asleep time flashes on the display for a few seconds. Where's the fall asleep button? Over here? Yep. So this is how you do the fall asleep. You just set a time, 5 to 60 minutes. And then I guess the light gradually decreases there to help you fall asleep, as is indicated here in the manual. And it looks like it'll play music until you fall asleep as well. So this is the dawn duration. It's the time in which the light intensity gradually increases to set the level before the alarm sound is played. Default is at 30 minutes, but you can reduce it. So you press and hold down alarm 1 and 2. So there's a 1 there and there's a 2 there. And there's your dawn setting. See it flashing there. All right, so let's see the demonstration mode. Press and hold alarm and alarm 2 for at least 3 seconds. So this is alarm 1, this is alarm 2. I guess it's on, I don't know. Let's see. I can't tell if it's actually on, but it looks like the light is decreasing. Press and hold alarm. Switch off the demonstration. Press and hold the previous plus alarm button for 3 seconds again. Oh, or alarm. Alarm 1 or alarm 2. I was doing it wrong. All right, there's test here. Now we're in test mode. There it goes. So it's gradually lighting up there. So awesome. Pretty cool gadget. Something that Techmoan would love, I'm sure. So you can adjust the audio feedback if you want to hear clicks when you do the buttons. Menu buttons have a backlight. If you move your fingers close to the buttons, the backlight lights up. That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't see it happening, but that's pretty awesome. Oh, there it is. These light up automatically when you get close to them. These menu buttons. I'm wondering if you guys are seeing the camera reacting to the LED. And that is the Philips wake up light, which I had no idea what it was until I grabbed it at the thrift store. And here comes our lovely music again to wake us up.
and I just turned off the demo mode. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this look at the Philips wake up light. It is quite an interesting device. I've never seen anything like it before, and pretty cool. If you guys have any comments, throw it down in the section below the video, and please like and subscribe. We'll see you guys on Supercar Street Racing.
This is spin. You ready?
1 billion. Oh my God! Yeah. Let's go.
I don't have a jacket.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
That's
You
my.
gotta hold the jacket.
Out here ripping Joe's golf cart. I got Joe's cart, and that's Joe. I'm gonna try to pass him. Going to Joe's new house. I think we got, yeah, this thing's dead. Oh, the wind got us. Holy crap. All right, Joe's new place. Can't get in yet. Your batteries are almost dead. Yeah, it was like 37 volts.
Oh, that's weird.
Yep.
That's surprising, actually.
It's 45 stopped and then about 36, 37 when you're floored. So it needs a charge. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and you can see right here that we have a bunch of parts for the golf cart. This is the 70 volt lithium ion conversion for the club car, and also the AC motor conversion for the club car. We're going to be unboxing all that today. But first, before we do that, we need to get this motor and controller out because it is sold. So you're going to see that next when Dukes of Duval and I take the motor and controller out of this beast on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We got Dukes of Duval over here disassembling the golf cart. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to take out this motor and this controller because we have somebody that's coming over to buy it. So once we get this motor and controller out, we got a whole bunch of boxes up there ready to convert this thing to lithium ion and 70 volt. First things first, we'll get the subwoofer out, we'll get the motor out, we'll get the controller out, and in about an hour, we'll have someone here coming to pick up the stuff, and we can put that, however much money he's going to give me, towards the $6,000 worth of 70 volt lithium ion sitting right up there. So what do you think? Should we get to work?
Let's get it done.
Let's do this. All right, guys. So we got this Curtis controller. So this is probably the original controller and solenoid, and most likely had been programmed because the cart would do 30, 32, 33 max. So we're gonna go ahead and get this out of here and document what we're doing, and then hopefully figure out how to put everything back in the future. We'll be taking out the charge port. The entire charge port and the charge port housing will come out, so we'll have to remove these hex bolts here. This whole panel will loosen up. We'll be able to pull that controller or that charge port out, and then there'll be a male plug for a standard extension cord. You plug your extension cord right into it, and you have an onboard charger that sits here, and this bay will be mostly empty, and we'll shed a couple 100 pounds. We'll be able to do whatever we want with the bay. So what do you say we get the controller out of here, man?
Let's do it.
All right, so what do we need? 8?
I think it's, well,
8 mil?
Yeah, try an 8 mil.
All right. Guys, we are back in the garage at Supercar Street Racing, and you saw a few minutes ago that we have removed the controller here. You saw us do that in the video, and we have also removed the motor, which was not fun. That thing is very heavy. Getting that new one in is going to be interesting. But over here now, we have the Eco Battery 70-volt conversion kit for the club car, and we have already picked it up and figured out that it weighs a lot. It is something like 105 pounds, and here is a look at the massively expensive Eco Battery. Let me take you guys out of the tripod so you can see the 70-volt Eco Battery conversion here. There's a good look at it. We aren't sure about mounting it yet, but the guy did say it would directly mount to the club car, but I haven't seen any way to do that yet without modifying the club car battery tray. But regardless, it's going in there either way. So that is the Eco Battery 70-volt lithium-ion $3,700 battery, and the lights just went out. All right, so we took a look at the Eco Battery here, the 70-volt Eco Battery, and we can get that thing back in here, maybe. And take a look at the next box here. This says Novitas on it. I have not opened it yet. It is open because someone opened it in my crew. But this says Novitas, and let's see what's in it. We have the Novitas AC motor controller here. So this is for converting the cart to AC. And then I don't know what's in this box. Let's see. Oh, nice cable, some connectors, and the on-the-fly programmer are inside of this next box. The programmer is right here, but you can actually use Bluetooth to do that. And we will package this back up. And move on to the next box. Not Xbox, next box. Alright guys, this box is open. We took a look at this already. But this is the solenoid. And there you see on the side. This is a, I believe, 400 amp solenoid. This is the Eco Battery install kit for the Precedent. This is what it says. I have not opened it. We have something inside of this bag. I'm not sure what. That might be the battery mounting kit. That's probably the battery mounting kit that we didn't know about. All right, we have the Eco Battery mounting kit opened here, and I am just popping open this plastic condom here to see what this is, because we were wondering how you mount it. And it is definitely a rail kit for the Eco Battery. There are the mounting rails for the battery. It looks like very nice powder coated pieces. This is exactly what we were looking for here. We will put these back in the packaging now. Keep everything nice for the install process. And what is next in here? We have this box next. And this is the charging port. So it converts to onboard charger. And the last box we have here might be the gauge. There's a charging gauge. It is. This is the charge and voltage indicator panel that goes and mounts on the front. So we have to figure out where we're going to put that actually. And that is all in that box. And there's 2 more big boxes to open. Here is the next box here. This is a very heavy box. There are some screws. Look like some wiring caps, some eyelets. And inside here we have the Navitas 5 kilowatt AC motor with the beautiful color-coded voltage wires here. This thing looks awesome. I am so hyped for this. Hopefully you guys can completely see that. Let's zoom in. But there is the Navitas. This is the best motor you can buy from Navitas or Navitas or however you want to pronounce them. 5 kilowatt motor. This thing is going to absolutely rip. And is that everything? Oh, we have one more box after that. Put this thing back into its box. This is the Eco battery charger. It says it on the side, but what I have not seen is the 12 volt voltage reducer. Yeah, it was supposed to come with a voltage reducer. I do not see that. This is the built-in charger. Let me contact the company about where the voltage reducer might be. That's interesting. Yep, this is the onboard charger, so you no longer keep one in the garage, you keep this on the cart. So yeah, there's something missing. The voltage reducer is not here. So I'm gonna give them a shout and see where that is. Just got off the phone with Ryan about the missing item, and apparently Eco Battery has been neglecting to send this part out for the last couple of orders he did, so he is going to get the voltage reducer to us. We already have one. I'm hoping it will accept 70 volts. It says 60 max on the, and this actually says 48 on the input here. I'm hoping it'll go up to 70 because it does say 60 online, so I don't know. We might burn it up, and I don't really care. But the new voltage reducer, the 70 volt voltage reducer, is a 30 amp. This is a 60 amp, so we might have to buy a 70 volt voltage reducer for the stereo system. So we are missing a part, and we have to go get the cables today. They are in the mail to the wrong place, just like all this stuff was shipped to the wrong place. So I'm keeping an eye on the mail for that. And guys, this has been part 2 of the 70 volt lithium ion conversion video on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys subscribe, and I will make a playlist for this, and we will see you guys next time.
360, 720, and we're... Guys, Dukes of Duval is seriously lacking in security at his new house, but we're going to change that today with the Wisecam pan and we're going to be installing this for Dukes of Duval at his house today on the channel. Stick around. Okay, for the first part of this project, we have a new electrical box for Joe's attic, and we have a new receptacle here. We're going to go ahead and pre-wire this up, so all we have to drill is through his existing garage door opener receptacle box and connect inside there. So let's get going on that. So we have to strip this wire back here, but first, we don't need that much. We're going to cut off some Romex here. And we'll probably still have way too much, but yeah, let's get this going. Alright guys, so you just saw us make the electrical outlet to tap onto his garage door opener plug. We will drill right through the back of that and put the wires directly to that receptacle. And now we have the unboxing of the Wisecam pan, which I have never used before. All of mine are non-panable, but I am excited for this. So let's get this guy unboxed. And inside of the box, we have another box, of course. And that flips open with a quick start guide and a mounting guide. So I guess you stick this and then you mount using this template here. And it says, don't forget the bracket. There is the bracket, and it looks like this. Lines up like that. So you will mount this to the wall, and then you will mount the Wisecam to this dude like this. There's probably a screw that goes underneath it like that, if I had to guess. And here's the actual Wisecam, and here's the peel satisfaction. Granted. And let's see what's inside this box of the Wisecam pan. Looks like we have our power outlet. Looks like we have the screw to mount the Wise Cam to the base and some screws to actually go into the wall. And inside of there is a lovely cord. Let's put this all back now. And that is a look at what is inside the box of the Wise Cam pan. Next step over here is go work on Joe's electrical and get that started.
Alright, we are headed over to Dukes of Duval house to put his security camera in. He is currently at work, so we're going to surprise him with a new security camera. When he gets home, he will be hyped and stoked beyond belief. And this is how close he lives. This house is right there. Welcome to Dukes of Duval. We are here at Dukes of Duval's garage, and the first thing we need to do is take this receptacle out, and we can then run our existing receptacle that we made in the bag, but we need to get a ladder in here, so we can get to that first. And he said there's a ladder on the side of the house, so let's go try to find a ladder. All right, if I was a ladder, I would be right there, apparently. Oh my goodness, that's a big ladder. Huh, okay. Forgot every bit of the lights, so I went back to the house to grab the headlight and a work light, and I'm going to head back over to Joe's as soon as the coast is clear. Let's go.
Find you in my dreams.
Okay, we should have our wire for power fished up through the attic. We've got our extension cord here. Let's get up in the attic and pull our cord for power. And we've got our light right here as well. It is a good 90-degree day out here, so it's going to be hot. We're going to want to get everything done as quickly as possible. Okay, I was unable to connect this camera to Joe's Wi-Fi network, so I ordered him a Wi-Fi repeater, which we will probably put in the garage somewhere here because the Wi-Fi signal is not strong enough. So he is connected to my, I am just waiting for this to update, and the thing turned backwards, so I'm wondering if we have it the wrong way. As soon as this thing is done updating, we'll try it, but like it's about to storm. I need to get this golf cart home as well, so yeah, that's where we are right now. All right, guys, so we're on the way back to Dukes of Duval house. I have his Wi-Fi extender, so we're headed that way now. Go ahead and get that thing installed. See if we can get this camera working. Here is the SD card for the camera. So while we're up there, we will install his SD card. And the SD card will allow him to record on the camera. We're going to go ahead and open this right now. Check it out. And here is the SP Superior Pro SD card, looking so fresh and new. For the camera, this will allow him to record for weeks at a time and go back and review the video. But first we have to get the GoPro and stuff out, which I already did. It's right here. Bad memory. And we'll get out the Wi-Fi extender. We got to install that. I just got to figure out where. But I'm thinking right here. Right there is what we'll do. So let's go over this and how this happens. Alright, installing the wireless repeater is as simple as just plugging it in like this. Or actually, I don't know if this will take up a plug, but like maybe like this. And once that Wi-Fi repeater is completely powered up,
You then just go into your phone and connect to the SSID of the repeater, and we will show you that on the actual phone. We will do a screen recording, but you notice here that that thing is booting up right now, so we're just waiting for that thing to completely boot up. And then we open our phone up and connect to the Wi-Fi repeater network, and then we will configure the wireless and repeater for Joe. Alright, there is an annoying guy over here with something on like an automated device being a dick, but we're going to open up Wisecam and see if we can configure this camera. We got to go to cameras, pan. Oh man, this guy killing me, this guy. I hate this guy doing whatever he's doing, but we have to push this setup button on the back. It says ready to connect. We scan the code. It says scanned. This guy's killing my video. I put in the Wi-Fi access point name. Sorry for the background noise. Guy. It is connecting right now. Should not take this long. All right. All right, so we are done setting this up. This guy's going to continue his annoyingness. And we might have to change the way this is oriented. It does go all the way around like this. Actually, we probably want to rotate it more. Yeah, so we need to take the screw loose and make it go more that way because it's limited by the way we have the mounting. Let's do that now. All right, for the conclusion of this video, we have stepped into the Echoey Joe's Crab Shack. And we will be surely having echoes in our voice, but we wanted to show you the camera. And there is the camera. And as you can see here, we have pan and tilt control. When we go back to this version, and we can go like that, and we can tilt all and pan all the way around to the side of his house where you can see the gate. And so this is a successful conclusion to an awesome project for Mr. Dukes of Duval and his Joe's Crab Shack. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe and buy all your Amazon products through one of my links. It doesn't matter if it's the link for the exact product, you can still purchase through my links and help the channel out. And we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and check this out. I got something to show you today, and it is right here. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I woke up this morning to this wonderful Echo Show 15 with a lovely message on the screen that I will show you now. So check this out. I had no clue that Amazon was about to release an update for the Echo Show 15 that would totally transform the device into a cool multimedia solution.
Result is Transformers Dinobot Adventures Dinobot Squad Grimlock. Dinobot
Exactly, so
Credit King 3-pack. It's $27.99. Find delivery details at Amazon.
that was absolutely wonderful. So yes, woke up this morning to find this lovely update on the screen and had no idea what it is, and apparently you can now turn your Echo Show 15 into a Fire TV. Here we are in the kitchen right in front of the Fire TV Stick 4K, which is plugged right into the back of this little cool television that I actually found at the thrift store for about 10 bucks, and it's awesome. It's does 1080p, and I have the Fire Stick 4K plugged into this in the kitchen, where I can do cool things like show me the garage.
Sorry, I didn't find anything named garage.
Okay,
Consider purchasing a cloud
That's hilarious.
or Alexa Voice Remote Pro.
Show me the garage camera.
Okay.
So this should actually be showing me a security camera, and there we go. So there is a skill for the Wise Cam, and there you go. So this is a standard Fire TV Stick 4K. Now they make other versions of that device. They make higher end versions that are not sticks. They make, I think the Cube is one of them. We can show you that on the screen. But yeah, this is a good low cost addition to any television. You can just plug it into the HDMI port and you have your remote here. And then you have a Fire Stick anywhere you have a HDMI port. This is the Show 10. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. This guy did not have the message on the screen this morning. So this one used to be the largest show device you could purchase, and now they offer the 15, which you saw installed in my wall and powered from the switch below. So no update on the Echo Show 10. Sorry, the laundry is in the washing machine, but here is the Show 8. And we walk up to this looking for the update. No such thing. If we go here to settings and we go to device options and we look at the software, we hit update. Aha, it is downloading a new update, but it is not going to be the Fire TV update, unfortunately. Okay, walking into the office here, we can see the Show 5 sitting here looking all wonderfully flush mounted into the wall, which I have a video on that if you are curious as to how to flush mount your Show 5, and this is powered from the switch right here. Let's turn some lights on in here. Let's see if this guy has it. Let's go to settings and device options.
and software. No updates found. We will not be able to make this into a Fire TV. Back at the beautiful Show 15 here, which is wired into this switch, you can check out my video on how I did that with the Show 5s. You can see here, this would look cool flush mounted into the wall, but instead I chose to cover the old hole for the Show 5 and mount the 15 here. Woke up this morning to that lovely message about getting the Fire TV experience on the Show 15. I hit the yes button, it downloaded an update, and now we have this lovely button right here that says Fire TV. Now, why is this cool? Well, let's push it and find out. And check that out, guys. This thing turns directly into a Fire TV. And this is cool because now you are not locked into the Fire OS limitations anymore, because you can get apps now that you can't get on the Show model. For example, the Show does not have YouTube. Let's see if we can find it. There's YouTube TV. Aha. No YouTube, huh? Let's see. Oh, wait, there it was. I looked right over it. There it is. This is absolutely fantastic and a game changer. Because now you don't have to use the browser in a Show to get YouTube. So it's telling me that I got an app, and now we can open it. This is literally the best thing that could have ever happened to the Show 15. Look at the controls. Pretty freaking cool. So I was wondering how they were going to do this, and they have gotten the controls on the screen, which is very cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign in to this now. Wanted to show you guys the limited touch functionality that I just realized. I was sitting here trying to hit sign in when in fact you have to use the pad here. See the pad? So I am gonna go ahead and use the pad now to sign in to my YouTube account where I have premium. Okay, we are back and signed in with one of my accounts here, and as you can see, we have the lovely touch screen here, and we're using the touchpad that they designed for YouTube, which is pretty cool. There is the Supercar Street Racing channel. And there is a video of mine. And so I keep on trying to use the touch screen, and it does not fully function on the YouTube app. And there is the Supercar Street Racing channel and the last video of the pressure wash. And that is very cool because now I've always wanted to use this to play videos and link it to the dot that is in the closet there with the audio for the whole home audio system. Now I can do that. I was doing it over here, which can technically do the same thing, but now this device in here can actually be the one that serves the audio for the house, I think. I have to research that now. Here we are on the Alexa app on the Android device, and if we go to devices here, and we go to plus, and we go combine speakers, and we do multi-room music, and then we do this living room show. We got to find it there. And the dot, because the audio will come out of the dot. We hit next. Choose a name. House audio. Okay, so now we can go back and see if that actually worked. Back in front of the beautiful Show 15 here, we're gonna see if we actually get audio out of this whole home audio system since we paired this as a speaker group. So let's try to find some music. Oh, but keep trying to use the push button, the touch screen. Let's do this. Oops, I pushed the home button. Okay, let's try that again. I keep going. Okay, so search. And let's do, we can't. We can do the voice, but let's do space music. Space. Music. My favorite. Space music. Here we go. Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, here, audio here. Echo, raise the volume. Not hearing it. I'm gonna check out and see why. Back, and I was able to figure out the multi-room audio. I think you have to actually push this button. It doesn't actually just start playing on the multi-room audio. And here are all the groups. And you can just actually press the group that I created to make the audio actually play on that group. I had no clue because it doesn't work like this on the Fire Stick. On the Fire Stick, you literally can just start playing and it just works. But this is your little groups to send the audio to. Pretty cool. That's how you do multi-room audio on the Show 15. Back in front of the Echo Show 15, and in conclusion, Amazon has added the Fire TV experience to the Echo Show 15, and as you can see, I will link another video here in the corner that you can actually sideload apps, even though a lot of websites will tell you you cannot. You can go check out my guide on how to sideload apps, and as you can see right here, you too can enjoy Kodi on your Echo Show 15 with all the video add-ons you love so much. So yeah, the overall Fire TV experience on the Echo Show 15 is good. I'll have another video that shows you how to use a remote like this and be able to navigate your Echo Show 15 with a Fire TV remote. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and have a great day, and please like and subscribe to the channel. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have something kind of special because this is going to save you guys with home theater systems a lot of money if you'd like to enhance the bass on your home theater system or just your regular audio system inside your house. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we have the Blaupunk digital bass processor. This is the EP1600X, and what this guy is designed to do is enhance and process your low frequency sounds and create bass maybe where there is inadequate bass or lack of bass. Now, the first thing we notice right away about the Blaupunk EP1600X here is that it is named EP1600. Now, that is a good case for proving that the Blaupunk unit is a clone of the Epicenter, which costs about 6 to 8 times more than the Blaupunk EP1600. Now, taking a look at the box here on the EP1600, we can see that it says that it is a digital bass processor. Now, notice one thing about this. This is actually designed for a vehicle, meaning that the power input on this is 12 volts, and it comes with a bass knob here to adjust the bass level on your Epicenter EP1600. Now, taking a look at the back of the box and the side of the box, right here it says Bass Note Restorer EP1600. On the front we have the maximum input level of 15 volts. The maximum output level is 13.5 volts, and the signal to noise ratio is 130 decibels. On the back, it has some of the same information, tells you the total THD, total harmonic distortion. It sits at 0.003%. Less than 60 dB of balanced input noise rejection. It tells you that it's got 10,000 ohms of impedance, and it tells you that it needs a 150 amp power draw, and that would be at 12 volts. However, it recommends a 1 amp fuse. The house units are 4 to 5 times more expensive than this car unit. Now, why on earth would you want to take a car bass processor and use it on your home theater system in your house? Well, it's quite simple. The car bass processors do the same thing as the Behringer
the PV and the DBX units for your home, and those do subharmonic synthesis and bass enhancement. But this was a total of about 40 bucks for the actual unit and another $10 here for the power supply. So this is just a standard 12 volt power supply that plugs into your house. This particular power supply has a place where you can connect leads to it. So it is perfect for a car audio environment where this guy will just have a screw to put 12 volts and a ground and a remote turn on into the device. Now we're going to take a look at what we have for the house that accomplishes the same thing. All right, guys, we are here in the audio closet taking a look at the Behringer EX1200 Ultra Bass processor. This guy right here is very, very difficult to find, and when you do find them, they pop up around the $250 to $300 range. I do have two of these in the house. I have one in my home theater room, my legit home theater room, and I have one here feeding the whole home audio subwoofer system, which consists of 3 subwoofers and is growing by the day. So what this guy does is it does a digital subharmonic processing, and it actually enhances the bass just as the Epicenter and the Blaupunkt will do. However, this is designed for the home, so it has the 120 volt input. It has a number of adjustments here. Under the digital harmonic processor, it has frequency, dynamic punch. It has a bass mode between ultra low and punch, a bass level, and then also it has a limiter here, a bass limiter, and then it has a adjustment for satellite speakers. If you actually want to power your satellite speakers with this guy, not power, but process your satellite speakers, you can do that as well. So that's the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 subharmonic bass processor. Will pop up online every once in a rare while. If you really want to do a home unit, this one is cheaper than the DBX, like 120, I think is the model number on the DBX, and does the same, if not better, processing. And then your third choice would be the PV unit, which I have had a hard time finding at all online. Now that we've taken a look at our home subharmonic synthesizer, we're going to take a look into the box of the EP1600 by Blaupunkt and see exactly what's inside and how we're going to be making our connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Blaupunkt EP1600X here, and here's a good look at the box. Look at the back of the box, the side, and the front of the box. This has not been opened yet, but you can see this is called the Digital Bass Note Restorer, and the EP is a good homage to the Epicenter, which is what the original manufacturer was who designed this type of technology for the car. However, the Epicenter is over $150, so we opted for the Blaupunkt so that we could test a lower model unit. And going right in here, see if you can talk to Blaupunkt, you can get a free car charger and USB cable. So they want you to do a review to do that. So we do have that review here, and also we will make one on Amazon and get our free charger. And now, okay, so we accidentally woke up the TV there, but here is the manual that comes with the EP1600X, and it shows you how to install the device here. Shows you setting your voltage for the size of the speaker. We have a 10-inch Polk subwoofer. Shows you signal connections here from your head unit. We are actually connecting it from our receiver there. And then it shows you the functions. Shows you the input, the output, the dash remote control, the power connector, and the para bass controls. And that is how you actually set up the device there. And then on the next page here, we have what's inside of it. And then we have connections and wiring once again for showing you how to do the power part. So this will require 12 volts and a ground, which we will provide with this power supply here. And then also it will require a turn-on wire. So that will be also 12 volts. And then it has your troubleshooting steps on the back. Next here, it looks like we've got
a bass knob here. Take a look at that. And we will mount that somewhere, don't know where yet. Somewhere convenient, or just set it and forget it. But there is the included bass knob, and it looks like it has an LED as well. And it looks like it works off of a phone style connector. Then we have a little power block adapter here. Looks like for doing the power, it looks like it pushes in the side, and then you put your wiring in there. And yes, we have a phone cable. I think they're called RJ11s. Pretty lengthy phone cable. If you were in your car, you would run this from the unit in the back of the car all the way up to your dash, and then mount this control here, and you would plug each end into your your EP1600X. I wanted to call it a DBX, but yeah, it just plugs in just like that and then runs to the actual unit in the back of the car. We're gonna go ahead and unbox the EP1600X from Blaupunkt. And we're gonna use this box for a nice stand for it as we open up this box and take a look at this fresh, never been opened device here. And you are saving around $100+ by doing it this way rather than going with an epicenter. You're saving maybe $200+ from going with a Behringer, which are very hard to find, the Ultra Bass. And you can find the DBX subharmonic synthesizers, but they're up in the $300 or $400 range, and we're talking about for your home. Inside the bag here, we have our EP1600X, looking all beautiful and brand new. Came in a nice EP1600X condom, and hopefully this lights up. And if we see here, we got our wide and our sweep. Those are the bass adjustments. That's actually how you adjust for the subharmonic synthesis right here. These two guys right here. And on the side here, looks like we have our balanced inputs, and it looks like you output here to your subwoofer, so you need a stereo input to drive this. And I believe we have that, and we will need an RCA cable to go out of this to our actual Polk subwoofer down there in the corner. And we will end up mounting this somewhere, maybe behind the dresser. Maybe we can mount it up nice and screw it onto the back of the dresser, as it is a permanent fixture here. And then what we do here is we have our power supply that I purchased, and I will give all the specs for this in the description, but this has a nice adapter on the end where you can actually connect wiring here. So we'll have to get a little wire to run from here to the box here, the Blaupunkt. And it looks like here our little power plate thing plug goes on. And they do give you a bunch of screws and stuff to mount the device with. So this is how this actually connects. So this pushes in the side right here. Let's see, it might go this way. Yep, it goes facing up with the screws up. And it's a little difficult to push in. There it is, and then you take a small screwdriver, loosen those up, and you put your ground all the way on the right, your 12 volts here in the middle, and your remote. Now, remote is just 12 volts, and that's supposed to be from your head unit that powers this guy on. Now, we won't be able to do that here, so we will just leave the device on all the time. It's not gonna hurt it, and that will go right there. So that's a look at the inside of the box and what is in the box for the Blaupunkt EP1600 digital bass reconstruction processor. So now we've had a good look at what's included with the EP1600. We took a look at all the accessories, how all the connections are made, and how we're going to actually interface this with the 5.1 setup here in the bedroom from the project a few months ago. So let's go ahead and get this guy connected and see if we can tweak the sounds. Guys, welcome back. We have our EP1600X here laid out on the table. And my plan is, I don't know if these RCA cables work, but
I am going to make a little bundle here with these zip ties. And these will be the outputs. So they're going to come off just like this. Kind of hard to plug in. And then we are going to just kind of bunch these together like a normal RCA cable would be bunched together. Pretty sure these RCA cables are okay, not 100% sure. But you can see I'm just making them into a pair. Now this will feed the subwoofer. So this is out of the device and into the subwoofer. And then we have a set of RCA cables coming from the receiver sub output, feeding the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So all we're doing now is making this little group of cables, and then we're going to make our power cables next. After we're done with this, we will cut these little tabs off of the zip ties. I'm really big about wire management, so this is why I'm doing this now. And grab my scissors over here that make it easier to cut these guys off, and we will have our finished signal wire. So all we did, just a brief overview, was just make it a little bit easier to manage these two separate RCA cables as one bundle, stereo, left and right. And now we need power, ground, and turn on. So we have quite a long cable on the end of this power adapter. We have our power cable I just robbed, and we will go ahead and cut the end off of this guy because one end goes to the power adapter, the other end goes to the Blaupunkt. And so we have a little bit stripped off there at the end, or separated, and we take our wire strippers and pull off a little bit of wire. There's not very much wire in there, however, it does not need to handle a lot of current. Not even an amp, it's more like milliamps. So this side will be kind of pulled back too much, but this side will be for the Blaupunkt, and we actually can go ahead and connect that. So we're going to use red as positive and red with black as negative. And I don't like that we have to put the wire directly in here without any kind of like pin, but I'm going to double up the wire. It's thin. So I'm just folding that over. And we have ground on the very left, but I'm gonna do the 12 volts first, so we just need a little screwdriver in there. And we got the power wire in there, and then we tighten down the screw. The screwdriver is stripped, so it won't really tighten that much. Yeah, it won't even loosen. The screwdriver's busted, so I need to go find a new screwdriver. All right, I found my much better screwdriver here. And we need to loosen this up, and of course it will not stay for some reason inside the screwdriver. Loosen that guy up. Put our wire in there and tighten it back up. I really don't like how loose that is. I'm gonna do that again. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little bit of wire hanging out. I guess there's no chance of those shorting out at this point. Now the other side, we have to be mindful of positive and negative connection. on the power adapter. So let's go ahead and strip a little bit back for that side. All right, I'm just wrapping this end up with some electrical tape just to kind of give me some self-assurance that this is not going to short. So I already wrapped one inside between the wires. Now I'm just taking one over those exposed terminals. And that is good enough. Let's power it on one more time. Make sure it works. Immediately we have power here. And so now all that is left to do is test it. All right, gentlemen, we have, and ladies, we have our EP1600X powered up, and we have connected actually have not connected anything to anything, but here's the output of the receiver. We're plugging it into balanced input there. And then the cable that we created goes to the back of our subwoofer. Usually should power off the sub because it will probably hum. Okay, it didn't really make that much of a complaint. Now I don't know that these RCA cables are good. That is going to be part of the testing here. And now we can get our TV on and maybe see if we can create some bass here. And we're going to put on something on Prime Video, which probably something with good low frequencies. We can go ahead and test the Blaupunk EP1600X. So I'm looking for a movie here. And here is Tomorrow War, which has bass in it. Let's see if this does anything. All right, let's see if we have inputs and outputs. And it is loading. You guys can't see it. It's up on the screen here. Okay, do hear bass coming out of the sub. Let me see if I can find something here with actual bass in it. Okay. We have our adjustment here. I noticed the Blaupunk logo lit up on that one. Yeah, it looks like the more level we have, the more the logo lights up.
right, so we got the manual out again. So it says the bass response in a system is affected by 4 acoustics of the vehicle, location, speakers, enclosures, and the music you're listening to. And it says the sweep control allows you to select the center frequency, the frequency most affected. The Y control then allows you to adjust the shape of the filter centered on the sweep frequency. So I'm assuming sweep, we want to go lower for lower bass. So that would be a lower frequency than
What's your status?
All right, so this is going to take some experimentation and some tweaking to maybe adjust the levels coming out of the receiver to get the adjustment correct on the Blaupunk. But as you can see here, we have our subharmonic synthesizer connected and working in harmony with our Polk audio subwoofer down there, our 10-inch sub. It is working properly. I highly recommend this already. I love the difference in the sound quality. Guys, I completely forgot to update on the bass control. We did not hook up the bass control, so we're going to do that now. Here we've got the phone wire, for the bass control, and it goes right on the side here, and then it connects to this little potentiometer here, which we can mount wherever we want in the room, and it just plugs straight in, and it has a nice blue LED, pretty bright though. So let me go back to a section with bass here, and we will play with this. Now we got this on minimum. That's max. You can see now the Blaupunk. You can see now the Blaupunk logo really. That is your bass control knob. So that's how the bass control knob works, and it actually just fell right off. Wasn't plugged in all the way.
Get the hell out of there right now.
Notice the blue light coming on for the input. That's quite a bit of a difference from the stock bass with the Blaupunk EP 1600X. All right, guys, just a little final update on this video. I did end up just putting the EP 1600X right here on the corner of the dresser for now. The best mounting spot would be behind the dresser, right back there, and then I actually took a screw out of the back of the receiver and mounted the bass knob there because it doesn't really need to be changed much, but it came out really clean. Now, I'm noticing a little bit of thumping on my subwoofer. I don't know what that's from. I've got to look into that and see if it's this causing it, but every 10 or 15 seconds it's making a thumping sound. Let's see. Let's see if it does it now. Okay, this is not doing it now. It's definitely the Blaupunk input. Something is causing like a ground loop or something like that. It definitely could be where I have the power plugged in, but there's a little thumping. Let's see if it stopped. Nope, there it is again. So something is causing a little interference with the sub
So I got to get that sorted out. But yeah, that's how it ended up on the Blaupunk EP1600X. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll get the ground loop problem sorted out and let you guys know what happened. What are we about to do?
We're going to attempt to tow a boat with a golf cart.
All right, let's do it.
I think it has the power to do it.
All right, let's go.
And I have a receiver and a hitch. Let's give it
What,
a try.
5.1 or stereo?
Huh?
What type of receiver? Yamaha or Onkyo?
Yeah, Onkyo, for sure.
All right, let's do it. Check out this dude, Alligator Ridge, getting a suntan. Alligator Ridge, I hope you put sunblock on because you can really burn your skin. Oh, don't go in the water, Alligator Ridge. Oh. Oh, he's so into it.
That's enough.
Oh, I can't. He jumped on the screen. Morning, guys. They are out here. Going to start on the step tile. So looks like he went ahead and marked off his design here. So there's going to be one stripe of step tile on these steps, and then on the step out there, and that will be this tile here. So he will be cutting either one or two stripes. I'm not sure. Probably 2 rows for the steps out here. Then it'll be time to do the plaster in the pool. So we'll check back with you here shortly. Now the tile just goes right in that inside that line? Okay, awesome. And then they plaster the rest?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's the time to make it smooth when it's thicker. Okay, gotcha.
That and the plaster. This is half-inch 3/4.
Uh-huh. Nice, okay.
No more side.
All right, awesome. How long does it take for this to dry so they start the plaster? Probably.
Plaster.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe if they work on Saturday, yeah.
This is wedding for plaster. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday.
Okay.
Tomorrow Sunday.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Yes, yeah.
Looks like that's where it's going to go on this stuff. He's got all the thin set laid out. I guess it's thin set. Maybe it's plaster. Oh yeah, it's thin set. It's this stuff, Cool Bright. Swimming pool finish. That's what he's mixed. Or no, it's thin set. Okay, maybe it's both. So a little bit of progress happening here. cool, man. So two stripes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Looks so good, man. That tile is awesome.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Sun just reflects off it so perfect. Can't wait to see the water on like on the tile. It's gonna be nice. Okay.
Ain't quite ready, huh?
Not sure.
Last day? No. I'm just checking it, make sure it's ready for plaster. All right. But you'll have the tile done today, right?
When are you guys scheduled to start the plaster? Tomorrow?
No, I don't need a scheduling.
Oh, okay.
I'm just here to make sure it's ready for.
Gotcha. Okay. You guys work on Saturday though with the plaster?
Not too often, sometimes.
All right, little update over here on the step tile. There is the second, and that's the biggest step done. It is hot out here. So yeah, he's working on the third step now. That's a good view of what it looks like right there. Just cleaned off the tile. That's what it looks like after being cleaned. The sun hitting it. See, from different angles, it's different colors.
Okay.
Just straightening the extra ones that are a little bit crooked. Then down here they're trying to get this part dry because the water tends to creep up through the drains from underneath the pool. I guess there's a big box under there. That is like a drain box. And the water will keep coming up. They're going to try to get that dried out. So he's also putting some kind of sealer around where the ports were and also around the niche. There. Probably should have went ahead and gotten all LED lights drilled out, but I didn't. Oh well. Alright, taking a look at the step tile on the other side. He's working on the little step, the little seat. He's almost done. Give you guys an update. That's great. Alright guys, taking a look at the step tile now in its completed process. All done. Check it out, guys. Look how that tile looks in the sun. When that water hits it, it's going to be so good. And there's still water in there. I don't know when that's ever going to dry up if we keep getting water in it. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's coming out of the port. Maybe I'll stuff something in there. Yep, there's water coming out the port. I gotta take care of that. Anyway, guys, back to what I was saying. I was trying to deal with this water coming out of the port here, so I emailed the pool company about it piling up in the bottom because they're needing that dry before they can do the plaster. And of course, the water's going to come out somewhere. So anyway, step tile is done. That's the end of this update. We'll update you guys again when I have some more information about plaster going in. Until then, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you're enjoying the way the pool's coming out. Looks good to me, huh? What's up, guys? We are back on Supercar Street Racing again, and you see in the Supercar Street Racing living room literally nothing happening except what's on this table, and this is a safety device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome channel, and we've been needing this because we need a backup solution for the channel, and this is going to be it. Hey guys, we are in the awesome Supercar Street Racing living room, and you can see right behind me, literally nothing is happening in my living room except for one thing. Directly and also in front of me is this Seagate expansion 16 terabyte hard drive. My plan right here and right now is to use this backup device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome editing studio. Now, as you guys know, we did put in this cool solid state drive here, right here. This is a solid state NAS that uses M.2 SSDs, and it does have about 12 terabytes. However, we need to get some of that data off of there because we have a lot of data after editing for so long. So we are going to hook that directly up to this NAS right here and go ahead and use the backup feature of the NAS to back up our data to the 16 terabyte expansion drive. Now, this does have USB 3.0 and it will plug directly into the back of this NAS right here. But let's get this thing out of the box right now and go ahead and see what exactly we are dealing with, because I don't know what is actually in here. It says something about rescue, recovery, data services included. I think that means if your drive fails, they will help you get your data, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So let's figure it out. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. This is the Seagate expansion drive that I did purchase. It was $229, and I did use the payment plans with Amazon, so that will pay over, I think it is 4 months. And we do have the Supercar Street Racing awesome registered and copyrighted big huge kitchen knife to get this guy directly out of the box from its plastic wrapper. And on the back it does say add-on storage for your PC and Mac in about 750 languages, which none of them I speak. Here is the Seagate expansion out of the packaging, and on top it just says 1 year limited warranty. And that's about it for the box. There is not a lot of data on here. It says connect with computers on the back. And coming out of the box first is feels like a power supply and some cabling right here. Let's go ahead and see what we have right here. Inside of the box here is power supply and a USB 3 cable. If you want to do USB-C, you can. You will need to buy the adapter for this to go to USB-C, but I don't have USB-C on my NAS or the editing computer in the office. All right, inside of the power supply, there is 1,000 ways to connect this depending on your country. We are in the United States. We use 110, and therefore this is our connector right here. All right, you push the button and the cover does just directly come off, and you take your replacement, push the button and slide it back in, and now we are ready for 110 volt power. Now directly in front of me we do have our hard drive to get out, and it is accompanied by some cardboard and is inside a plastic condom. Has a kind of a cool carbon fiber like look. Very, very minimalistic, and on the back / bottom it does have the connector for the cable and the power supply. Let's go ahead and connect the cable to it, and you can only be connected one way, and it is connected. And now the power supply just does go in just like this.
And that is it. That is all there is to using the Seagate expansion drive. Now let's get it into the NAS and see if we can figure that part out. Here's our Asus Store NAS, and there is a USB 3 port in the back here. We're gonna go ahead and try to place this on the side of our Asus Store and run the power somewhere. So let's get this over to the side. We have plenty of space now for this, but I just need to get in there and get these cables from the back. Let's go ahead and do that now. All right, I do see a power light on the side, or either a power switch. Looks like just a power light, so we should be good. It is turned on. Let's go ahead and take a look at our NAS on the computer and see if we can figure out how to get this called up. Okay, we're directly in front of our NAS page right now. I have not used this at all. All right, I'm gonna do some reading and figure this out. I located my device under external devices. It looks like it has 2 partitions in it. I'm almost tempted to bring it to the computer and delete this partition. It is already formatted, exFAT, so now I just gotta figure out, I just wanna back stuff up without having to do it manually, so I'm looking for a way to do that now. But there's a backup restore, let's try that. External backup. USB 4 is the one that it wants to back up to, and that's fine. Your NAS to an external device, let's go. Multiple items to a single location. Okay, that's what I want. I'm gonna select everything except the USB drive. USB 4-2 is where we're going. USB 4-2 next, backup now, and schedule backup. Weekly, Monday at 1 a.m. Next. Okay, so archive mode is incremental backup. That's what we want to do. Let's go and see what happens. It says it is backing up right now, so we will update you guys if it actually does that. Good morning, it is another day, and I wanted to give you guys a little update about the Seagate expansion drive and the backup from NAS. Now this is my Asus Store NAS control panel. And as you can see right here, it has a lot of different apps, and you can actually add more apps from their app store if you want to. But part of the basic applications that come with the Asus Store is backup and restore right there. But I wanted to first show you guys external devices here. Now, if we go here to the external devices, you can see the Seagate expansion came with 2 different partitions. One was 196 megabytes, and the other one was 14.55 terabytes. I did not remove the first partition. I might eventually do that. For right now, this is fine. And also, as part of the apps that come with the Asus Store, you get this cool little thing called backup and restore. Now, if we go here to external backup, that is how you do a backup from the NAS to an external device, or vice versa. We have our backup here. Now, it finished at 7:54 p.m. last night. So it took probably 8 or 9 hours to do around 6 terabytes, which is not crazy, being that it was USB 3.0. So this backup here, if you go into it and you click edit here, it shows you that we're backing up from my Asus Store NAS to an external device. We're telling it to put everything from the source to a single place on the destination. We told it what folders. We told it which partition. Now here's where you tell it the schedule. It's gonna back up weekly, 1 a.m. on a Monday morning. And then here's your
options for the backup. You can do an incremental backup, and then there's a few little other options. And then when you're done, you can go ahead and confirm your backup. Now you can change the way that backup works by editing some of the options there, but that's my current plan, is to back up this until it gets full. What I'm gonna do after that is go ahead and buy another drive of the same kind. I'm gonna take that one and store it away in a safe place off-site. So that is my plan to archive my channel for the near future. I don't keep anything on the local machines. I edit off of the NAS, so that way I don't have to back up these local machines. Most that could happen is that if these machines failed, I would reinstall Windows and reinstall DaVinci Resolve, and that is not too hard to do. So that is the way this works here for the Supercar Street Racing channel. That's going to keep the channel safe and keep it from losing data. We've got a new sponsor today on Supercar Street Racing. Today we have Zato, who has been so kind as to provide us with 3 products to check out here on the channel. And the first product we have is the Zato oil treatment, up to 5 liters of motor oil treated here on this product. And this product will help engines that have worn out parts run better, perform better, improve gas mileage, and also make your car get better performance as well. Now you do just add this directly to your oil, and it should increase the performance of your car and give you more horsepower, give your engine better life, and also help with older parts that are already starting to wear out. Next thing we have right here from Zato is their catalytic converter treatment, and all you do is put this in your gasoline, and this does treat your catalytic converter, and what that does is allows you to not build up soot. This also helps your EGR system and helps to prevent you from losing O2 sensors, because this will help them from getting deposits on the end, and they are expensive to go ahead and replace. Now, third on the list here is the automatic transmission revitalizer. You go ahead and put this inside your automatic transmission. This does help you with shuddering, with vibrations, with shifting, and with parts that are worn out, and improves the overall life of your automatic transmission. All 3 of these products are going to be available in the description. Go ahead and support the channel by clicking the official links in the description. And I want to thank Zato for becoming a sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. Without them, this video would not be possible. Back at Supercar Street Racing, where the live stream is going strong right now, we have the Seagate expansion 16 terabyte drive looking so fly right here in front of me, and you can see right now that it is $229. I did purchase this for $229, and you can see you can do a plan here for payment, and this is the Affirm plan, and it is not charging interest. So if you want to do that and you can get 0% interest, all you have to do is click that little button there when you buy your Seagate expansion. Now if you're interested in a bigger one, when you step from 16 terabytes at $229, you go up to 18, the price goes to $329, so it costs you 100 more bucks. Up to 20 terabytes, 24 will cost you 517 bucks. That's the Seagate expansion, and right now on Amazon it is sitting at a cool 4.6 stars. It has 262,000 reviews. That is a very good review for the Seagate expansion drive. So looks like people are trusting this drive and giving it good reviews. It has a connector for the back of the drive to a USB 3, and you can actually get a cable for this that will adapt it to USB-C. Looking at the side of the drive there, like I showed you earlier, it has kind of a carbon fiber look. It's saying that once you get this a 20 terabyte drive, if you choose the 20, you're gonna have some massive space that you didn't have before for anything that uses USB 3.0. And you can drag and drop stuff directly out of the Windows and the Mac there. And right there, it's showing you the smaller version of the drive right there. It does come in smaller versions as well. Guys, I wanted to thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing and buying all your products through our links. We will have a link in the description to the Seagate expansion drive. I know it's not a lot of data in the video, but what I wanted you guys to know the most was that the drive has great reviews on Amazon, and we did get one to try and help Supercar Street Racing not lose any data. So taking a look at our channel, looks like we've gotten over 5,100 new subscribers this month alone. We've done some big things on the channel, and we appreciate you guys supporting us so much, and we hope that you continue to support the channel by liking and subscribing. Go ahead and pick up a Seagate expansion if you need some extra space. The 20 terabyte is a great deal right now. It is on sale, 50% off. Go ahead and grab one and let me know what you think in the comments. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
All right, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life. You love the peel sat. And then look at this. Look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction.
Guys, we are back from vacation, and today we have taken the wine fridge out here. We have to get this area cleaned up and then get the lights installed underneath this. I don't know quite how I'm going to do it yet. It should be pretty simple, but we might have to cut a little bit of drywall to do it. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter though. This whole thing is getting painted. This whole kitchen is being painted as soon as the appliances go in. So we already put the wine fridge out on the curb, me and Patricia. Now I just got to vacuum this out and work on these lights. And we're going to get that going. And I think I'm going to remove this Alexa because we already have it on this fridge. There's no point in having two screens in here. It kind of complicates things. I can move that elsewhere. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. After a short vacation, I went on a cruise and a vacation. We came back to find where we left off over here. We had installed the lights underneath that cabinet, and we found out that we can only go right to left. That means the power wire has to either go underneath or on top. There is a gap. I am going to have to probably at least make a hole in the drywall right there for the wire to get behind there, because unfortunately the shelf is not even all the way. It's gapped there, but not right here. So first things first, we got to get this cleaned out because it looks like very bad and hasn't been opened up without a wine fridge for probably 5 years at least. Of note, I was having issues with the cameras outside, and this guy right here is an Eero 6 Pro. And it was in here. I tried it in the garage on the other side of the wall. Still not a lot of luck. So I ended up going ahead and getting a Eero 6 extender. And I still got to tie the wires up. But I put it right up here where there's power on the corner of the house. That gives me a good Wi-Fi signal out here to the cameras. And so this camera out here is now working perfectly. The one on the other side of the house, however, is still flaky, and there's a Eero 6 Pro like 5 feet from it, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But yeah, so now I've got a little bit better Wi-Fi coverage on the corner of the house where I have cameras, and as you guys know, I have like 10 cameras and like 6 Wi-Fi devices. Also, just remembered I need to order lights for behind the new wine fridge. This whole thing needs to be lit up. I wish I could do lights over here. Just not really a good way to do it unless I did it. I guess I could do it on the top. I'm gonna order white LEDs to put on the top of this and the top of this. Absolutely am. And back here I put power in way back in the day. Yeah. All right, let's get this clean. You can see right there, it was looking pretty gnarly, dude. Underneath the lip where you couldn't really clean it.
We did get everything removed from underneath the cabinet now, so we are ready to go ahead and start installing. We also need to move everything off the top of this because we're going to try to get the wire back there if we can. If not, we will run it underneath or into the wall. Alright, these are the 9-foot Govee string downlights. So what we want to do right now is get these out to kind of get an idea of what we're going to have to do to get these other lights installed. Let's go ahead and get this unpackaged. We would actually be perfect if we could go left to right. We could start on that side. Power would be easier, but we can't because the lights don't allow that configuration. And we have to clean the glass before we start sticking. But let's lay out the lights first. Just don't know what we do with the wire over there. Okay, up here in the back, the wire will not fit through there to drill through here, so I'm going to get a razor knife and see if I can cut a channel out right here.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
All right, we did get the wire run behind there and drilled through the bottom. And now we are going to go ahead and stick. That's kind of not a great place for it there, but I'm going to try to go ahead and get this cleaned and stuck on. Go ahead and put the cable mostly inside the wall here. That way it can completely be hidden, the connector. And what we'll do is we'll just fill over that and then when they paint the kitchen. Now I'm going to go ahead and clean under here to get the lights stuck on. I got the first part of this done before the appliances get delivered, and I did get the power ran up here and the wire stuffed behind the shelf mostly. And then over here we will have to patch, and we will just go ahead and embed that wire in the wall. And then the Echo Show goes right there. Now I'm just going to clean all this up and get to work at my regular job.
like that, and we're done with this lighting project. Okay, now that both sides of the lighting project are complete, we can go ahead and put these devices on same device type in the Govee app so that we can control them all at once. I'm going to go ahead and configure that now, but I wanted to let you guys see how this looked with the kitchen lights off all the way. And so that's with the lights set between warm and cool, and I was successful except for that part where we have to fill right here where I got the wiring. But yeah, it looks really cool. I'm really happy with it. And you can see the fridge has its own edge lighting as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do like device on here and get these lights synced up with each other. All right, now I have to get everything back underneath the sink here, and then that will complete this project. The only thing I can say is these lights do not do a good warm white. If you want warm white, you need to get a different set. These are almost yellow when you put warm white. In fact, they look completely yellow. This is halfway between warm and cool. And as you know, this stove has edge lighting. And if we go here and we hold down the settings menu here, you drag the little slider and you can see it going through all the settings. And there's the edge lighting. You click OK, OK. And then you can select a color here, natural, cool, or warm. And put it on cool. So now it is on cool white down here. There's what it looks like. So what we'll probably do now is put these lights on cool. The kitchen ceiling lights are warm white. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put everything back under the cabinet and wrap this up, and you guys can join me while I do that. Pretty gross. Hey, dude. Get some birdseed. There's two. Mama Cardinal left, but there's two on the feeder now. Yeah.
I wish that one would come back. That
There you go.
Ready?
Yep.
If nobody pulls out in front of us, oh, there's somebody behind us.
There's another one coming, turning right from right behind him, so hold on.
Okay. All right, so I have to hold the brake and the accelerator. Oh fuck, there's more people coming. Somebody probably gonna want to turn on you.
Yep.
Motherfucker in the middle.
But now you can get over.
I can?
Yeah, just do it.
Gotta stop. Is it ready?
Yeah. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Stay in the left lane. Just do it.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Wait, it says both pedals pressed. What did I do wrong? It said both pedals pressed. What do I do? Hold down the brake?
Yeah, you hold the brake down.
Wait.
And then you push both down at the same time, all the way.
I did.
And you let it,
wait. Firmly hold the brake down with your left foot. Fully press and hold the accelerator pedal down while holding the brake pedal. Okay,
yeah.
Let's try that. All right. Still?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good. Got a car coming, but...
Car coming?
Yep.
Oh, there's an old lady right there. I don't want to be calling the cops.
No, they ain't gonna call the cops. She won't even hear it. She won't even hear it, dude. Come on.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
there's another car coming.
That's okay. They're gonna be in the right-hand lane.
Fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
Fully
down.
Press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down, and then let off the brake when it's ready. Right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
Pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus
Make sure
Christ.
you up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit. Oh, shit. That's crazy.
Woo!
Oh my God.
Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick.
Zero noise, and it was just, dude.
On it.
That was insane.
We have 2 visitors right here checking us out. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today, Lumery has been so kind. They sent us these Lumery Smart Deck Lights and this Lumery Zigbee and BLE Mesh Mini Hub. And so today we're gonna get this unboxed, install it outside on the bulkhead. But first, we gotta just get straight to work. Let's go. Right in front of me, we have the Lumery Smart Deck Light along with the Lumery Zigbee and BLE Mesh Hub. And we're gonna get this unboxed right now. And what I didn't know was that this guy does require a 12-volt landscape power supply. Now, it's not a big deal because we already have that sitting out on the dock with our other landscape lights. So what we're gonna do is just tie into those and connect these Lumery lights, and we should be fine. Now, taking a look inside the box, we do have one instruction manual here, and then we have the actual deck lights sitting so fresh inside of the box. And taking them out, they do look like that, so they just mount directly to like a fence, or in my case, they're going to be mounted to the bulkhead. And sitting so fresh in the box are a total of 6 lights. Let's get them unboxed. Lumery also gave us a remote control, and now let's take a look at how these things are actually wired up. Okay, I have gone through the instruction manual here, and it does not say anything about adding the gateway here, so I am not sure why they sent this, but I am going to go ahead and start the process of adding the gateway to the app. So let's grab the phone and get that done. Okay, we did power up the Lumery hub here, and we're going to try to add it to the app. So let's see if we hit plus, add device. Let's see if it finds it. Aha, it did find the little hub. Now it wants my Wi-Fi password, and it is currently adding my hub, which I do not know what it is for yet, but we will find out. Okay guys, we are out here at the dock, and I did turn on the dock lights here, and you can see that all we have to do is tie in to one of these that already exists. And the first one will be right here. Not too bad because I can tie into where the spotlight goes. They do give you enough, and I'm not sure if I'll point it that way or towards the dock. Probably, but they give you enough wiring here where you can just tie right in. So I'm gonna do, there's 6, I'm gonna do 1 between each one, evenly spaced out if we can get a long enough wire. And of course the alligators are watching. Some of these I might have to extend a little bit. This one will be close, depending on where the wire goes. And we have a visitor, but we do have a place to tie in. We have 2 visitors right here checking us out. We have 6 total here. The bulkhead is a little angled right here, but we can tie into this spotlight right there. So that is 3, and that was cool. They just fought. Pretty awesome. That makes 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's all convenient places to tie in, except for this one. Remember, we have to reach one of these wires each time. I'm just not sure which direction to face them. And of course, right here is very easy. Tie in, cut and splice right there. And that is going to be our layout. It's just a question of maybe extending 1 or 2.
All right, we're all done with the wiring. Now we just have to mount these guys. So I did bring the small screws out and the screwdriver. And we finally figured out how to get rid of the alligators. They don't like water being sprayed on their face. And here they come again. Don't go too tight on these, they will break. Gonna get sprayed in the face. They're staying away from me right now. Hey guys, we're back again. I'm Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and you guys are in the 4K production studio. And looking behind us right now, you guys can see the pond in its glory. And we did work on the pond by putting some awesome Lumery dock lights right across the bulkhead that goes right in front of the pond. But the second part of the video is coming because the dock lights would not work with the existing transformer, and I think it was because I tied into the other lights instead of having its own feed. Now I did order a new transformer. I ordered another Denwenwill's smart outdoor Wi-Fi transformer, and that will be here today along with a new roll of landscaping wire. So later today I'll go ahead and finish this project, but for right now I want to show this to you guys on Amazon. Now right here on Amazon we see the Lumery Smart Deck LED lights. They are $139, but there's a 15% coupon right now. Here's the Lumery Smart Outdoor Deck Light Pro. It comes with 6 lights. It does come with a remote control. And you can see right here with the app open that all you have to do is add the lights to the app, and then the app can control it, or you can use a smart home device. Now these guys should change color, and they probably will look cool out on the dock. I did face them towards the house. I really wasn't sure which way to do it, but I couldn't think of another way to do it, because if you face the water, you probably wouldn't see them. Now what I did is I tied into the existing lighting. I went in and I cut and spliced. So unfortunately now I have to remove the splice and just wire these up directly to their own power supply. And checking the reviews right here on Amazon, they do have a 4.3 star review out of 18 reviews. Some people mentioned it was hard to figure out the app and hard to connect them. And they did give me a mesh hub with it, which I'm not sure why they didn't give me an explanation, but I'm going to go ahead and email the company before I finish the project and see what the hub is all about. And this is part 1 of 2 parts of the video. When we get to part 2, we'll actually be installing the Wi-Fi transformer, and we'll go ahead and try again to get these lights working. But for now, as you can see here, these do use low voltage, so don't mistake that it comes with a transformer. It does not come with one. You're going to need to purchase your own transformer. Now you can get a transformer pretty cheap. You don't have to buy an expensive one like I did. The one that I bought does smart, and I like it because I can integrate that also with Google or Alexa. Guys, we want to thank you so much for your support on Supercar Street. It means everything to us that you guys come hang out with us every day. And thank you for watching our live streams. Now, just a reminder, that we do live stream all of the editing sessions. So be sure, if you're interested on how that happens, you can go ahead and tune into our editing sessions, and they are live streamed daily. And please comment. Tell me how you feel about the video, if you hate it, if you love it, and I'll join along in the chat if you also join our premieres. Now, our videos are premiered every time. They are premiered live, and I try to watch with you guys so I can go ahead and comment on everything. Please like and subscribe and click through the links in the video description to buy your products from us. We do have an affiliate program. And we get a little bit of money if you click any of our links in any of the videos and you do purchase from us. It'll help us out greatly, and we really appreciate that. Last video did really well. The one about the Marantz receiver is up over 100,000. So we'll see you guys on the next one. I have to go get eaten by alligators. Not again.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. And we are here with this high yard doormat that we're going to be opening and taking a look at today. Now, as you could see outside earlier, that doormat that we had before on the outside not only got really dirty from all the construction with the door, but also it was so lightweight and thin that every time my yard people came around, they blew the thing into oblivion. So today, we've got a better alternative with this high yard doormat. Sitting in the SCSR compound with this beautiful high yard floor mat, and we do have the SCSR scissors that I still have PTSD from, because as you know, in the last video they sliced my finger wide open and it was not fun. So what we're going to do right now is open this carefully and hopefully not destroy our fingers in the process like we did last time. So no touching the actual blade. And we open up this high yard floor mat so we can take a look at the inside of this packaging. And right here it just says doormat MAT. Keep your home away from mess and be clean and tidy. Keep your home away from mess. Trap dust, easy to clean, absorb water, widely use. So another hilarious, badly translated thing there inside the package. And getting this thing completely opened up. It is pretty heavy. This weighs about, I would say about 10 pounds. And then the rest of this is going to involve taking this outside and getting it all laid out in front of the SCSR studio. So let's take it out there right now. All right, guys, we are out here in front of the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and we have the brand new floor mat right here. Let's go ahead and get that installed and see if that prevents our yard people from blowing my floor mat away every single time they come. Now this will take a few days to kind of settle and flatten, but it's much heavier than the old one. You can see here it just kind of unrolls. I have the same one inside the studio door. And basically it will eventually become flat. And let's get this thing straight and lined up in front of the door. Just like that. Goes nicely all the way up against it and hides the ugly bottom of the door. And there we have the floor mat installed outside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios. It is just not the right. There we go. Now it's kind of perfect. guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. We are out here having a great time and making videos for you guys. And one of my pet peeves is that I had this tiny little cheap dollar floor mat, and I don't even remember where I got it. I think from IKEA a long time ago or something. And every time my yard people come, they take their leaf blower and they blow it right away. And yes, they should put it back, but they don't. And I've told them a million times. So today, right here on the screen, you can see right here in front of us, we are taking a look at the High Yard durable front floor mat. It's supposed to be absorbent and it can like take all the mud off of your shoes. It's dirt resistant, non-slip rubber, and this size that I ordered was 36 by 24 here, as you can see right here on the screen. Now it also does come in a 30 by 17 configuration if that is better for you. It comes in beige, which you can see right here. Now we'll take a look at the bigger view there. It's black there, but in beige, the bigger view looks like that. And it does also come in gray, which looks like that. And so if you order the 36 by 24 in black like I did, you will have the one that we just saw sitting right there out on the ground. And then here's some other little pictures for you guys to check out. Now it says it's the perfect size, 24 by 36, 0.3 inches thick. Captures dirt and moisture. It has a non-slip rubber backing.